He must have already predicted that Helia's target is our base. Thinking about it, base 013 was the weakest base of the frontline, so it was the easiest base to take over. If Helia really wanted to attack a base, base 013 would be their first choice. They then suddenly remembered how they lost contact with the Federation. The smarter mecha operators guessed that this must be done by Helia, and their aim for doing this was to cause a frenzy among them so that they were unable to form a proper defense line, making it much easier for Helian army to siege them. This was actually a predictable matter, but no one was able to pick up the clues and make sense of it other than the calm and decisive regiment commander Ling. Even if someone noticed this, who would have the guts to go through the plan and order all the mecha operators to move out of the base? What if he made the wrong guess and the other party decided to attack the base instead? With their empty base, the Helian army would easily take over their base, and the mecha operators wouldn't have a home to go back to anymore. All the mecha operators, whether it was a regiment commander or a team leader or a normal mecha operator, started to respect Ling Lan. Only Regiment Commander Ling had the ability to be the commanding officer of their base. If it was Du Mingyi, he might have asked them to protect the base until the base got destroyed. Of course, their current situation was no better than staying at the base. However, they were at least able to fight with their opponents now and didn't have to be locked up in the base like a caged animal. If they got injured, they would still have a base to go back to and recuperate before continuing the fight. All the mecha operators raised their beam guns without the command of their team leaders. They were waiting for their opponents to enter their beam guns' range. Observe the enemies closely. Our regiment commander said the people with the golden plates on their shoulders are our opponent. The Team 01's leader, Yang Mingji, looked towards the Helia mecha operators who were getting closer and closer towards them. He calmly informed all the mecha operators of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Understood, leader. His team member replied. Understood, Leader Yang, replied the members of other teams. Understood, Leader Yang, but can I ask why? It was Yen 3's question. They were able to use the same comlink channel as the mecha operator from 250 due to them being temporarily incorporated into the teams, so he heard Leader Yang's reminder. Although Yen 3 said that he understood the command just like everyone else in 250 Ace Mecha Clan, he still spoke out the question he had in his mind. Those who received Ling Lan's intel were only the 10 team leaders of 250 Ace Mecha Clan and their deputies. Yen 3's Evil Wind Mecha team and other team leaders, however, who were not part of Ling Lan's posse, weren't able to get any intel about the mecha operators with golden plates. Our regiment commander had said that those with golden plate are either elite Ace Mecha Master or top-level Ace Mecha Masters. Yang Mingji stopped himself from continuing to prevent the Evil Wind Mecha operators from becoming more terrified. Ling Lan's information, or rather guess, was that the golden-plated battle team's leaders level mecha operators could possibly be at the Imperial mecha operator levels of capabilities. Elite Ace. Top-level Ace. As expected, Yen 3 shuddered at the thought of it. Ever since he entered Ace level, he learned that there were actually 3 levels differentiating Ace Mecha Masters. It was Standard, Elite and Top level. Standard Ace operators were Ace operators like him, and this level had the most number of people. One level higher than Standard was Elite. Yen 3 was close to being an Elite. However, he was only close to Elite, so it didn't mean much. Plus, there was still the top level that he had to reach. That stage was considered to be halfway towards becoming Imperial Mecha operators. In terms of Ace operators, top-level operators were considered to be invincible. Hearing Yang Mingji's explanation, the mecha operators from Evil Wind all shuddered just like their team leader. They immediately began to look for mechas with a golden plate on their right shoulders. Finally, they found one sector among the Helian army where there was a group of mechas with a golden plate on their shoulders. They numbered around 500 or even more. We only have 200 people, how can we fight them? One member from Evil Wind couldn't help but shout out. Our regiment commander is already coming with reinforcements, but before he arrives, we must hold the fort and stop them from getting past us. Yang Mingji took a deep breath. Using 200 to go against 500 or 600 people was without a doubt a battle with the greatest disparity that he would fight in since joining the military. It was also the hardest battle. However, he knew that if they couldn't stop them here, more of their comrades would die at their hands. That's not possible. Mecha operators from Evil Wind were not confident that they could do such a thing. Stop! Yen 3 suddenly shouted. Has everyone forgotten how we all became mecha operators? Yen 3's question shut up all of the mecha operators from Evil Wind. Every mission for them in the past were considered to be suicide missions. They managed to get past hardships after falling into despair each and every time. The current scenario was just a bit more difficult than the ones they had experienced in the past, so why should they be afraid? Was it because when they had advanced to ace level, they had lost their willpower from the past? Our leader is right. We are all ace mecha operators who rose up from the very bottom. We fight against stronger enemies in every battle, and we manage to stay alive after every battle. Why does it matter that this time our enemies are elites or top levels ace mecha masters? We just need to fight through it again. One mecha operator from Evil Wind mecha team suddenly shouted. Yeah, let us fight once again. The other mecha operators from Evil Wind also shouted. This scene made the mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha Clan look at those from Evil Wind in a new light. After being so used to the formality in their academies and the standard operating techniques from there, those from 250 Ace Mecha Clan could easily notice the flaws in the mecha operation of mechas by Evil Wind. Those from 250 Ace Mecha Clan had high regards in their operating techniques, so they even looked down on them somewhat. They always felt that Evil Wind's operating techniques shamed the word mecha piloting in their hearts. However, Evil Wind's willingness to sacrifice their lives was the same as those from 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Even though they came from academies, they were still the same as Evil Wind in this aspect. Ever since they became soldiers and operated mechas, they had already given up their lives to do what they love most in their lives, which was mecha piloting. Seeing that those from Evil Wind mecha team was no longer afraid, Yang Mingji had a hint of approval in his expression. With the mecha operators from Evil Wind mecha team, they could probably stop 100 to 200 mecha operators. This would no doubt decrease the amount of pressure on 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Ah, leader, our regiment commander is here. Right at that moment, the JMCs and the logisticians opened the doors for Ling Lan's group of mecha operators. In the most crucial moment, they arrived on the front line right on time. Now, the original 200 or so mecha operators had another 200 added on top it. Regiment commander, you're right on time. Yang Mingji instantly regained focus. Suddenly he realized that he was not sure when, this 23-year-old regiment commander became the pillar of hope that he relied on and trusted with all his heart. Alright everyone, don't be soft. Let's take care of this Ace Mecha Clan from Helia. Ling Lan's cold voice rang through the comlink channel of 250 Ace Mecha Clan and Evil Wind Mecha Team. Her orderly and calm demeanor made the mecha operators who were anxious instantly feel more relaxed. Yes sir. 250 Ace Mecha Clan's mecha operators were after all veterans who came out on top from bloody battle in the past. Ling Lan's words instantly rose their willpower, causing them to immediately shout out in unison. With the voices of mecha operators from 250, Evil Wind also screamed out wildly. Those screams made them shed some of their fears. Before they know it, the Halian army finally entered at their beam guns range. In unplanned unison, both sides fired their beam guns. Countless mechas fell to the ground and exploded due to their beam shields depleting from the overwhelming beam attacks. Both Halia and the Federation's side had mechas fall then explode. However, because of the advantageous positions held by the Federation's mecha operators, their losses were fewer compared to their opponent in this attack. He early put down his binoculars, revealing stern expression on his face. Ni Duola continuously had sweat running down his forehead even after he continuously wiped it off. Tell me, why has their base already made preparations for our attack? He early asked softly. I don't know. Maybe it's because when their satellites suddenly stopped working, they decided to make sure everything was fine by sending out mecha operators to defend against any potential attacks, Ni Duola replied in a confused tone. When did the satellites stop working? No matter how fast they are, they still wouldn't be able to have this many mecha operators get into position and wait for us. They probably already began preparations when we left our base. Li was quite sure that such a large army of mecha operators was definitely not possible to be arranged in such a short amount of time. Is there a spy in their base? Li was somewhat dumbfounded by the situation. However, after seeing the Huaxia Federation suddenly revealed a group of 200 mecha operators who just ignored Li's other mecha groups, and instead, they went straight for Hela Ace Mecha Clan. This made Li instantly surprised. Mecha operators from the Hela Ace Mecha Clan laughed coldly as they saw that there were 200 or so mecha operators rushing towards them without a care for their own lives. They raised their weapons and began their battle with the first wave of enemies. It should be said that Hela's mecha operators were arrogant. To add on to their already arrogant nature, their arrogance was also bolstered by the fact that they had intel on Base 013. They knew that Base 013 didn't have any titled Ace Mecha operators stationed in this base. There were only standard Ace Mecha operators in Base 013. Thus, when they began their battle, they didn't think much of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Looking down on 250 Ace Mecha Clan made them pay in blood in the next second. One side used all their might while the other side only half-heartedly defended. After clashing once, Hela had already lost 30 or so mechas. Of course, 250 Ace Mecha Clan was able to do this because they had 30 or so top-level Ace operators returned to their peak. Even if it was Hela's elite mecha operators, who only used half of their power with some not even using half of their power, they were easily killed in one hit by top-level Ace mecha operators who gave it their all. Of course, it was luck and Hela's mentality that let 250 Ace Mecha Clan to have such an opportunity. If Hela's mecha operators were careful at the beginning of the clash, there would only have been 5 or 6 that would be killed instantly, not as many as 30. No, that's not possible. Li, who was watching calmly, stood up in shock. He had an expression of disbelief. How can a base with no peak-level Ace operators take out more than 30 of his mecha operators in one clash? Li felt his own heart bleeding. The elite Ace mecha operators in his mecha clan were nurtured by him using a lot of resources. He couldn't accept the fact that he had lost so many of his men in an instant. Ni Duola saw this scene, and his jaw just dropped wide open as he was stunned. Was I hallucinating just now? Shouldn't it have been them instantly killing the mecha operators from the Huaxia Federation? Why is it mecha operators from Helia? Plus, these mecha operators were from Helia's strongest Ace mecha clan, Hela. Li, who was still in disbelief, brought up his binoculars once again. He locked on to one mecha that instantly killed one of Hela's mechas. He saw it move and fly with great agility, with mecha movements that were natural and well-rounded. It was as though it wasn't a mecha, but rather a human dancing in the sky. When it clashed with a mecha from Hela, it was clear that Hela's mecha couldn't follow its opponent's movements and was less agile by a degree. After flying around like that for a short while, the small flaw that would appear on Hela's mecha piloting, which was extremely difficult to discover, and it would accurately be used by the opponent. The opponent would then destroy that Hela's mecha in one hit. Those are top-level Ace mecha operators. Now, Li finally understood why he had suffered such a huge loss. Their opponent's capabilities was stronger than their own mecha operators by a large mile. He continued to watch as a few more mecha operators from the Federation killed a few of Hela's mecha operators, and instantly made such a conclusion. Ni Duola, didn't our intel tell us that Base 013 didn't have a single peak-level Ace mecha operators? Why do they have them, and it is not just one of them? Li was livid and looked at Ni Duola angrily. It was because of the wrong intel that led to him to lose so many mecha operators. Senior Colonel Li, I also didn't know. Ni Duola took out another handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his ever-wet forehead. He didn't know why the originally weak base 013 would suddenly have so many strong mecha operators appearing among their force. What are those people doing down at the Intelligence Bureau? Heerly tossed the binoculars with great force and jumped out of his car. Senior Colonel Heerly, where are you going? Ni Duola saw that Heerly had suddenly leaving, so he quickly put his head out the window and shouted. I'm going up to take down those bastards. Heerly's angry voice rang from afar. He was not going to allow someone to show him up in front of his face. Plus, those mecha operators had destroyed many mechas from his Hella Ace mecha clan. He would not consider himself a man if he did not take revenge. Ugh, be careful. Ni Duola could only wave his right hand as an OK sign to Heerly. He sat back down into the car and picked up the binoculars Heerly had tossed away. He looked towards the mechas that were fighting with Hella Ace mecha clan, and he couldn't help but think where those strong mecha operators had come from. Those who are top-level aces, try your best to kill off more enemy mechas. For the others, if you can kill then kill them, if not then keep them busy for as long as you can. Ling Lan sneaked up on a top-level mecha operator who was busy fighting with Li Lan Feng. Then, she notified all the other members who were fighting. She was afraid her mecha operators would get too into the fight. One impulsive move would cause harm to both sides and could even cause suicide explosions. She allowed the mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha Clan into the battlefield with the intention of them reacquiring the blood-pumping feeling of a battle and returning to their glory days. She didn't lead them here to give up their lives needlessly. Although the enemy had more top-level Ace Mecha operators, Ling Lan and 30 to 40 other top-level mecha operators' hard work made the difference between their numbers shrink significantly. In other words, as long as they continue to hold on, victory would belong to them and not Helia. What they hoped for was a happy ending, but a battlefield was a cruel and unforgiving place. As time went on, there were injuries and death from 250 Ace Mecha Clan. One mecha after another were shot down, but Evil Wind Mecha Team had it even worse with almost a quarter of their mecha operators being shot down. After all, they were overall less capable than 250's mecha operators. However, these mecha operators who were born in the battlefield were still strong-willed. Even if they were shot down, they still held on to their opponent's mecha and brought them down with them. In this brutal battlefield where countless mechas were shot every second and every minute, 2 mechas from the Federation silently crept to the ground level. They slowly moved towards one of the Federation's mechas that were shot down. Look out, Luo Chao. Their movement had been discovered by one of the Helia's mecha flying above them, and a beam of light shot straight towards them. Li Shiyu didn't even think for a movement and kicked Luo Chao's mecha away from the shot. Boom! Luo Chao's original location was instantly struck by a beam of light, causing rubble to be sent flying, which blocked the Helia's mecha view. Right as he was wanted to wait for the dust to settle to regain his vision, he suddenly saw 2 beams shooting towards him from 2 different directions. These 2 beams instantly locked up the position he could dodge towards. The special class mecha operator from Helia quickly turned on his beam shield, preparing to take the shots head-on. In theory, the beam shield should be able to take 3 beam attacks. Bang! One beam instantly depleted his beam shield. In the next instant, the other beam instantly exploded his cockpit. The mecha began to have black smoke come out of his cockpit as his mecha fell towards the ground. It smashed into the ground, creating a dust cloud. Nice shot, elder brother Shiyu. Luo Chao's voice of admiration rang through the comlink channel. Li Shiyu looked at the seemingly standard beam gun in his mecha hand. His expression showed a hint of admiration. I didn't think that the beam gun Chang Xinyuan had invented would be this powerful. Its power has nearly tripled. Beam shields could only endure 1 attack from this beam gun. For any mecha operators, this beam gun would be considered a nightmare. Elder brother Xinyuan's invention are always good to use. Our mecha's beam shields have also been increased in power. Without at least 8 or 10 shots from the Federation's standard beam guns, its energy wouldn't be depleted at all. Luo Chao also admired Chang Xinyuan. If it wasn't for the fact that elder brother Xinyuan hadn't discovered material that could automatically absorb energy, the beam shields wouldn't have become our strongest defensive equipment. He's always too eccentric, Li Shiyu smirked. It was only people like him who could invent things that could bring about awe in people one after the other. Why talk about others when you're like this as well, elder brother Shiyu? Luo Chao smiled. Li Shiyu actually had the audacity to mock Chang Xinyuan. In 250 Ace Mecha Clan, he and Chang Xinyuan were the only crazy inventors, and Li Shiyu's name was even more feared than Chang Xinyuan. Of course, Luo Chao didn't understand why was that though, as her elder brother Shiyu was so nice and caring. Yes, although those medicinal agents are terrifying, they are still for everyone's benefit, aren't they? Luo Chao was this type of person. If she believed someone to be good, she would not comprehend why people would think otherwise. Li Shiyu was like this, and so was Ling Lan. In Luo Chao's mind, although boss Ling Lan was cold and was ruthless to his friends, he was also doing it for the benefit of everyone. Why is everyone afraid boss Lan? Luo Chao clearly knew that she wasn't afraid of Ling Lan. However, every time she sees Ling Lan, she would become timid, shy, and not know what to say. Every time after Ling Lan leaves her vicinity, Luo Chao would be saddened at her own behavior. Isn't she perfectly normal at other times? Why must she be like that when boss is around? This is so annoying. Although the two of them were talking, they didn't stop moving. They arrived beside a Federation's mecha that had its chest area completely destroyed. Li Shiyu checked it and said, "Not bad." Although the mecha cockpit was hit hard, there wasn't any significant damage. The mecha operator inside should still have signs of life. Hearing this, Luo Chao piloted her mecha and took out the cockpit of the mecha on the ground. She lightly held it in her mecha's hand. This truly tested Luo Chao's mecha operating abilities. She couldn't use too much force because the pressure the cockpit could take was very low. If she used too much force, it would damage the cockpit even more. However, she too little strength either, otherwise she wouldn't be able to hold on to the cockpit, causing the mecha to fall out of her hand, which might potentially damage it even more. This level of force must be kept constant while she flew around her mecha or did other movements. In other words, although this type of action seemed to be easy, it actually tested the accuracy of a mecha operator. However, Luo Chao's finger movement speed probably couldn't reach the level of an ace operator. Her accuracy, however, was similar to a standard ace operator's. This was why Li Shiyu was not worried in letting Luo Chao be responsible for the recovery of the cockpit. Just like that, Li Shiyu and Luo Chao didn't participate in the battle. Instead, they looked for mecha operators from the Federation who could still be saved on the ground. They knew very well what their responsibilities were. Killing their enemies was indeed important and meant earning merits, but saving the lives of a comrade was also equally as important. Especially in the eyes of a doctor, this was even more important than merits that could be gained from a battle. Here Li's mecha was stationed at the very back of the Helia's transport group, so he got onto another multi-terrain vehicle and quickly drove towards the mecha docking line, while also being somewhat irritated. If he had known beforehand that Base 013 had such strong mecha operators, he wouldn't just watch the battle from afar, and would have instead, get on his mecha and smash some Federation's dogs personally. Plus, if he was there fighting, it would have been much easier for him to control situation himself. Not long after, a huge mecha walked out from a large truck in the transport group. Finally, with the roar of its engines, it flew up into the sky and quickly went towards the battlefield. While flying, he was also contacting 3 mecha teams that were stopping the reinforcements from the nearby bases, asking them to return here as soon as possible. However, their current situation made he early not know whether he should be feeling happy or depressed. It was because he was right in predicting that the 3 bases near Base 013 would send out reinforcements. However, it was also because he was right that those 3 mecha teams would not be able to return anymore. They were indeed stopping the reinforcements, but at the same time, they were also stopping themselves. Shit. He could only swear loudly, but he wasn't going to force the issue. He believed that even if those three teams couldn't return, they could still defeat their opponent. When Li was watching the battle, he had already realized the threat that mysterious mecha team posed to Hela, even if that team had only 200 or so mecha operators. Although at the beginning they were caught with their pants down, and lost almost 200 mecha operators, they still had 400 or so left. Additionally, with him going on to the battlefield would definitely the odds into their favor. However, without the help of the three mecha teams, his mecha clan would still pay a hefty price to take down their opponent. After thinking about this point, Li began to be frustrated again. This was most loss Hela Ace mecha clan had taken ever since it had been established. All of this was because of getting the wrong intel about the strength of base 013. Li was prepared to kick everyone off the intelligence bureau for not doing their job properly after taking out base 013. He wasn't just going to swallow his frustration and have them possibly killing more of his countrymen needlessly. Boss, a golden plate mecha has appeared at the back lines of the enemy forces. Little Four's eyes and ears were everywhere, so he immediately discovered Li's mecha. Zoom in. Ling Lan kicked away one mecha, managing to kick it towards Li Lanfeng, who had just defeated a mecha. Li Lanfeng tacitly rose up his cold weapon and sliced with great force. He easily hit the unsuspecting mecha operator's cockpit, who was still trying his best to balance his mecha. After the cockpit took such heavy damage, the mecha operator inside was instantly severely injured from the impact. His mecha fell towards the ground uncontrollably, creating a large explosion as his mecha landing on the hard ground. If a Helia's mecha body exploded, the mecha operator would not have any chance of survival. The two of them took out one elite ace mecha together, and yet they hadn't even looked at each other a single time. This kind of mutual understanding was, as luck would have it, developed from the time when they were still considered rabbit and leopard in the mecha world. Now, as they spent more time together, their cohesiveness between them began to recover to its former glory. They didn't need to speak or make eye contact, and each of them could naturally do what the other needed them to do. Little Four heard Ling Lan's orders and immediately zoomed in on Li's mecha. As expected, there was a golden plate on its right arm, along with more flowers on its chest compared to other Halian mecha. A leader's mecha. No, it's an even higher level one. A regiment commander's mecha. Ling Lan instantly concluded Li's identity based on the clue Little Four gave her. It was the same as her mecha. Beside the number 250, there was an elegantly written 1, indicating her mecha was the regiment commander's mecha. Ling Lan had been fighting these mecha operators for quite some time. She was both relieved and worried. She was relieved because none of the mecha operators were beyond the top-level stage, reaching the imperial level that would pressure her ace mecha operators indefinitely. On the other hand, she also knew clearly that the person leading these elite and top-level ace mecha operators was definitely an imperial mecha operator. Even if he wasn't one, that person would probably had already reached pseudo-imperial level, which would still be an admirable foe. Seeing the opposition's regiment commander appearing in her sights, Ling Lan immediately held firmament and flew past everything elegantly. In a single moment, she had arrived at the backlines of the enemy forces. Li's eyes narrowed. Ling Lan's seemingly simple movements actually made him feel a great amount of pressure. His opponent managed to find a clear path among countless enemy mechas. Not only was Ling Lan's spatial awareness better than most, her piloting skills had reached the point of having zero mistakes. Li knew very well that this type of piloting was not possible by someone on the ace level. Even if someone was halfway into the imperial level, they still wouldn't be able to do something like that. Imperial level? Or perhaps pseudo-imperial level? Pseudo-imperial level individuals were at the imperial level, but they still had a few flaws, so they didn't reach that level yet. However, they still belonged to the imperial level, so they were still on a completely different level compared to the ace level. Li and Ling Lan both had similar conclusions about each other. Both of them couldn't be certain whether their opponent was imperial level or a pseudo-imperial level. However, no matter what level they were, they look at each other as worthy opponents. The two of them simultaneously lifted their cold weapons. Heerly held a large broadsword in his hands while Ling Lan held a long and thin straight sword. Looking at the thicknesses and widths of the swords, most would be worried about Ling Lan. With Ling Lan's sword's thickness and width, she would definitely not be able to defend against a full-force attack from her opponent. Heerly also felt this way, so he immediately lifted up his large sword and ruthlessly slashed towards Ling Lan. Everyone thought Ling Lan would dodge, but instead, Ling Lan held firmament in her hand firmly and clashed with the sword. Bang! The sound of the metallic swords clashing was enough to cause people who didn't wear thick enough ear muffs to become nearly deaf. However, their next move instantly drew the attention of those fighting around them. Ling Lan's firmament was curved slightly from the pressure of Heerly's large sword. However, no matter how much Heerly pushed, firmament still remained intact. There was no sign of it snapping and it also didn't curve anymore. Just like that, it blocked the broadsword that was 2 to 3 times heavier and thicker than it. What kind of metal is that? Heerly's expression changed slightly. It's actually that tough. It seemed there wasn't such a metal in Helia. Ling Lan's eyes flickered, as her fingers danced around elegantly. Her mecha pushed towards Heerly and sent him flying back a few meters. Such strength. Heerly's eyes narrowed again. It should be known that mechas had a fixed amount of power they could exert. To be able to get past the fixed amount and create so much power required his opponent to do many vibration tests. To be able to do something in an instant, his opponent's finger speed had probably already reached a terrifying speed. Heerly began to get his guard up. Piloting with finger speeds like that was something that he had previously believed to be impossible. After sending Heerly back, Ling Lan raised her firmament and ruthlessly sliced towards her opponent. Changing from being on the defensive to going on the offensive only takes an instant to do. Heerly was the attacker in the beginning, but now, in an instant, he became the one defending. This seemingly simple change of offense and defense could actually be perceived as the two of them adapting to change of pace. At the end of this exchange, Ling Lan was clearly slightly stronger than her opponent. Ling Lan's quick barrage of attacks were all blocked off by Heerly. Now, Ling Lan had confirmed her opponent's mecha piloting level. He wasn't a veteran Imperial operator who had been at the Imperial level for many years. Instead, he was a newbie just like her and had only reached Imperial level not long ago. This realization made Ling Lan feel much more relieved. Ling Lan was afraid that would face against someone like Qi Yaoyang, who had entered Imperial level for many years and had already grasped the secrets of the Imperial level. Once these people become her enemy, Ling Lan believed that the person who would die in a confrontation would be her and not her opponent. The route of mutual destruction also wasn't viable, not like when she did the examination for the activation of her battle team. Veteran Imperial operators like Qi Yaoyang would definitely not give her that kind of chance on a real battlefield. This was the difference between a veteran and newbie Imperial operators. The invincible Heerly was actually stopped by a nameless mecha operator from the Federation. It even seemed that Heerly was at a disadvantage. All of the mecha operators from Hela Ace Mecha clan saw this, and they were all stunned. Is there actually someone on the battlefield who is stronger than their regiment commander? Heerly was a famous figure in Helia. He had participated in dozens of battles, and had never lost any of those battles before. Compared to the surprise of Hela Ace Mecha clan, everyone from 250 Mecha clan got fired up when they saw their regiment commander pressuring the enemy's regiment commander. Many who were originally pressured by their opponents and were in danger, actually managed to salvage their situation, and some even turned the tides into their favor. This was how a battle between two opposing regiment commanders would affect their men, by affecting the willpower of the two clans fighting with each other. The side whose regiment commander was at an advantage would definitely have stronger fighting spirit and higher morale. The side whose regiment commander was at a disadvantage would have their entire clan become demotivated, making them not be able to give their 100% during their battles. Although Heerly seemed calm on the surface, but internally he was panicking. He didn't think that the nameless and unvalued base 013 would actually have such a strong mecha clan hidden within it. He also couldn't believe that the regiment commander of that clan was even more capable than him. I can't lose. Heerly knew very well that if he were to be defeated, Ni Duola would not have the courage to continue the attack. Then, it would mean that this entire operation would have been all for naught. Heerly was the person in charge of this attack, so he knew very well what price Helia had invested into this attack. If he lost, he couldn't even imagine what punishments he would face when he goes back home. Therefore, he couldn't lose, and he must win convincingly. Heerly, who was on his wits' end, bit his lip as he saw Ling Lan coming at him once again with firmament. However, he didn't choose to dodge or block like the previous clashes, he instead sidestepped the attack. Then, his left hand snaked its way onto the sword, wanting to grab onto the Ruthless sword. Empty-handed weapon grab. Although this technique was originally from the Huaxia Federation, almost all of the mecha operators from every country had managed to grasp this technique. Of course, there weren't many who could actually use the technique well. When the mecha operators, who were watching their fight from the beginning, saw the empty-handed weapon grab, they actually slowed everything they were doing. They all wanted to know whether or not Heerly was going to succeed or not. Although the empty-handed weapon grab technique was a well-known technique, the level designation of this technique had reached S level. It was the only S-level technique that the Federation had let the public know about. Having an S-level designation meant that it wasn't something that could be easily learned just by practicing it. If an individual was not able to actually understand the secrets of the empty-handed weapon grab, they would fail at each attempt in using it. Most mecha operators didn't dare to use this technique because once they fail, they might have to pay the price with their lives, and of course, no one dared to use their life to experiment. Ling Lan threw Heerly intention, and she just smirked. Firmament didn't change in any its direction, and it ruthlessly stabbed towards Heerly. I caught it. Heerly felt his left hand holding onto the narrow sword and was overjoyed. He didn't hesitate as his right hand went straight for Ling Lan's cockpit. Right at that moment, a soft, shing sound was heard by everyone. Firmament easily went through Heerly's palm, cutting some parts off while it went its way. However, because the parts were too small, everyone spectating couldn't see what they were. Everyone just knew that the sharp blade had sliced something off. After piercing to the longest length, Ling Lan twisted the firmament in her hand and got it out of her opponent's palm. Heerly had without a doubt failed the empty-handed weapon grab. Only Heerly knew what parts had fallen off just then. His right hand had already clenched into a fist, so everyone couldn't discover that his left fist actually had no fingers. Heerly now understood why Ling Lan wasn't afraid of his empty-handed weapon grab. It was because his sword was not only heavy and tough, it also had a sharp property that all other large cold weapons didn't have. Heerly's left hand had failed, but he didn't give up hope. The attack from his right hand was his main priority. No matter his left hand failed or succeeded, its task was completed as it locked down the place his opponent could dodge towards. Heerly believed that he had successfully forced Ling Lan into a position where she couldn't dodge his right fist. However, what he didn't know was that Ling Lan wasn't planning on dodging in the first place. Bang! Ling Lan held firmament in front of her and blocked her opponent's strong attack. A clear sound of metal breaking was heard. Crack! A soft cracking sound was heard at the place where the two weapons had clashed. Heerly's heart dropped as he saw through his peripheral vision the location where Ling Lan's narrow sword had hit on his sword. He saw a thin crack running from the edge of the sword to the tip of the sword had actually appeared on his large sword. On top of that, his sword also had a part of it chipped off at the location where the two swords clashed. The crack was formed from the chipped area. Heerly was stunned. He had only just discovered that other than the chipped area, his sword had no other areas that were chipped. It meant that when the opponent was attacking him, no matter how he blocked, his opponent had struck his sword at the same area. This was the main reason his sword had a crack appear on it, and he only just realized this. This was enough to determine that his opponent's mecha piloting skills was pure and flawless. While Heerly was stunned, Ling Lan's next attack had arrived, giving Heerly no time to think as he instinctively blocked with his large sword again. Bam! He-Erli's large sword suddenly cracked in half. The upper half of the sword fell and stabbed into the ground. It instantly dug into the ground, and only had 30 centimeters left on the hilt. It turns out that Ling Lan had hit the chipped area once again. After being struck at so many times, the large sword could no longer endure such a hard hit, and it split in half. Ah! All the mecha operators from Hela noticed this, and they couldn't help but shout in surprise. Their regiment commander's sword was actually split in half by someone. It was even more of a surprise when they knew that their regiment commander's sword was specially forged and was almost impossible to break. Ling Lan constantly attacked the same area of her opponent's weapon by using Firmament's specialty, before it finally broke her opponent's weapon. When Ling Lan saw the weapon being chopped in half, she shifted Firmament backwards and sliced it towards He-Erli's cockpit like a flash of light. If He-Erli was only a top-level ace operator, it would have been impossible for him to dodge her attack. However, he was after all an operator who had entered the Imperial level. Even though he was piloting an ace mecha, his Imperial level mecha piloting capabilities allowed him to dodge the dangerous attack. Ling Lan didn't think much of her missed attack. If Imperial operators were so easy to kill, Imperial level operators wouldn't be restricted by each country to go on the battlefield. When Ling Lan saw her opponent dodge her attack, she didn't give up as Firmament just continued to slice towards her opponent once again. Without a cold weapon to block, He-Erli could only dodge for his life. He knew he couldn't continue like dodging because he will eventually make a mistake in dodging. Only a successful counterattack could get him out of this disadvantageous situation. He-Erli was a decisive person. Instead of waiting to fail, he decided to fight to the end. His eyes instantly became sharp as he continued to dodge Ling Lan's pinpoint attacks. He then suddenly saw an error in Ling Lan's judgment. Originally, each of her hit was directed towards a vital point on his body, making him not dare to make any large movements. However, her current attack's trajectory was towards his left shoulder area. For a human body, it was perhaps a vital point, but for mechas that was not the case. Chance. He-Erli didn't choose to completely concentrate on dodging this time. When he piloted mecha to dodge Ling Lan's incoming attack, his right hand sprang backwards. At the same time, a long beam gun from his back suddenly unlocked from its holster, falling right into his mecha's right hand. Shing! The joint connecting shoulder and the left arm of He-Erli's mecha was hit hard by Ling Lan's Firmament. The immense force and the sharpness coming from Firmament was actually able to cleanly slice through the joint because the material for the joint was made of a flexible and not so durable material. The left arm of He-Erli's mecha was cut off before it quickly dropped to the ground. Another reason why it was able to be cut was because He-Erli was piloting an ace mecha. If it was an Imperial mecha, no matter how sharp the edge of the Firmament was, it would still be unable to cut through the shield of an Imperial mecha, not to mention cutting off an arm in one sword swing. However, the spectating mecha operators didn't know about this information, especially those from Hela. Those whose mentality were not as strong and saw their usually invincible regiment commander get his mecha's arm cut off actually began to panic, resulting in them making a lot of mistakes in their mecha piloting. If the mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha Clan were only a newbie ace operators or no-brain operators, they might not have noticed those small mistakes. However, the mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha Clan were all people from various divisions who had fought through hundreds of battles. Although some of them still haven't recovered to their full potential for certain reasons, they still had experience and insight they could rely on to take advantage of those mistakes. They were considered to be the best of the best ace mecha operators, so they would definitely not miss out on such an opportunity. After taking advantage of the opportunities that were given to them, they used their strongest techniques and destroyed their opponents' mechas instantly. Now, the situation seemed to be more in 250 Ace Mecha Clan's favor. The 30 or so strongest mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha Clan were even taking on more than one opponent at a time. However, with the pressure lessening on the other mecha operators, they were now able to take on 2 opponents at a time, which lessened the burden on the 30 or so strongest mecha operator. The hard work of the others mecha operators gave these 30 or so mecha operators the chance to fight one-on-one, so by fighting just one opponent at a time, they were able to take out their single opponents easily, then they pounced towards the other mecha operators to reduce the pressure off their comrades. It should be said that the battle up until now, the morale on Hylia's side was already at an all-time low. On the other side, almost all of the mecha operators from the base who had come out to protect the base were full of fighting spirit. After seeing the situation shifting towards base 013's side, Hyli became very scared and terrified of what was going to happen next. He didn't want to take the shame and disgrace from losing a battle when he returns. In his dictionary, there wasn't the word failure. There was only win, win, win. Although his mecha lost its left arm, Hyli still got his beam gun. The only reason Hyli was willing to pay the price to get his beam gun out was because his specialty was long-range attacks and not close combat. Thus, Hyli didn't think that losing his left arm would affect him too much. Of course, Hyli didn't think his opponent's weapon was so sharp that it could cut off his mecha's left arm, when he thought it would only damage it. After slicing her opponent's left arm off, Ling Lan continued to move forward, planning to acquire the fruits of her labor. However, her opponent's mecha suddenly sidestepped and kicked something towards her. He actually kicked his mecha's left arm towards her like a football. The immense force behind the kick alongside with the arm's weight actually caused the air to whistle as it went straight towards Ling Lan's cockpit. Seeing the arm coming towards her, Ling Lan had no choice but to stop her next attack and dodge the flying arm as a cockpit's outer shell was quite weak, so Ling Lan had to be careful about things aiming for her cockpit area. Although she lost the chance to completely take down her opponent by choosing to dodge instead of pursuing Hyli, she was not unhappy about it as there were enemies everywhere. Making one small mistake here could cause her to lose her life, and Ling Lan didn't dare to gamble with that. Ling Lan's movement gave her opponent an opportunity to come back in this fight. Hyli immediately piloted his mecha and backed up quickly. He wanted to increase the distance between him and Ling Lan for him to feel at ease to use long-range attacks to snipe at Ling Lan. Right as he was backing up quickly, one Federation's mecha that was in battle, suddenly ran from his opponent. Then, the large sword in that mecha's hand quickly sliced towards Hyli's cockpit. This attack was too sudden. Hyli was not prepared for someone to not care about his own safety, and decided to ambush him instead. Danger! When Hyli had discovered the attack, the sword was already about to pierce through his cockpit. Hyli's nerves instantly steeled and his finger speeds reached a new height. In a life-or-death situation, Hyli suddenly broke through the cap on his finger speed that he had not gotten past in a long time. Hyli's mecha suddenly made a strange move. It was as though it had crashed into something and sidestepped away. The large sword that was near his cockpit had only reached the metal outer shell, leaving a terrifying scar, but luckily, it did not damage the cockpit. In other words, Hyli had successfully dodged this sure-kill attack. Hellas mecha operators were overjoyed that their regiment commander had gotten out of that dangerous situation. Even Hyli was overjoyed in his own mind. If he hadn't broken through just now, he might have had a big problem. Hyli, who was relieved, wanted to see who had ambushed him. He only saw a number 6 behind the numbers 250 on the chest plate of that mecha. Before he could think about it, the optical supercomputer in his cockpit suddenly sprang up with warnings and alarms: locked on, evade. Locked on, evade. Hyli suddenly realized it. He didn't even think and just crazily did what he could to pilot his mecha away. His finger speeds had reached a speed where his fingers were no longer visible. Right as the mecha began to dodge, 3 beam attacks had simultaneously hit his cockpit. Ling Lan coldly put down the beam gun in her hands and said softly, "Your opponent is me. If you forget, then you must pay the price." Right as Ling Lan finished speaking, a bang was heard. A loud explosion sound rang through the air as Hyli's mecha began to explode in midair. In that instant, a 3-meter-long and 2-meter-in-wide oval object flew out of the fire and explosion. Ling Lan aimed her beam gun at the oval object and pulled down the trigger without any hesitation. It was the cockpit. In the instant of the explosion, he actually managed to eject his cockpit from his mecha and live. His skill in mecha piloting along with his fearless attitude was proof of his capabilities. Ling Lan was not going to allow such a strong enemy to get away from her. Ling Lan's personality was like this. She would either not do it or do it all the way by killing her opponent and getting rid of any possible future problems. The nurturing she got in the learning space for more than 20 years finally nurtured a ruthless side out of Ling Lan. Bang! The beam hit the cockpit, and it exploded once again. Ling Lan however did not relax, and instead became even more stern. She began to frown because she didn't think that the Halian mecha operators would be willing to sacrifice their lives by blocking her shots from hitting their regiment commander. They used their lives in exchange for the life of their regiment commander. Their sacrifice saved the unprotected cockpit that could be destroyed with one hit. Ling Lan decisively started shooting again. The beam gun in her hand was wildly shooting bullets and countless beams were slowly closing in on the cockpit on the ground. Bang, 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 but before the beams could hit the cockpit, they were all intercepted by Helia's mecha operators. In order to intercept these beams, they even stopped caring about their own battle. They would rather be hit by their opponents to save their regiment commander. However, Ling Lan's beam attacks were not completely intercepted. In the end, there were still 4 beam shots that had gone past those mecha operators and were going straight for the cockpit. He who was laying in the cockpit and holding on to dear life, heard the cockpit's optical supercomputer begin to warn him with the locked-on alarm once again. He had a look of despair on his face. He knew that with his cockpit's current condition, even one beam was enough to turn him into dust, not to mention 4. Bang! One mecha suddenly flew up from behind the cockpit without caring for his life to face directly against the 4 beam. The immense energy from the beams caused the mecha to immediately explode, creating countless debris which fell onto the ground. Right after the explosion, a captain-level Halian mecha with 3 flowers on its chest plate, grabbed the cockpit and quickly flew towards their backline. At the same time, the Halian mecha operators received Ni Duola's orders to begin attacking the Federation with all their might. This made those mecha operator from the Federation unable to have any time to chase down Hierli. As for Hierli's Hela Ace mecha clan, they didn't even need the orders. They immediately intercepted those from the Federation without any regards for their lives, creating an impenetrable wall of mechas to safeguard the captain who saved their regiment commander. Even if Ling Lan wanted to chase him down, she would perhaps be held back by the wall. Knowing this, Ling Lan could only put down her beam gun regrettably. She watched as Hierli successfully get away from her. Although she couldn't kill the regiment commander, the scene of their regiment commander being forced to eject his cockpit and needing sacrifices from his subordinate to get away would still affect the morale of Helia's forces. Hela Ace Mecha clan also no longer had the desire to fight. Just like that, Helia's forces continued to fight as they retreated out of Base 013's territory. Ling Lan led all of her mecha operators to continue to chase them towards the outer border of the base and then ordered them to stop chasing. After losing the connection with satellites, Little 4 couldn't confirm whether Helia's forces had anything else up their sleeves. Faced with an area that she couldn't completely control, Ling Lan didn't want to take the risk in the case they get ambushed. Plus, although Base 013 had won this battle, the price they had paid for this victory was still heavy. They had almost lost 3 teams of mecha operators. For Ling Lan, this battle was a hard-fought battle. If she didn't accidentally defeat the enemy's strongest mecha operator which brought down Halian army's morale, then victor of this battle would still be unknown. The large amount of injuries and deaths made Ling Lan feel sad. She immediately ordered everyone to do a search and rescue. The mecha operators who were shot down would have a higher chance of living the earlier they were saved. This was also one of the reasons why Ling Lan was willing to give up on chasing the enemy. All uninjured mecha operators work on search and rescue. Ling Lan ordered coldly. Yes, sir. The mecha operators replied with surprise. Normally after a battle, they would return to the base and rest. A search and rescue was usually the responsibility of the logistics department, which had nothing to do with them. They didn't think that Base 013's new commanding officer would actually order all of the mecha operators do a search and rescue. This made them feel comforted about the thoughtfulness of Ling Lan, which immensely improved their impression of Ling Lan. After all, no one knew who the next mecha operator that would be shot down would be. It could be someone else or themselves. When the injured are rescued by so many more people, perhaps, the ones doing the rescuing would be the ones needing the rescue next time. Right as the mecha operators began to do a search and rescue, they saw a convoy suddenly came out from the base. It was a group of medic uniformed soldiers and logistics personnel. The logistics personnel were busy transporting items. Some were on logistics mechas and began to build something. Not long after, a simple temporary surgery treatment room had been built. The base's logistics department managed to build an emergency surgery treatment room on the battlefield only 10 minutes after the battle. This sight was before seen in Base 013. Every mecha operator knew sending severely injured and near-death patients to the treatment room right after the battle was without a doubt the best course of action. This time, they not only looked at Ling Lan with a warm feeling in their hearts, but also respect. These mecha operators knew that all of this was brought to them by their regiment commander Ling. Right then, two special class mechas slowly landed. The cockpit suddenly opened and two mecha operators jumped out from it. They quickly ran towards the temporary surgery treatment room. They took off their mecha operator's protective vest as they ran. These two were Li Shiyu and Luo Chao, who had quietly taken the cockpits of the Federation mecha operators, who were on the brink of death, from the battlefield. After reaching the door of the treatment room, they saw a familiar silhouette. That person was standing there while holding white cloaks in her hands. Seeing Li Shiyu and Luo Chao arrive, that person handed them the cloaks in her hands. "Hey, Shuya, you're here too?" Luo Chao shouted with surprise. "Yeah, wherever needs me, I will be there. Now we're just waiting for you too," smiled Han Shuya. Li Shiyu nodded towards Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu was the most talented Eastern medic in the logistics department. If Luo Chao or Han Shuya were busy, Li Shiyu would have him as his assistant. It seemed that Lin Zhongqing, who was in charge of the base, knew what was needed in his department. He didn't waste Zhou Yu's talents and sent him to assist them. However, the logistics department of 250 were all talented. Any one of the individuals in it could take the role of an emergency medic, so Li Shiyu was not afraid that he would not get someone to boss around. With the help of all the mecha operators, the search and rescue proceeded quickly and efficiently. Not only did they save the injured mecha operators from dying needlessly, but they also found many mecha operators from Helia who managed to survive. As a humanitarian, Ling Lan would, of course, choose to rescue them. However, they had to wait until all the mecha operators from the Federation were treated first before it was their turn. It was up to them whether they were able to last until then. Ling Lan sat in her cockpit and looked at the busy logisticians below her. She quietly arranged the patrols and asked Little Four to use radio signals to supervise their surroundings. This was to prevent Helia from returning. As she was observing everything silently and vigilantly, a familiar mecha flashed past her screen. Li Lan Feng. Ling Lan gritted her teeth. This bastard was still operating his mecha. Yes, Regiment Commander. Li Lan Feng felt frustrated when he got caught. Why did I let my mecha enter Ling Lan's sights? You are injured, so why aren't you getting treatment? Ling Lan questioned him. Li Lan Feng was the one who almost succeeded in taking down attacked Hierli. But, he paid a huge price for his recklessness. He took the impact of two heavy blows from Hierli. One of the blows came close to his cockpit. Luckily, his cockpit was not damaged, but the residual force from the blow was still enough to injure Li Lan Feng. My injury is nothing. Shiyu needs to attend to more serious patients, Li Lan Feng replied quickly. He mustn't let Ling Lan know that he was seriously injured. If not, he would die a terrible death. Li Lanfeng didn't go back to the base to recuperate because he realized the secret Ling Lan had mentioned about the qi exercises. They were not only useful for recuperation, but they could also let the mecha operator regain his strength and energy after operating his mecha for a long period of time. Li Lanfeng was elated at his finding. Li Lanfeng had specter abilities as he was born with powerful spiritual power. He used his spiritual power when using his domain and not his domain energy like Ling Lan and his other friends. Li Lanfeng knew what it meant to him if he could replenish his spiritual power during a battle. Once he mastered this technique, he would be able to fight for longer periods of time. This advantage might not be apparent when he fights with someone much weaker or stronger than him, but when his opponent was on par with him, this advantage would be a decisive factor. Li Lanfeng had found this secret, so he didn't want to go back to the base. He operated his mecha and started experimenting with this newfound technique. Li Lanfeng had a natural talent in multitasking, so after some time, he was able to understand how he could operate his mecha while practicing the qi exercises. He was so happy that he forgot to evade Ling Lan. That was why he accidentally appeared in Ling Lan's sights, and hence got caught by her. Ling Lan was not satisfied with his reply. She said coldly, "Even if it's just a small injury, we don't need an injured person to carry out the rescue mission. Go back to the base immediately and get treatment." Did this bastard forget about his weak body? If he gained some hidden trauma because of this, all her efforts in the past few years would be in vain. Li Lanfeng looked scheming and reliable, but in actual fact, he was as worrisome as Qi Long and Luo Lang. Li Lanfeng detected Ling Lan's emotions. He felt that his injuries were not serious, so he really didn't need any treatment, but he didn't dare to say so. Everyone in Ling Tian battle team knew that once their boss made a decision, he wouldn't let anyone go against it. "Yes, Regiment Commander." Li Lanfeng had no choice but to listen to Ling Lan. He controlled his mecha and quickly entered the base. Ling Lan rubbed her temples as she sighed in her heart. When she looked up again, the tiredness in her eyes just now was gone. She resumed her cold expression. It was as if her emotions never change. 4 hours passed. The sky started to turn dark. In the operation room, the logisticians had already hung a few lamps on top of the tents. Li Shiyu never stopped working for these past 4 hours as no one was able to replace him. Those with small injuries were taken by other people, while the ones who were sent to him were those on the brink of death. Li Shiyu was like a god of life that was fighting with Hades for the life of the person lying in front of him. Finally, Li Shiyu ended his last operation. When the patient got carried away, Li Shiyu picked up a new surgical knife instinctively, but a gentle small hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. "Brother Shiyu, the operations have all ended." Luo Chao's voice sounded beside him. Li Shiyu looked up in a daze. He suddenly felt dizzy before he fell towards the ground. As he was falling, 2 small arms caught him. The small arms seemed weak, but they were able to hold him up. Li Shiyu closed his eyes. He had been looking down for a long time, so when he raised his head up again, he felt dizzy. It was normal. He just needed some rest. When the dizziness subsided, Li Shiyu opened his eyes. He smiled at Luo Chao, who was holding him. "I'm fine." Luo Chao didn't say anything. She looked at Li Shiyu's pale face and took out an agent from her bag. Li Shiyu smiled. He gave Luo Chao and Han Shuya that strength recovery agent because he was afraid that something would happen to them. That agent would be able to save a person, as long as the person still had his last breath. It even had the ability to regrow an amputated limb. For the ladies, this agent had anti-aging effects too, an irresistible effect one might add. As long as a lady drinks this potion, she would maintain her looks for her entire life. She would only age when her life had reached its end. The ingredient of this agent was the amazing plant they found during their land clearing mission. He named this ingredient the Nuwa plant. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he was only able to make 20 such agents using the available Nuwa plant. He gave 10 of them to Ling Lan and threw 5 to his asshole of a brother so he could improve his health quicker. At the start of this mission, he passed Luo Chao and Han Shuya 1 agent each, and kept the other 3 agents for himself. He had told Han Shuya and Luo Chao about the effects of the 2 agents before and the price those agents will get. Although they were not priceless, they could still fetch a few hundred millions of credits, so he didn't expect Luo Chao to pass her agent to him so nonchalantly. However, Li Shiyu also felt a little speechless as he didn't know if he should be happy or angry. Should he be glad that he was more important than the agent, or should he be angry that Luo Chao gave away the agent he created so easily? We can't waste this agent like this, Li Shiyu finally sighed and said. He raised his hand and pushed Luo Chao's hand back. In the past, he thought that Luo Lang was stupid because Luo Chao took all of his intelligence away. Now, he finally understood that stupidity was a trait in both siblings. Luo Chao's stupidity, however, was not shown in her intelligence. It was in other areas. When Li Shiyu was thinking up to this point, he was stunned by a sudden realization. Isn't a recovery agent supposed to be used by someone sick like me? So, why would it be a waste to use it on me? Am I the stupid one? He thought before shaking his head to get rid of these thought-provoking thoughts. Based on my condition, I just need a normal recovery agent. It will be a waste if it is used on me. Li Shiyu took out a normal recovery agent from the first aid kit beside Luo Chao. He opened it and drank it in one gulp. If he really drank that agent, his heart would ache for a few months. After all, there were only 20 of those agents in the world. Luo Chao thought for a moment and stuffed the agent back into her bag. Li Shiyu had been working for 4 hours, so Luo Chao felt that it was only right for him to take the best recovery agent. But, since Li Shiyu rejected it, Luo Chao decided to listen to him. After all, Li Shiyu is a military doctor, right? All the seriously injured patients were all finished being treated, so the medical department swiftly went back to the base. At the end of the day, this was the battlefield. It wasn't as safe as their base. Ling Lan waited for all the logisticians to go back to the base before bringing all the mecha operators back to the base. She shuffled her legs back to her office tiredly. The moment she opened the door, she saw a tiring sight. It was Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng knew who was coming the moment he heard Ling Lan's footsteps. He smiled and stood up. You are back. Yes. Ling Lan replied lightly. She took off her military cap and plopped on the sofa in front of her desk. Li Lanfeng suddenly walked up to her and passed a folder to Ling Lan. This is an estimation of casualties of the battle just now. Lin Zhongqing and his team are still collating the exact numbers. They will need another hour to finish everything up. Ling Lan took the folder from Li Lanfeng's hands and scanned through it quickly. Shocking numbers kept popping in front of her eyes. A rough estimate of 7,600 people. Ling Lan's fingers turned white as she held the folder tightly. 5 entire mecha clans were sacrificed in this battle. This is the battlefield. Ling Lan finally understood how cruel war was. One battle in this war did not kill 100 or a few hundred people. It killed thousands of people. It looks like a lot, but if you distribute it among the hundreds of mecha clans in this base, each mecha clan only sacrificed around 80 people, and that is not even the size of a team, Li Lanfeng explained. 80 people is not a lot. Ling Lan slammed her hands on the desk and stood up. She shouted, aren't 7,600 people many? That is 5 mecha clans and almost 40 mecha operators in 250. Li Lanfeng looked at her calmly. So what? Ling Lan just stared at Li Lanfeng for a few seconds, before she slowly sat down. Yes, so what? As long as this war continued, the casualties would only increase. More and more people would die here until the war ended. Ling Lan sank into the sofa silently as she pondered over something. Li Lanfeng sat beside her. Both of them didn't move or talk. Ling Lan suddenly said, Leopard, I hate people dying needlessly. I hate war. Yes. Li Lanfeng muttered in reply. It seemed like an answer, or he was just acknowledging that he was listening to her. I want to end this war. Ling Lan's eyes were glinting brightly. Do you think that I'm aiming for unachievable? If anyone else had said this, I will think that way. Li Lanfeng smiled and looked at Ling Lan. But, if it is you, you'll be able to do it. The rabbit I know, the leader of Ling Tian, the regiment commander of 250 Ace Mecha clan, is someone who can do anything what he sets his mind to, Li Lanfeng said firmly. Yes, boss. I believe that you can do it. Boss, don't forget that you still have us. We will work together with you. The members of Ling Tian had all arrived without Ling Lan noticing. Regiment commander, if you need us to do anything, please tell us. Yang Mingji represented all of the veteran mecha operators and expressed their thoughts to Ling Lan. They had been through many wars and were sick of it. Their mental illnesses came because of their loathing for wars. Ling Lan was touched, but she didn't show it on her face. She kept her cold expression on. After some time, she regained her composure and scanned the crowd. All the leaders and deputy leaders stood up straight in response. I hope that you all remember what you have said here. Now, you can all go back and take a rest. After this huge battle, everyone must be tired. Ling Lan was unwilling to hold them here any longer, so she asked them to go back. Everyone had reached their limit, so they went back to their apartments and got some rest. As Li Lanfeng was turning to leave, Ling Lan stopped him. Lanfeng, wait for a moment. Li Lanfeng stopped in surprise. He turned and waited for Ling Lan's order. Ling Lan stared at him silently for a few seconds. Li Lanfeng got nervous. Did Ling Lan find out about my secret? Suddenly, Ling Lan said, Leopard, did you hate me for not saving you and attacking our opponent instead? Li Lanfeng smiled when he heard this. The entire room turned warm. If you had saved me, you will not be the rabbit I know. Li Lanfeng gave him an intense look. Actually, you didn't save me because you trust me. Ling Lan, I have to instead thank you for not saving me. Li Lanfeng retracted his smile and said seriously, your choice made me understand that I've finally gotten closer to you. Ling Lan stared at Li Lanfeng intently. After some time, she said, Leopard, you have always been close to me. You just never realized it. I'm very happy today. Finally, you became confident. You are willing to trust that I believed in you. Ling Lan only rested for a short while before she walked over to the command center. The situation was currently very volatile, so anything could happen now. Therefore, she must be present to watch over the entire situation. The command center was no longer empty as there were many people sitting on both sides of the command center. Ling Lan looked at them carefully with squinted eyes, and realized they were regiment commanders from the various mecha clans. When they saw Ling Lan arriving, they stood up and greeted her. What is happening? Ling Lan took off her military cap and asked Lin Zhongqing, who came beside her immediately. Lin Zhongqing took the cap off her hand and whispered back, they probably knew that the situation around us is very bad currently, so they came here to discuss the issues with you. Little Four didn't allow anyone to go to 250 Ace Mecha Clan's camp, so these people could only wait for her at the command center. There was a meeting room at the back of the command center, so Ling Lan asked Lin Zhongqing to invite those people there first. She would join him after she finished her work. Besides these regiment commanders, there were around 10 people busy with arranging materials and documents in the command center. Han Jijian and Li Lanfeng were among these people. Han Jijian saw Ling Lan, so he took a document he had prepared and rushed towards Ling Lan. Regiment commander, this is the intel we received so far. The situation is very bad. Han Jijian passed the document over. Continue. Ling Lan took the document and flipped through it. At the same time, she asked Han Jijian to concisely explain the situation. Little Four had already told her about the condition of the base and the other bases when she was on the way here, but she still wanted to know more information. Based on the replies from base 012, 014 and 015, some of the bases around them had already been destroyed. Base 008, 010, 011 situated in front of base 012 are destroyed. Base 017 and 019 situated on the outer border of base 014 are also destroyed. Base 016 and 018 situated in front of base 015 are destroyed too. Han Jijian quickly told Ling Lan the main points. Ling Lan narrowed her eyes. She passed the document back to Han Jijian and walked to the front of the 3D map in the middle of the command center. She looked at the position of the fallen bases and wondered what Helia wanted to do. They want to end this war. They want to use these points to break through our defenses on planet Haijiao, Ling Lan said coldly. Yes. At first, they planned to destroy our base, but luckily, we managed to hold them off. Once base 013 falls into their hands, base 012, 014, and 015 will follow closely after. The Halian army would be able to attack these three bases from two different sides once base 013 falls. This is not good. Ling Lan raised the pointer stick and pointed to the bases that had fallen. Our four bases are the only bases left in this area. This side, and that side belong to Helia now. Our enemy can now attack us in all directions. The only fortunate thing was, we have the three bases to help us fight off the enemy coming from three directions. Han Jijian thought about this too. That was why he said that they were in a bad situation at the start. After Ling Lan finished speaking, she looked past the area where base 013 was located at. She stared at the middle and western parts of the map with a stern facial expression. She pointed at one empty spot. That is not the worst thing. I'm also worried that all the other areas are facing the same circumstances. If that's the case, they would be in danger. Han Jijian narrowed his eyes. What Ling Lan said was possible. If that was true, they would inevitably die. All the bases that survived this first round of attack, including them, were going to be destroyed soon. Han Jijian was in deep thought as his mind worked furiously. He was too optimistic just now. He needed to plan based on the worst-case scenario. Base 012, 014, and 015 can't be under independent command anymore, Han Jijian said sternly. They couldn't afford to lose anyone now. Those bases not being under their control might not be a huge problem in the past, but now, it was not a risk they could take. We must gather them to form a large base that is able to attack and defend properly. A clear voice sounded behind Ling Lan. It belonged to Li Lanfeng. He too had a document in his hand. He wanted to pass this document to Ling Lan, but when he heard what they were discussing, he just decided to give his suggestion on the matter. You noticed it too? Han Jijian asked in frustration. Based on the strength of the three bases, they are not stronger than those bases that got destroyed. They might even be weaker than them. This proves that our opponents didn't choose who to attack based on the strength of the base. I took a look at those bases that got destroyed. Li Lanfeng pointed to the bases on the map. First, they split the bases into segmented areas. Then, they would choose the weakest base among the bases in that area. After that, they would send 2 times the number of mecha operators than what the base has to attack the designated base, and the leftover mecha operators would be tasked to hold the mecha operators from the other bases back. This would prevent the other bases from helping the designated base. Based on this, we can tell what Helia's plan is. They would choose the weakest base to attack, and once this base falls, they would then join the mecha operators at the next weakest base and continue their attacks. The difference in power allowed for such situations to occur. All the bases in some areas got annihilated, while for others, 1 or 2 bases were left behind. However, these bases are now surrounded by enemies on all sides. Without any external help, it will just be a matter of time before they fall into our enemy's hand. Li Lanfeng told everyone his observation. The bases around us are also in this kind of situation. I don't believe that the bases in other areas are totally undamaged. Li Lanfeng looked at Ling Lan. Plus, Regiment Commander told us that there is a strong mecha clan attacking us. The mecha operators in this mecha clans are all elite ace and above. Their regiment commander is an imperial operator, but he suppressed his ability and used an ace mecha, hoping to use this method to fool everyone. This kind of mecha clan should be an elite ace mecha clan of the country. They wouldn't appear on a small battlefield. Li Lanfeng was serious. Helia had been planning for this battle for a long time for them to send an imperial operator to attack a small base like us. This meant that they have probably sent imperial operators to attack the other bases too. There might even be more imperial operators sent to the other bases. If 250 Ace Mecha Clan hadn't come to base 013 and Ling Lan was not an imperial operator, this base would have fallen just like the other bases. Are you saying that the bases in the other areas had probably been destroyed? Han Jijian knew Li Lanfeng was right, but he just couldn't accept this fact. Li Lanfeng said firmly, not probably. They must have been destroyed already. The Federation was not prepared for this battle, so we never had any chance to turn the tides around. Thus, we can only plan our actions based on the assumption that our 4 bases are the only survivors of this battle. Li Lanfeng wouldn't place his hopes on uncertain things. Are you making plans in the case that we need to survive for a month while waiting for reinforcements from the Federation? Han Jijian was good with schemes too, but he was less pessimistic than Li Lanfeng. When he heard what Li Lanfeng said, he understood why Li Lanfeng did what he did. 1 month is enough for the Federation to break through Helia's blockade. Our hardest mission is to survive this 1 month. Li Lanfeng frowned. As time goes by, the danger around us will get greater. Li Lanfeng hoped that he was just being too pessimistic. The longer other bases stood their ground, the longer they would be safer. 1 month, Han Jijian muttered to himself. If the other bases all survived, it wouldn't be hard for them to survive this 1 month. However, if Li Lanfeng was right and only the 4 bases survived, they might not even be able to last a single day longer. Ling Lan listened to the conversation between Li Lanfeng and Han Jijian while talking to Little Four in her mindscape. Little Four was already controlling the other 3 bases in the area. The moment Li Lanfeng explained Helia's plan, she asked Little Four to control the other 3 bases' mainframes. If the commanding officers of the other 3 bases had the foresight and ability, Ling Lan was willing to work with them. She would reveal her trump card, Little Four. But, if she met another commanding officer like Du Mingyi, she would let this commanding officer accompany Du Mingyi. Ling Lan was not working alone now. She was responsible for the life of everyone in base 013. She couldn't afford to be hesitant or soft-hearted. This was who Ling Lan was. When she should be vicious, she would be vicious. Jijian, contact the commanding officers of base 012, 014, and 015. I want to have a video conference with them in 5 minutes. Ling Lan made her decision, so she quickly gave an order to Han Jijian. Yes, Regiment Commander. Han Jijian received the order and went to carry it out. Lanfeng, thank you, Ling Lan turned and said to Li Lanfeng. Why are you thanking me? Li Lanfeng raised his eyebrows. Han Jijian is an optimistic person. He always thinks on the bright side. It's fine most of the time, but on the battlefield, this trait is his weakness. Ling Lan grew up with her friends, so she knew what all their weaknesses were. Actually, that's not a bad thing. It's better than being too pessimistic like me. Li Lanfeng mocked himself. However, as an advisor, I must think about the worst-case scenario. If not, there would be loopholes in the plans. I just want him to know this. Even if he couldn't accept it, he mustn't forget this point. Since you know it, why don't you self-reflect? Ling Lan asked him back. Li Lanfeng was stunned. Weren't we talking about Han Jijian? When did I become the main character? Since you know that you are pessimistic, why not try to think in an optimistic direction? Ling Lan patted Li Lanfeng's shoulder and said sincerely, don't reprimand others but ignore your own flaws. Ling Lan finished speaking and walked towards her office. She was going to wait for Han Jijian to contact the other 3 commanding officers for a conference with them. Li Lanfeng looked at Ling Lan's back thoughtfully. Does his rabbit dislike my pessimistic side? At Helia's side, a badly injured He Li laid on a bed. He looked worse for wear. Luckily, his cockpit was specially designed for top-tier mecha operators. If not, those 3 shots would have blasted his cockpit open, killing him instantly. A few officers just stood beside his bed. One of them was recording He Li's accounts of what he saw with his communicator. Senior Colonel He Li, please confirm what you said is true. The person aimed his communicator at He Li. He Li said coldly, yes, I confirmed what I said is true. Thank you for your cooperation. Senior Colonel He Li, have a good rest. The officers left. A few moments after he left, the door of He Li's ward opened again. Hey, He Li. I didn't expect you to fail your mission. I'm in disbelief. A frivolous voice was heard. He Li looked up, and upon seeing what he saw, veins started popping up on his forehead. Mo Lear, what are you doing here? I came to look at my old friend. Why are you looking so lonely? Mo Lear's words were infuriating. He Li almost died from anger. He Li kept a stern face. He didn't want to talk to this person. Everyone from Godkiller succeeded in their missions except for you. They want me to ask you what had happened on your end. Mo Lear retracted his irritating expression and turned serious. He Li kept silent for a few seconds. There is an Imperial operator in Base 013. An Imperial operator? Mo Lear was dumbfounded. Didn't they say that Base 013 is the weakest base on the front line? This was why they sent the weakest person among them, He Li, there. We were fooled. Not only do they have an Imperial operator, they also have more than 100 elite ace. He Li told Mo Lear everything he knew. He didn't even tell the officer some of this information. Base 013 is an interesting base. Mo Lear touched his chin and smiled. He Li said coldly, Base 013 is my mission. I'll take care of them. This was his pride as an Imperial operator. If he didn't go back and finish his mission, he wouldn't have the face to go back to Godkillers anymore. Then, you should recuperate quickly and come back as soon as possible. We only have 1 month. After we destroy all the other bases and Base 013 is still there, I'm sorry, even if you haven't healed by then, we will take care of it. Mo Lear shrugged. He didn't care about this, but his superiors told him that they must take over planet Haijiao in 1 month. If He Li wasn't ready for battle then, they would have to help him destroy this base that humiliated the Godkiller's reputation. Don't worry, I'll be on time, He Li replied indifferently. I hope so. Since I know the truth, I'll go back now. Mo Lear disappeared. 013, I will personally take revenge for this humiliation you gave me. He Li grabbed the bedsheet tightly. He didn't want to see the doubting gazes by anyone else anymore. It was as though his imperial status was fake. Luckily, the commanding officers of Base 012, 014, and 015 were all capable people with foresight. They knew what their main problem was now. They were unable to survive on their own until reinforcements come, so they must work together with the bases nearby. After the end of the conference, Ling Lan made a pact with the 3 commanding officers, that they would work together and follow a single command. Ling Lan quickly went to another meeting room after that and communicated what she had discussed to the regiment commanders of the base. She told them about their dire situation and how they might be at the brink of death already. Thus after hearing that, the various mecha clans decided to put down their grudges with each other and cooperate with Ling Lan to prepare for the next battle. Everyone knew that if their base was to be taken over by the Halian army, they would either die in battle or become fugitives. The choice between the two was rather easy, as the Federation had always taught them that it's better to have a glorious death than live shamefully. No matter how much power they had, they needed to be alive to enjoy it. Thus, the 4 bases managed to survive the first week after losing communication with the Federation. There were multiple small skirmishes all throughout the day, and a huge battle would occur at an interval of 3 days. However, just like what Ling Lan had expected, the situation was getting worse and worse for them. Little 4 superimposed the signals of the 4 bases together to lengthen their reach. He scanned a radius of 100 kilometers from their base and realized that in the entire east side, almost 99% of the bases were destroyed. Ling Lan ordered Little 4 to send the news that there were still 4 intact bases from the Federation to the entire east side. She wanted to give those mecha operators whose bases were destroyed but managed to stay alive some hope. She wanted Base 013 to become utopia of these soldiers. These people might just die on their way to Base 013, but having hope was better than living in despair. She just wished that they wouldn't act rashly. They should hide and wait for this darkest moment to be over. At this moment, at the military headquarters of the Huaxia Federation, the people there couldn't withstand the pressure from the various divisions and the questioning from the government anymore, so they decided to have a video conference with the 23 generals of the 23 divisions. Ah Wei, hurry up, there was a short-haired and well-dressed lady attending the video conference too. She was a news reporter from internal military newspaper, and her name was Wen Qilian. She was an opportunistic person, as ever since she knew that her news agency had a pass to the video conference of the 23 generals, she used all kinds of methods before she finally got this opportunity to attend the conference. She waved at her assistant and asked him to hurry up. She entered the conference hall at the military headquarters agitatedly. There were already many people in the conference hall. They were all from various news agencies under the military. They would watch the meeting and choose some information to display to the public. This was what the military always did. Anyone that came to attend this conference had their backgrounds checked. They were all soldiers. Yes, although there were reporters, they were qualified soldiers too. Wen Qilian felt frustrated when she saw that she was a little late. She brought her assistant, Ah Wei, and squeezed through the crowd. The people around her were quite angry at the fact that someone was poking her waist and pushing them aside, but when they saw that she was a lady, they controlled their anger and unwillingly gave some space for her. Finally, Wen Qilian came to the front of the crowd, and there was a huge screen in front of her. To prevent the reporters from coming too close, sturdy barriers were placed in front of the screen. Fully armed soldiers stood behind the barriers and just looked at them intimidatingly. They were there to remind the reporters to follow orders. Wen Qilian looked around her and realized most of the people sitting at the very front were ladies. It seemed like the men didn't want to fight with them. General Ling Xiao will attend this conference, right? Wen Qilian suddenly heard a lady speaking in a dreamy tone. Wen Qilian's cheeks twitched uncontrollably. This was a meeting with the generals of the various divisions, so General Ling Xiao would definitely attend it. Which news agency sent such an insensible reporter? Although General Ling Xiao was the most handsome and gentle general of the Federation, they shouldn't just stare at him all the time. Plus, this conference would affect the life and death of all the soldiers on planet Haijiao. How could the lady just have her attention on General Ling Xiao? Wen Qilian would not admit that she fought so hard for this chance so that she was able to see General Ling Xiao too. After all, it was a rare opportunity to see this kind of close-up video. All reporters, please turn off your communicators. From this moment onwards, you are only allowed to take photos. No recording, videotaping, and no other methods to record sounds or images are allowed. The rules of this conference were repeated through the speakers in the conference hall. Wen Qilian and the other reporters obediently turned off their communicators. The reporters who came to attend this very exclusive military conference were mostly experienced reporters, so they knew what to do. 1 minute later, lasers appeared in the conference hall. They were used to check if the reporters followed the regulations. Suddenly, the beeping of an alarm was heard and 5 fully armed soldiers rushed into the crowd to drag a reporter away. Wen Qilian looked at the dragged reporter with disdain. There were always people who wanted to have exclusive content in their articles, so they would try to break the rules. The news agency which this reporter worked at would soon be questioned by the military. They might not be able to get any pass to such events in the future. The inspection lasted for 5 minutes. No problems were found. When Qilian and the other reporters waited patiently for the conference to start. "Time's up," someone shouted, and the gray screen in front of them lit up. The various generals appeared on the screen. The screen was split into 3 rows. There were 9 cubicles in each row. The 3 marshals appeared on the top row right in the middle. In the middle of the second row, the representative from the military was there. Ah! General Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao appeared in the third row. His gentle aura was gone, revealing the stern and serious side of Ling Xiao. The moment he appeared, all the female reporters exclaimed in a low voice. "Ah! Isn't that the general of the 13th Division, Lieutenant General Qi Yaoyang?" Qi Yaoyang appeared in the 7th cubicles on the second row. He managed to catch the attention of many reporters since he was seated between 70-year-old men. Finally, a treat for the eyes. The reporters got tired of looking at the same faces over and over again. Hence, the appearance of Ling Xiao and Qi Yaoyang lightened everyone's mood up. I officially announced the start of the conference. The first marshal appeared in the middle of the first row, announcing the start of the conference. The 23 generals heard the announcement, but no one spoke. It was just silent. The third marshal knocked the pipe in his hand and smiled coldly. "Since you all dared to vote against the military's decision and forced the 3 of us to appear on behalf of the military, say something then." Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. "Is that sentence directed at me?" The first marshal narrowed his eyes. "This old fogey never forgets to suppress my men, even at a time like this." The second marshal felt that the silence must be broken, so he said, "The generals have voted against the military because they are worried about their men. We can understand your concerns. However, just like what Marshal Yang said, since we decided to have a conference, please speak your mind. If not, this conference will just be a waste of time." The first marshal and third marshal exchanged glances with each other. The Song family had people on planet Haijiao, so this old bastard's attitude was exceptionally good today. The military promised that they would be able to get a hold of the situation in planet Haijiao within a week. However, we didn't receive any news of that yet, the general of the 7th Division suddenly said. With this, how can I not suspect the intentions of the military? The third marshal replied, "We have already sent the nearest fleet over to planet Haijiao. However, you all should know that the Halian army attacked them furiously, completely stopping them from reaching planet Haijiao. This is why we were unable to follow up with our original plan. We can't keep getting stopped by Halia. 1 week has already passed since they first attacked, and we still don't know anything about the situation on planet Haijiao. Our soldiers there are currently fighting for their lives, hoping and waiting for us to help them. So, we will like to request for the military to send in more reinforcements to clear the path towards planet Haijiao," the general of the 4th Division said righteously. Ling Xiao looked at the general of the 4th Division. He might have received an order from the Li family to do that. Ling Xiao knew Li Shiyu and Li Yingjie were 2 of the top 3 candidates for the succession of the Li family. The Li family, of course, couldn't let these 2 outstanding successors be killed. "We have decided to send in 100 fleets, the first marshal informed the generals about the decision of the military. No general had any qualms about this decision. 100 fleet was enough to take over a small planet. At this moment, the general of the 5th Division opened his mouth. "If we sent the fleets to planet Haijiao, they will need at least half a month to reach there. If the Halian army sent people to stop them, they will take even longer. Do you think that our soldiers would be able to withstand the attacks from Halia for a month without any reinforcements?" His words revealed a problem no one wanted to face. They were agitated because none of them were confident that their mecha clans would be able to survive for 1 month without any reinforcements or supplies. Everyone turned quiet again. The third marshal sighed. He said, "I've received the latest piece of intel from the Intelligence Bureau just now. We were going to hold the conference soon, so I didn't inform you all. Now, you all can take a look at it." The third marshal asked his assistant to pass the intel to the generals. The first marshal and the second marshal's faces turned dark when they heard this. They knew about this piece of intel. The first marshal couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao. He hoped that Ling Xiao was able to withstand this impact. All the generals started looking through the information on their communicators. Their expressions turned serious. Ling Xiao was serious too. He didn't show any other expressions. The first marshal felt consoled. My general is a strong-willed person. He will not let his personal affairs affect the big picture. The reporters started talking among themselves when they saw this scene. They were guessing what this piece of intel was about. Is this reliable? The general of the 6th Division let out a long sigh. He could already feel the bitter taste in his mouth. If this was true, the reinforcements they sent would be useless. In order to send this piece of news to us, our spy in the higher ranks of Helia lost his life. The third marshal seemed to be grieving, proving that the intel was true. Helia used 1 week to destroy almost all of our bases, leaving only a few scattered bases still resisting. The general of the 15th Division slammed the table furiously. This is all because of Helia. How can they violate the Human United Agreement and send out Imperial operators? I didn't expect them to violate the rules and activate the God Killers. The general of the 7th Division was furious. The God Killers was like the Flying Dragon Special Forces of the Huaxia Federation. All the mecha operators inside were monsters. They were at least an Imperial operator. This could explain why the bases of the Federation were destroyed by Helia within a week. The moment our reinforcements reached there, Helia might have already claimed planet Haijiao. By then, we will be at a disadvantage. We might be considered invaders and suffer the attacks from the Helian army. The Intergalactic United Nations will also stand on Helia's side and condemn us. The third marshal voiced out his major concern. This was something that was most likely going to happen too. The war on planet Haijiao was a controversial war. The Federation and Helia occupied half of the planet each, so no one was able to determine who planet Haijiao belonged to. Thus, the Intergalactic United Nations couldn't interfere with this war. However, once Helia stuck their flag on the part of the planet previously ruled by the Federation, the planet would then belong to them. Based on the Human United Agreement, the Federation must admit that planet Haijiao belonged to Helia. The fleets that the Federation sent to reinforce their soldiers would be regarded as invaders. With that, Helia had the right to send Imperial operators or even God-class operators to attack them. Imperial operators and God-class operators were forbidden to fight in wars that were controversial. Once a country confirmed that they were being invaded, this rule would not hold. Because of this possibility, I don't agree to send 100 battleships to reinforce planet Haijiao. The lives of the 280 million soldiers are our responsibility, but we are also responsible for the other lives of millions of soldiers on the ships. I can't watch them die like this, the third marshal said seriously. The generals turned silent. They couldn't bear to give up the 280 million soldiers on planet Haijiao, but if what the third marshal said was true, they were also unable to bear the lives of 500 million soldiers. The second marshal, who always refuted the third marshal's decision, didn't have the courage to open his mouth now. The first marshal didn't say anything. All the three marshals knew that Ling Zhao's son was on planet Haijiao. They also knew that the forgettable grandson of the second marshal and Qi Yaoyang's youngest son was there too. However, in the face of such a situation, they were unable to sacrifice millions of soldiers to save their family members. The third marshal looked at Qi Yaoyang. He wanted to see what Qi Yaoyang's attitude was. The fact that Qi Yaoyang's youngest son broke ties with his father in order to join Ling Zhao's division was a thorn in his heart. If he didn't have enough strong officers under him, he wouldn't have let Qi Yaoyang become the general of the 13th Division, but no matter what, Qi Yaoyang was his men. He was better than the people under the second marshal. Qi Yaoyang's expression changed a little. However, he still gritted his teeth in the end and didn't reject the third marshal's suggestion. The third marshal was satisfied with his performance. This person knew his position well. He knew what to do and what not to do. I suggest that we give up sending reinforcements and hand this matter over to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We will condemn Halia, the third marshal finally said his suggestion. Abandoning the 280 million soldiers and then using their sacrifice to gain the moral high ground for the Federation to gain benefits politically. All the generals turned silent again. This seemed like a heartless decision, but it was the best decision. How can they do this? The reporters exclaimed. Are we going to abandon the 280 million people on planet Haijiao? If we don't forsake them, what are we going to do? Risk the lives of 500 million more soldiers? The third marshal had explained everything. All the big bases on planet Haijiao had already fallen. Not many people are left alive. After some time, Halia will probably announce that they had gained control of planet Haijiao. But everything is not confirmed yet. If we abandon them now, ladies were more caring than men. They weren't able to forsake lives for the greater good even if those people had no hopes of surviving. General Ling Xiao, you won't agree, right? Wen Qilian clenched her fist. She stared at the calm and stern handsome face. Just like the other ladies, Wen Qilian was unable to accept third marshal's suggestion. She couldn't help but place her hopes on Ling Xiao. She hoped that their military idol would hear their cries and speak up for the poor 280 million soldiers on planet Haijiao. At this moment, the third marshal asked the second marshal, Marshal Song, what do you think? The second marshal glared at the third marshal. He held his hands tightly as he replied, I agree. Song Yiqing was just a useless grandson. It was all right for him to die on planet Haijiao. He would gain the reputation of sacrificing for his country and the Song family would benefit from this good name. This honor would help him when he fought for the position of the first marshal next time. The second marshal weighed the options in his heart and decided to give up Song Yiqing. The third marshal looked at the first marshal. The first marshal glanced at the Ling Xiao. He said slowly, this matter. Suddenly, Ling Xiao slammed his hands on the table and a deafening sound was heard. This suggestion is absurd. Ling Xiao's anger finally exploded. Ling Xiao. The third marshal turned stern. He shouted, be mindful of your attitude. What attitude do you want? Our soldiers have not given up hope and are fighting hard with the belief that their country will come and save them soon. However, we just sat here on our nice chairs and decided that it is not worth saving them. Ling Xiao stood up suddenly and shouted angrily, Marshal Yang, let me ask you, what attitude should I have when I talk to you? Ling Xiao, do you think that I'm willing to abandon the lives of 280 million soldiers? The third marshal slammed his table with his hands and stood up. I'm the third marshal of the Huaxia Federation. I am responsible for not only for the lives of the 280 million soldiers on planet Haijiao, but I'm also responsible for the lives of everyone in the Federation too. The atmosphere of the conference turned tense. The viewing reporters couldn't help but hold their breaths. The third marshal took the documents on the table and slammed them down. They landed on the floor with a loud thud. Hundreds of spies sacrificed their lives in order to get into the intelligence bureau of Halia. They gave us the most accurate information they could on planet Haijiao. They risked their lives to send out these pieces of intel. Why did they do it? They don't want any more soldiers to die needlessly on planet Haijiao. Are you going to put millions of soldiers in danger just for your selfish desires? My selfish desires? If it is up to my selfish desires, I would rather be fighting in wars instead of sitting in this high position. I'll rather be a passionate soldier with emotions rather than sit here and play with the soldier's life as though they are chess pieces or just numbers. I'm not willing to be a cold-blooded politician. Ling Xiao looked at the third marshal angrily and refuted, showing no signs of backing out. This was his true thoughts. Even if Ling Lan wasn't on planet Haijiao, he still would not agree with this suggestion. There was no such thing as giving up in his dictionary. When he said this, the young and hot-blooded reporters in the conference hall clapped enthusiastically in response to Ling Xiao's speech. If what the third marshal said was true, his decision would be saving the lives of millions of soldiers. But, deep down inside their hearts, they still had some hope. They knew that there were still soldiers fighting hard on planet Haijiao now, so they wished that a miracle would occur. If they gave up on the 280 million soldiers before everything was settled, it would be just too cold-blooded. Ling Xiao. The third marshal pointed at Ling Xiao angrily. He almost fainted from his anger. Ling Xiao just wanted to save his son, but he made it sound so righteous. He pretended to be a good man while picturing them as villains. How despicable of him. Marshal Yang, just like what was written on the document, 99% of the bases on planet Haijiao had fallen. However, there are still 1% of the bases fighting. They are still waiting for reinforcements from the Federation. We mustn't give up on them even if there is only a little hope left. We can't betray those soldiers that are fighting hard for the Federation, Ling Xiao said. Ling Xiao, wake up. The third marshal slammed his hands on the table and shouted in anger, do you think that those broken bases will be able to resist our Helia's attack for at least 3 months? If Helia took over the ownership of planet Haijiao before our reinforcements arrive, our reinforcements will be regarded as invaders. Helia will then have the right to use their ultimate weapons like their God-class operators to literally massacre our reinforcements. You are a God-class operator, so you should know how powerful God-class operators are. Once such people appear on the opposite side of us, all our 100 fleets will be destroyed. Even if we send 50 times more manpower over, they will still be killed like chicken. My heart aches for the 280 million soldiers on planet Haijiao too. However, we can't be emotional now. We need to analyze the situation logically. If we send in reinforcements when we know what the result will be a month later, that is not hot-blooded. That is just plain stupid. The third marshal's expression turned cold as he said, Ling Xiao, you must learn to get used to your position. You are not longer a mecha operator that fight in these battles. You are a general now. Your decisions will decide the lives of every single soldier in your division. Your decision doesn't just concern only you now, and acting rashly like this won't help with anything. After he finished speaking, the third marshal disregarded Ling Xiao entirely and looked at the first marshal. As long as the first marshal accepted his suggestion, Ling Xiao's refusal wouldn't affect anything. The first marshal noticed the gaze coming from the third marshal, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Ling Xiao. He wanted to hear what Ling Xiao had to say. When the third marshal saw him staying silent, he cursed him silently in his head. The third marshal's words dampened the spirit of all the reporters. They were just feeling excited after Ling Xiao's speech, but the third marshal's reply was like pouring a bucket of iced water over them. Dreams are beautiful, but the reality is cruel. There were only a few bases left on planet Haijiao. Would they really be able to resist against an enemy that had an army that was 10 or maybe 100 times bigger than them? Plus, the bases also wouldn't have any constant supply of resources and weapons. How could they be able to resist attacks for 3 weeks? Based on their willpower? It seemed unreasonable. After calming down, they all felt that the third marshal was right. His decision was a heartless and cruel one, but they had to be responsible for the lives of the other soldiers too. They couldn't let them die like this. But, damn it. They still couldn't accept this. The reporters couldn't help but look at the stern-looking Ling Xiao. Even if the third marshal scolded Ling Xiao for being too rash and for him to not have the bearings of a general, they still hoped that General Ling Xiao would be able to persuade the marshals to send reinforcements to planet Haijiao. As expected, General Ling Xiao opened his mouth. Emotional? Analyze the situation logically. Well then, can the third marshal analyze these battles for me? Ling Xiao asked He Shiyang to pass the records he had prepared to the other generals and the 3 marshals. Star calendar year 179, the battle on planet Isua. We had only 2 bases left on the planet, but they still managed to resist for 1 month before the arrival of our reinforcements. Star Calendar Year 764, the Battle of Yame. Our army forced themselves to resist against the attack of their opponents who had 10 times the numbers than them for 3 weeks. Star Calendar Year 1016, the Battle of Remoluo. Our army lasted for 2 months with only 1 base left. Star Calendar Year 1597, during the land-clearing mission on planet Hamo, we used 1 mecha clan to resist against the attack of a few million citizens on planet Hamo. As more and more past records of miraculous battles flashed on the screen, everyone saw the common factor between these battles were soldiers who didn't give up, and they all managed to wait until reinforcements arrived. The third marshal's face turned dark. Some people hated Ling Xiao for being so insistent. These battles were all unique and had some coincidence. The weapons during that era were not so powerful, so many miracles were created then. However, as technology improved, there were lesser and lesser miracles. No such cases had appeared for the past 1,000 years. However, these examples wavered the hearts of those indecisive generals, including the second marshal who had decided to give up on his grandson. Data is just data. They have no emotions. Hence, there won't be any changes in them. However, our soldiers are not just data. They are humans with feelings. They are soldiers who can create miracles. Since history proved that miracles could be created, why can't we believe that our soldiers can create a miracle too? Marshal Yang, how can you be sure that based on your data, the soldiers on planet Haijiao are unable to resist for more than 3 weeks? Ling Xiao questioned the third marshal. In that case, I'll like to say my judgment on the matter too. I believe that the soldiers on planet Haijiao will definitely be able to resist until our reinforcements arrive. Ling Xiao, you are being ignorant. The third marshal's face turned red in anger when he heard Ling Xiao's irresponsible speech. Ignorant? What a joke. I dare to make this judgment because I never treated the soldiers on planet Haijiao as just numbers on a piece of paper. They are humans. They have a family too. They have desires to continue living. As long as they never give up, they can create miracles. Ling Xiao said firmly. Miracles are just miracles. Looking back in history, not many people are able to create miracles on the battlefield. I will not risk the lives of millions of soldiers for a slim chance of a miracle. The third marshal sprung up and shouted. Marshal Yang, why do you think that we shouldn't bet on it? Ling Xiao stood up too and questioned the third marshal fiercely. With his status as one of the 10 great generals and a god-class operator, Ling Xiao was not afraid of the third marshal at all. None of them was willing to take a step back. The atmosphere of the conference turned tense. Just as Ling Xiao and the third marshal were about to kill each other with their gaze, the first marshal coughed and started clearing up the situation. We are all worried for our soldiers. No one is right or wrong. Ling Xiao, you are young and hot-tempered. How can you be so disrespectful towards Marshal Yang? The first marshal started reprimanding Ling Xiao. Many generals under the first marshal laughed secretly. Ling Xiao was hot-tempered. This excuse was too insincere. Even some of the generals belonging to the second marshal's faction smiled. The third marshal's face turned green with anger. This sly old fox was outwardly helping Ling Xiao. Damn it. I'm sorry. I was too emotional just now. Please forgive me. Ling Xiao heard this and immediately saluted at the third marshal to show his respect. Old Yang, Ling Xiao is still young, so he acts rashly sometimes. Old people like us should forgive him and not be at the same level as him. The first marshal spoke to the third marshal again. On the surface, he seemed to be reprimanding Ling Xiao for being insensible. However, he was hinting that the third marshal was not lenient enough and didn't have the bearing of a marshal. The third marshal's face turned hideous when he heard this. Since Ling Xiao had already apologized, the third marshal had to reply to him. He said with frustration, "It's fine. He is making those mistakes because he is too concerned. Why would I be angry at him for that? The unhappy third marshal took this opportunity to blemish Ling Zhao's reputation again. He wanted everyone to know that he was just concerned about his son and not the other soldiers like what he had mentioned. I'm sure everyone has heard what Marshal Yang and Ling Xiao said. What is everyone's opinion on the matter? The first marshal scanned the generals on the screen and asked indifferently. The third marshal looked at one of the generals in his faction. The general said, "What General Ling Xiao said is just a beautiful dream. However, reality is not a dream. To prevent more sacrifices, I agree with what Marshal Yang has said." The other generals from the third marshal's faction agreed with this general. The second marshal closed his eyes and kept silent, so the other generals in his faction kept silent too. The general of the 7th Division looked at the other generals who didn't want to make a decision. He got furious. He said, "I admit that what Marshal Yang said is the most likely outcome. However, what General Ling Xiao said makes sense too. The most likely outcome is not 100% certain. As a general, I can't give up on my soldiers. I agree with sending reinforcements." It was obvious that the general of the 7th Division was supporting Ling Xiao. A few generals from the 1st Marshal's faction who had a good relationship with Ling Xiao supported Ling Xiao too. However, since the 1st Marshal didn't say anything yet, those generals that didn't have much interaction with Ling Xiao remained quiet. This caused the number of people who supported Ling Xiao to be lower than the number of people who supported the 3rd Marshal. Qi Yaoyang wanted to say something in support of Ling Xiao, but he saw Ling Xiao signaling him to remain silent, so he had no choice but to control himself. The 2nd Marshal moved his finger and one of the generals under him finally opened his mouth. "I would like to ask General Ling Xiao a question." Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. He nodded and said, "General Liu, please continue." He wondered what the 2nd Marshal's faction was trying to do. Ling Xiao was not so naive as to believe that the 2nd Marshal would side with him. "You mentioned that you believe our soldiers can resist for more than 3 weeks until the arrival of our reinforcements. Can you provide any evidence to prove this point? A miracle is not enough to make us believe in you." The general of the 8th Division, General Liu, suddenly said. The 3rd Marshal's eyes lit up. He was afraid that the 2nd Marshal would stand on Ling Xiao's side because of his grandson. But from the looks of it, that might not be the case. This question instantly caught everyone's attention, including the 1st Marshal. He also wanted to know whether Ling Xiao actually had a reason to insist on sending reinforcements, or perhaps he was just doing all this to save his own son. If that was the case, for the countless soldiers, he couldn't support Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at General Liu with a half-smile. How could he not know that the 2nd Marshal was planning on letting him take on the responsibility of sending the reinforcements? Although the 2nd Marshal wanted to save his grandson, he still didn't want to take on the reputation of being selfish and not caring about the lives of his soldiers. However, Ling Xiao didn't think that it was wrong for him to think about saving Ling Lan. If he was going to heartlessly abandon his own flesh and blood, he would be considered a terrible father. He would be worse than a beast if that was the case. Ling Xiao nodded at He Shuyang, then, He Shuyang immediately sent the list of names of 250 Ace Mecha clan to all of the communicator of each general and the hard drive of the mainframe. Soon, the large screen in front of them showed all the names of the mecha operators in 250 Ace Mecha clan, along with their mecha operating level, military rank, position, merits. The reporters began to gasp in surprise as they continued looking through the list of mecha operator names on the large screen. They noticed that there were many well-known veteran mecha operators in the clan. Some older reporters had even once had the chance to interview some of them who had made massive contributions in previous wars. However, after a few years of their rise to fame, these mecha operators who made countless contributions to the Federation for some reason had disappeared from the public eye, never to be seen or heard for the past few years. These reporters weren't aware that they had all gathered in General Ling Zhao's 23rd Division. It was probably because of General Ling Zhao's position in the hearts of many. After establishing the 23rd Division, his public image was boosted significantly, causing all kinds of strong mecha operators to actively join in. These ace operators probably didn't even care that they would just enter a standard ace mecha clan, and with all that, they still wanted to follow in General Ling Xiao's footsteps. All of the reporters looked towards Ling Xiao with passionate gazes. His expression became even more heated and honest as he continued to argue back. Back then, the third marshal had purposely put Ling Xiao up as an idol in front of the public and soldiers to anger the people of the Federation for his loss. After 20 years of building this idol figure, they had some lost control over him. Ling Xiao's cold voice rang once again. For this mission, my 23rd Division sent 250 Ace Mecha Clan to planet Haijiao to be stationed at Base 013. The background of the members of 250 Ace Mecha Clan has already been shown on the big screen. These mecha operators are all outstanding and top-level individuals from all division. Many of them are even mecha operators who have already reached the halfway point of entering the Imperial level. They have also acquired military merits and gained achievements for the Federation in the past. In the countless battles they had participated in, they never lost once. In terms of merits, we can clearly see that it is not the first time that they are fighting a battle with less military strength. After Ling Xiao said all this, he looked at all the other generals with a half-smile. Generals, you're all probably very familiar with the top performers who had worked under you for all these years without losing a single battle, right? I, Ling Xiao, am very grateful that each general has helped me greatly by sending such outstanding and excellent ace mecha operators to my aid. Ling Xiao said those words laced deep with sarcasm which made all the general break out in cold sweat. Back then, they had indeed used the name of helping 23rd Division to send those useless mecha operators to Ling Xiao, who had no clue of the truth of the condition those mecha operators. This series of dumping their burdens onto Ling Xiao forced him to create 250 Ace Mecha Clan, which wasted the already limited resources they had to support those useless mecha operators. Now, those useless mecha operators were once again brought out into the light by Ling Xiao in this setting. This made the generals feel like they were stepping on their own foot. After all, on paper, those mecha operators were indeed the best of the best ace mecha operators in the Federation. If they didn't send reinforcements, the billions of citizens of the Federation would definitely be angry at their ruthless decision. The soldiers in the military currently might also lose their morale to improve themselves if they see their own superiors abandoning soldiers who had more merits than them. What did they get in return for fighting to protect the safety of their country with their lives? As soon as something unfavorable happens, the soldiers on the front lines would be heartlessly abandoned by the military. Ling Xiao's move was without a doubt a disgusting move. Those mecha operators were clearly useless individuals with not much military strength. Thus, they shouldn't have the capabilities to hold on for 3 more weeks. However, at that moment, they couldn't tell that truth to the public. The third marshal was regretting it somewhat. Why did I agree to have reporters join the conference? Now, I have no way of rebutting Ling Xiao's lie. Even if I was to speak the truth about those mecha operators, the reporters outside will definitely not believe me. They would only think that the military is refusing the rescue and is deliberately trying to make Ling Xiao look bad. Compared to the third marshal's worked-up frustration, the second marshal, although knowing that Ling Xiao was lying, wasn't fixated on that. Instead, the second marshal wanted to know who could take the blame if things were to go wrong. As for the first marshal, he instantly frowned when Ling Xiao used the members of 250 Ace Mecha Clan as his reasons. He could understand that Ling Xiao wanted to save his own son, but did not like the fact that Ling Xiao would lie and hide the truth for his own selfish gains. He believed that Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of person who wouldn't care about the lives of millions of members in the reinforcement group. Ling Xiao, although the mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha Clan are quite strong, their numbers still just amount to a number for a large battalion. Thus, they don't have the strength to endure constant attacks from both the enemy and the god killers for more than 3 weeks. The first marshal said calmly. Do you have any other reasons to back up your suggestion? If Ling Xiao didn't have enough reasons to persuade him, he would not agree to send reinforcements even if he was to hurt Ling Xiao's feelings. Hearing this, the third marshal smirked. He was willing to agree with the first marshal because the first marshal usually stood on the side of justice. He would definitely not blindly agree to someone even if they were of his own faction. Of course, this way of doing things was also the reason why the first marshal could sit on the throne for all this time. He placated both the third and second marshal at the same time. The first marshal's unexpected words stunned all the reporters. Does this mean that even the first marshal doesn't support the idea of sending reinforcements? The reporters all knew that General Ling Xiao was in the first marshal's faction. Must all 280 million citizens from planet Haijiao be abandoned? General Ling Xiao, you must persuade the first marshal. All of the reporters clenched their fists because of the anxiousness. They placed all of their hopes on Ling Xiao. These reporters knew very well that the only general that actually supported the idea of sending reinforcements was Ling Xiao and no one else. The first marshal's words made Ling Xiao's eyes flicker. He slowly stood up and put his hands on the table. He leaned forward with his eyes gleaming with concentration. Do I have any other reasons? Ling Xiao smiled proudly, of course, I do. My main reason for sending reinforcements is because the regiment commander who is leading them, Ling Lan, is an imperial operator. He was just 21 years old when he entered the imperial level and he is also an imperial operator who surpassed my existence. That is not possible, exclaimed the third marshal. The first marshal and second marshal both had huge changes on their facial expressions. Ling Xiao giving them such news had stunned them greatly. Privately, in the Flying Dragon Special Forces, there were also 21-year-old operators who had entered imperial level. However, this result was gained through combining all the resources of the Federation and using a lot of secret techniques to nurture these people. However, doing this would leave them with a lot of post-traumatic stress and would also deplete their potential as mecha operators at an early age, with no possibility of reaching any higher levels. However, Ling Xiao was clearly not talking about those types of individuals. Someone who had surpassed his existence meant that Ling Xiao believed his son had a high chance of becoming a god-class operator. If that was the case, no matter how many people the Federation's military was to sacrifice, they still have to pay the price to save this future god-class operator. After all, the three marshals knew what an additional god-class operator meant for the Federation. Wait, I remember the research department had come up with a theory. They said that the son of a god-class operator could never advance to the imperial level. The third marshal finally spoke out what he was thinking about. At that moment, the reporters watching in the conference room were still surprised by Ling Xiao's public announcement that there was a 21-year-old imperial operator on planet Haijiao. Now, they were all dumbfounded by the third marshal's new statement. Did the third marshal just say the son of a god-class operator? When Qilian grabbed a reporter she didn't know and shouted excitedly. Yeah, that reporter also excitedly nodded as his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Ling Xiao's son. Every reporter had an answer in their minds. This was news that was enough to shake the entire Federation. If Ling Lan was to actually advance into god level, then they would create a new record for the human race for being the first father and son god-class operators. On the large screen, faced with the third marshal's questioning, Ling Xiao said proudly, "It wasn't possible in the past doesn't mean it's not possible now, and it also doesn't mean that it will not be possible in the future. My son Ling Lan could advance to imperial operator proves that the supposed research results are false. Then, how could we confirm that the results of planet Haijiao's battle and future prospects are true? Using only one piece of intel to determine the lives of 280 million soldiers. I, Ling Xiao, do not agree." Faced with the third marshal's pressing questions, Ling Xiao actively counterattacked him instead. Ling Xiao's words had proved Ling Lan's identity. He was surprisingly Ling Xiao's son. All the female reporters excitedly covered their mouths and giggled uncontrollably. It turns out the son of the handsome man is also a handsome man. Ling Xiao's statement of disagreement also ignited the hearts of the male reporters, so the entire conference room instantly erupted with noise everywhere. Ling Xiao's provocation made the third marshal's face turn pale. A general and his faction quickly tried to chime into the conversation. Even if Ling Lan is an Imperial operator, how could one Imperial operator and a few hundred top-level operators hold on for more than 3 weeks? After those words were spoken, all of the reporters in the conference room became livid. It was just as General Ling Xiao had said. They also couldn't prove that Ling Lan's group couldn't do it. What would happen if a miracle actually did happen and they actually held on for more than 3 weeks? Hearing this, Ling Xiao instantly straightened his posture with confident expression on his face. He said without hesitation, just from the fact that he is my son. He can definitely perform a miracle. Ling Xiao, you're too naive. You're going to take the risk of sacrificing the lives of millions of soldiers just on the grounds of him being your son? How are you going to take responsibility if your son can't hold on for more than 3 weeks and in turn making us sacrifice millions of soldiers on planet Haijiao for no reason? Asked a general under the same faction as the third marshal who was of the same rank with Ling Xiao. Using the fact that he was an old fart to mock Ling Xiao needlessly. If I dared to say it, then I will also take full responsibility. If my son, Ling Lan, cannot hold on for more than 3 weeks, then I, Ling Xiao, will automatically resign from my position as general. Ling Xiao angrily said as he smashed his hand on the table. Ling Xiao. The first marshal shouted, "Don't be impulsive. Marshal. When you appointed me as the general of the 23rd Division, I was anxious and asked you the question on how to be a qualified general. Back then, you only said one sentence, and that was to care for soldiers as if they were my own flesh and blood," Ling Xiao said with reddened eyes. I have always done everything in that philosophy. Ling Lan is my son and at the same time, also my subordinate. If I abandoned my own son, then the idea of caring for the soldiers as if they were my own flesh and blood would be considered a joke, wouldn't it? Thus, as long as there is a sliver of hope, Ling Xiao will not give up on any soldier in our military. For that, even if I have to risk everything, I will not regret it. General Ling Xiao really is a warm-hearted person. He doesn't hide his emotional side. I believe that he can definitely love his soldiers like he would his own flesh and blood. When Qilian, who was usually strong-willed, had tears dripping down her eyes uncontrollably. After seeing the generals heartlessly sacrifice a portion of their soldiers for a so-called victory, Ling Xiao's words had warmed the hearts of all the reporters. Ling Xiao wasn't logical, calm and wasn't like most generals that they knew, but they felt that it was a great thing that Ling Xiao had become a general. Ling Xiao's words made the other generals go silent. Back then, when they became generals, they had also said the same statement. However, when did they forget it? Or perhaps they had never taken it into their hearts in the first place. At that moment, Qi Yaoyang, who was silent, coughed loudly. He first looked at the third marshal with an apologetic expression and then said, "Just now I kept telling myself to look at the whole picture and not put my own feelings into it. However, General Ling Xiao's words have moved me. My unfilial son would rather fight with me and follow the leader he followed from his childhood to the 23rd Division. Although this made me very angry, no matter how unfilial he was, he is still my son. This time, he and his leader, Ling Lan, are both stuck on planet Haijiao. As his father, I can't abandon him. I also want to be a general who loves his soldiers like his own flesh and blood." Hearing this, Ling Xiao snorted coldly, "Lieutenant General Qi, what's wrong with him joining my 23rd Division?" Qi Yaoyang also snorted coldly with a look of disdain on his face, "Then, why don't you let your son join my 13th Division?" Ling Xiao took his son and still had something to say about it. The two of them stared at each other, and a slight killing intent was sensed in the air. In the end, they both snorted coldly and stopped their quarrel. After all, at that moment, they were on the same team. They must set aside their differences and cooperate with each other for once. Ling Xiao's words made the first marshal have a change of heart. He turned around and looked towards the second marshal and asked, "Brother Song, what do you think?" The situation on planet Haijiao is just as Brother Yang has said. If we continue to be passive like this, our defeat is inevitable. However, what Ling Xiao has said isn't completely wrong. We shouldn't say that planet Haijiao is done for, just because logic says it isn't possible, the second marshal said slowly. Since Ling Xiao was willing to take on the responsibility of sending reinforcements, then he could just go with the flow. The second marshal's sudden change of heart made the third marshal livid on the inside. In the end, it was still because of selfishness. He knew that if a situation concerned their family members, these people would take this risk and put everyone else's lives on the line just for their selfishness. Ling Xiao seemed to have been waiting for those words and replied immediately, "I've thought about the main crux of the problem. Marshals are just worried that if by any chance the remaining bases will lose on planet Haijiao before reinforcements were to get there, turning planet Haijiao into Helia's territory, changing the identity of the reinforcements into invaders, and would then face the assault of Helia's full military force, especially since it would give Helia a reason to have their God-class operator move out. If that's the case, I'm willing to take on the commander role in this rescue mission to ensure the safety of the reinforcements," Ling Xiao requested automatically. "No way!" The first and second marshal almost simultaneously shouted. The two marshal looked at each other. The second marshal made a sign to the first marshal for him to explain first since Ling Xiao was his subordinate. Seeing the sign, the first marshal promptly explained, "Ling Xiao, don't be impulsive. Going to Helia would require entering public sectors, and God-class operators are not allowed to leave the sectors of their own country. If you were to be discovered, we would definitely be pressured by the intergalactic United Nations. It might even cause a chain reaction in the neighboring countries. If God-class operators were so easy to deploy, would they still worry about the safety of their reinforcements? If God-class operators cannot be deployed, it doesn't mean that Imperial operators cannot be deployed, especially since Helia was the first to deploy them." Ling Xiao already knew that his proposal would not be accepted. Every God-class operator from each country was under the watchful eyes of the secret service of each country. They couldn't just switch out and have someone pretending to be them, unless they leave behind their mechas and put on a disguise, similar to the latest land-clearing mission. However, a land-clearing mission was only a land-clearing mission, so it didn't concern the other countries. Thus, the secret services were relaxed, which allowed him to find a time window to get out. However, now was not the same as back then. Not only was Helia putting tabs on God-class operators, other enemy nations were also doing the same. The reason he brought up this proposal was to remind the three marshals and the generals that the issue they were worried about actually had a way to be resolved. "You're saying the God Killers?" The first marshal's gaze instantly sharpened. "That's right. Since we have proof that Helia sent out God Killers, then if we send out the Flying Dragon Special Forces, it would only be appropriate. It would also conform to the promise that us humans had made in the very beginning." Ling Xiao's voice completely calm. The promise was after one side invaded, the other side would be allowed to send out similar level operators. For example, if God-class operators were sent out, the opponent would also be able to send out God-class operators. This was why Ling Xiao couldn't move out. Once Ling Xiao was deployed, Helia would move and send out their God-class operators. This would turn this small war into a large-scale war where it would only end when either side gets destroyed. Ling Xiao's words made the three marshals think deeply for a moment. Giving up the 280 million citizens and soldiers on planet Haijiao was not something they wanted. It was just that in such a volatile situation, they couldn't help but really consider that. However, if there was actually a way to get around it, they, of course, was not going to give up those people. "I agree to send out the Flying Dragon Special Forces. It doesn't matter if they can't hold on until reinforcements arrive. We cannot just let the God Killers do as they please." Other general agreed to deploy the Flying Dragon Special Forces to fight Helia. The first marshal thought for a moment and asked, "Does everyone still remember the first oath we made when we became a soldier of the Federation?" Everyone's expression instantly became serious and they all stood up simultaneously. They placed their fists onto their chest and shouted uniformly, "Those who defy our country must be punished no matter where they are." I still remember the oath from back then like it was yesterday. Helia's actions has clearly defied our country, so they must be punished no matter where they are. The first marshal said without hesitation, I agree to deploying the Flying Dragon Special Forces. I agree. The second marshal said. I agree. The third marshal was also angry about the issue with the God Killers. I agree. All of the generals all agreed with this decision. That's amazing. The reporters saw this scene and all clapped their hands. Those who defy our country must be punished no matter where they are, was a statement that had already seeped into the bones of all the citizens of the Federation since the creation of it. Helia's actions had already angered all of the citizens and soldiers of the Federation. They were definitely not going to let Helia get away with it. As for sending reinforcements, when the first marshal spoke, all of the generals sat upright. As for the reporters in the conference room, they all had their hearts hanging high up in the air, as what the first marshal was going to say next was the most important issue of this meeting. Agree, agree, many reporters shouted softly, hoping that the first marshal would support General Ling Xiao. The first marshal's gaze suddenly turned to Qi Yaoyang. I suggest that we use the 13th Division as the main force for the reinforcement. Other divisions should send starship teams and ace operators to fill in and let Lieutenant General Qi Yaoyang take command. Qi Yaoyang, who was halfway towards God Class, was the strongest mecha operator after the Federation's God Class operators. He had always been considered the 14th God Class operator of the Federation by enemy nations. With him in command, even if the situation was dire, he would still be able to protect most of the reinforcements and safely retreat. I agree. The second marshal decisively raised his hand, as Qi Yaoyang was perfect choice to be the commander. As expected, the older one was, the wiser one gets. Everything that the first marshal decided was definitely foolproof. Everyone looked towards the third marshal. Seeing this, the third marshal couldn't help but also raise his hand and agree. His worries and concerns seemed to be not so important anymore after Qi Yaoyang was chosen to be the commander of the reinforcements. Although Helia was careful enough to not cause the Federation's God-class operators to move out, they still managed to accidentally let the godlike Qi Yaoyang off his leash. Finally, the rescue of planet Haijiao was approved. Included in the reinforcements was the commander, Qi Yaoyang, who was the strongest imperial-level individual. After recording all of the news, the reporters finally satisfyingly returned to their news stations. Right as they were thinking about letting citizens know about these news, they received an order from the military. They were told to lock down all information regarding Ling Xiao's son, Ling Lan. When they received this order, the reporters could only regret that they couldn't share such inspiring information with the citizens of the Federation, but they knew that keeping it a secret was best for Ling Lan's safety. When General Ling Xiao became a God-class operator, he still couldn't escape from the plots of the enemy nations. If enemy nations were to know that there was a second-generation Ling Xiao in the Federation, they would definitely plan assassinations. Thus, this lockdown order should definitely be followed through. In reality, the reporters who participated in the conference all understood this. From when they heard this information, they knew that they would have to take it with them to their graves. Inside the secret base of the Flying Dragon Special Forces, those with the qualifications to watch the live broadcast of the conference meeting were able to know firsthand of the decision that the Flying Dragon Special Forces will move out to planet Haijiao. Any thoughts? The commander of the Flying Dragon Special Forces asked the 10 team leaders in the meeting room. Brain 1 smiled, I was just getting bored and restless. Going to planet Haijiao to stretch doesn't seem too bad. The other team leaders all agreed with that statement. Truth be told, they did not agree with giving up on rescue in the beginning, but luckily, General Ling Xiao knew the hearts of the people and spoke out the words in their hearts. The commanding officer turned around and looked towards a corner. In the group of people over at the corner, 2 of the youngest members of the Flying Dragon Special Forces were sitting there. What about you guys? Tang Ningyu thought for a moment and said, I want to go see this Ling Lan. He wanted to see just how impressive this person was. General Ling Xiao had said that his son was an existence that surpassed him. However, him saying that was not enough to convince Tang Ningyu. Mu Chaoran on the other hand just stretched and yawned with a sly look on his face as he smirked, Ling Xiao's son. A real divine child. I think he is definitely interesting. If that's the case, then you two should follow everyone to planet Haijiao, said the commanding officer decisively. Not long after, all the leaders left to go pick their team members. Although Flying Dragon Special Forces was allowed to move out, they still wouldn't take everyone with them. They still had to leave enough people to handle emergency situations. Brain 1 was the only leader who stayed behind in the meeting room, but no one asked him any questions, as everyone was already used to his behavior. Normally, Brain 1 would be the one to plan the plan of attack with the commanding officer. This time, he, of course, would do the same thing. After everyone had left, Brain 1 asked his commanding officer in a confused tone, "Chief, didn't you always protect Little Tang and Little Mu? Why are you sending them both out this time?" The commanding officer said in dismay, "Look at how Ling Xiao treats his own son. If I keep protecting them, then they may be overtaken by Ling Xiao's son, leaving me no chance to ever pass Ling Xiao in this lifetime. Haven't you been left in the dust by Ling Xiao already?" Brain 1 thought to himself. Ling Xiao only has one son, and yet he isn't afraid of sending his son to somewhere as dangerous as planet Haijiao, so how could I lose to him? The commanding officer was born in the same generation as Ling Xiao, and thus his limelight was overshadowed by Ling Xiao's shadow. So of course, he didn't want to lose to Ling Xiao in terms of a successor too. Plus, Ling Xiao's son made those breakthroughs when he was in predicaments. It seems that difficult situations indeed could let someone break through their shell. I was too careful in the past. He was somewhat weak in terms of heart. This was because he was depressed after a classmate of his died during a mission on planet Azure. Compared to the Ling Xiao, he couldn't help but hate himself for not pushing to rescue his friend. All in all, I'm putting their safety in your hands. Although the commanding officer made the difficult decision, he still asked Brain 1 to protect the leaders of the younger generation. Understood, Chief. Brain 1 accepted the order given to him, and then he began to discuss the plans of the rescue on planet Haijiao with the commanding officer. Planet Haijiao had already lost communication with the Federation for more than 3 weeks. In a dense jungle, a team of broken-down miniature-sized mechas were carefully moving through it. Regiment Commander, is there really still a base on the east side? They were a mecha clan from the middle sector who managed to get out with their lives. Now, there were less than 10% of their forces remaining, with just a few dozen getting away with their lives. I heard the broadcast. It should right. The regiment commander still remembered that when he entered the east sector, the short radio wave channel suddenly started making some sounds, and after fidgeting it for a few minutes, he could clearly hear the broadcast about a base still holding strong on the east side. I'm just worried. What if it's Helia's plan to bait us into getting caught? One mecha operator, who was following the regiment commander closely, became more suspicious as they got closer to base 013. They were like birds frightened by the sounds of anything on their entire way to this location. It's possible, but do we have any other choice? The regiment commander looked towards the staff officer who was kept alive by medicinal agents. In their mechas, there were also 2 heavily injured comrades. If they wanted to save their lives, they must go to the base for them to get surgery, so even if it was bait, they still had to go. The broadcast has been telling that they are fighting with Helia's forces using guerrilla warfare. As long as we endure for 1 more week, the Federation's reinforcements should be able to arrive. If you think about it, if it was Helia's trap, they wouldn't say something like this. However, it doesn't rule out the possibility that this is all a massive trap, said the regiment commander bitterly. Now, we can only risk it all and try. The mecha operators saw the location of base 013 on their maps and were all in agony. Currently, not only did they lack medicinal agents, weapons and supplies, even their food was just raw vegetation and bugs. They had already reached the point of no return, so even if it was Helia's trap, they could only try their luck. Similarly, on a narrow barren path, a Federation soldier with a tattered uniform was carrying a severely injured soldier on his back as he walked straight ahead. "Brother Yu, I think I can see our regiment commander coming to welcome us," the severely injured soldier hung on his companion's shoulder and said softly. Nonsense. You're just tired, just close your eyes and rest, and as soon as you wake up we will be at base 013. Although he was tired, he still didn't think about abandoning his comrades. When he heard his comrade talk about nonsense such as seeing their dead regiment commander, he immediately told him to stop. Brother you've already carried me while walking for 3 straight days with no rest. Thank you for being me, but I can't keep dragging you down with me. Taking him like this would kill his only friend left in this world, as only the 2 of them had managed to stay alive from their mecha clan. If it was possible, he wanted to stand alongside with Brother Yu again, but he really couldn't hold on any longer. Our regiment commander has said before that there are no cowards who gives up in our 10 Commandments mecha clan. You can't let him down. Now, don't say anything else. You should be resting. Brother Yu was trying his best to give his comrade the strength to continue living while holding the tears in his eyes. Thank you, Brother Yu. I'm very happy that I could become a member of the 10 Commandments. I'm happy that I had met you. Now, please take us with you and return the Federation. Let's all go home together. The voice of the soldier, who leaned on Brother Yu's body, became softer and softer. There was already a short dagger in his left abdomen. He smirked slightly, seemingly with no regrets. In order to give his comrade a larger chance to survive, he made the decision to no longer drag him down. Seeing this, Brother Yu's dry eyes became red instantly. Within these past 3 weeks, he had mourned for one comrade after another. In the end, he still couldn't protect his last comrade. He was now the only one left from the 10 Commandments mecha clan. He lifted his trembling hand as he ripped off the serial number tag from the severely injured soldier's uniform. He opened the bag on his belt and a bunch of tags were inside it. It was a thick pile. There wasn't 1,000, but definitely had a few hundred. Brother Yu carefully placed the new tag with the other ones and put it back into the bag on his belt. He was going to take his comrades with him to base 013. They will wait for reinforcements together. Return to the Federation together. Return to the home that had given them birth and nurtured them. There were similar scenes happening around base 013. The soldiers who continued to live brought the hopes of their dying comrades. They continued to move towards the hope in their hearts. Chief, here is the list of all the refugees who has entered the base. A second lieutenant from the logistics department gave a folder to Lin Zhongqing. Lin Zhongqing took it and looked it over. He then frowned. Did they pass the identity check of the mainframe? These are the ones who have passed. Those that didn't pass has already been injected with restricting agents by the punishment squad, replied the second lieutenant. Lin Zhongqing couldn't help but be happy that base 013's mainframe luckily had all of the information regarding all of the Halian mecha operator on planet Haijiao. This made sure that Halia's spies couldn't blend in with the refugees, making sure that base 013 was safe from the watchful eyes of Halia. Little Four was very pleased with himself, as this information was gathered from when he was still connected to the Federation's bases while he was scouting around the bases of Halia. It should be said that even the Federation's mainframe didn't have information as detailed he had stolen, acquired. However, what Lin Zhongqing was more worried about was not the spies. Instead, he was more worried about. Lin Zhongqing picked up the folders beside him once again. Inside it was the data that showed the amount of supplies and resources available in the base being in the red. The data estimated that these supplies and resources were only enough for 2 days. The energy, weapons and equipment could still be salvaged for a longer time, so they were fine on that end, but the food and water situation was dire. Lin Zhongqing picked up the folders and walked briskly towards the command center. When he entered, he saw that it was full of people speed walking around as if they were in a race-walking competition. The command center was originally filled with staff from each department of the base. However now, only the regiment commanders of all the clans and the other higher-ups of the base were allowed to be there. It should be explained that in the past 2 weeks, base 012, 014 and 015 around base 013 could no longer defend against Halia's military force that was 10 times more in numbers. They had no choice but to abandon the bases and retreat to the center location between all of them, Base 013. In other words, Base 013 had actually become a lone city in the middle of nowhere. At that moment, many lieutenant colonels and senior colonels were standing around the virtual screens to coordinate their future. They were the people that were supposed to be on a break today. However, how could they rest easy in their quarters? So, they all went to the command center and helped in predicting Helia's movements, attacks, and how to deal with those attacks. The person in command today was Han Jijian. In the past few days, he and Li Lanfeng switched with each other for the task of coordinating practice battles and discussing with the regiment commanders of all the clans. Although he and Li Lanfeng switched every day, his face was still showing signs of fatigue. After the forces from the other three bases retreated to Base 013, the pressure on him and Li Lanfeng reached to the point where he almost could not bear with it anymore. This made Han Jijian, who was a newbie strategist that had only come into contact with war for a short amount of time, have the illusion of not being able to breathe from the immense pressure. He felt he had already reached his limit. However, when he saw that Li Lanfeng still had fight in him, his own heart began to burn with determination. This feeling of being unable to compare to someone else made Han Jijian feel frustrated. It made him want to work even harder and better. However, the more he did this, the more he felt he couldn't compare to Li Lanfeng. With this mindset, even if they changed shifts, he still wouldn't be able to rest well. Han Jijian turned to look at Lin Zhongqing. Lin Zhongqing just pointed towards Ling Lan's office and asked Han Jijian, "Is boss inside?" During this time, boss was always running between the mecha hold and command center to give orders. Inside the base, all mecha operators who were elite ace or above and didn't have shifts would stand guard in the mecha hold, prepared for battle at any second. It was also these brave individuals who fended off Helia's probing attacks one after the other, not allowing Base 013 to fall into enemy hands. Han Jijian nodded towards Lin Zhongqing, gesturing that Ling Lan was in her office. He then surreptitiously put up 3 fingers. Lin Zhongqing knew that with the signal that there were 3 outsiders in boss's office. Lin Zhongqing walked into Ling Lan's office and saw 4 people sitting in the living room area of the office. Other than boss, the other 3 were the commanding officers of the base 012, 014 and 015. The 3 of them were all smoking with very depressing expressions on their faces. They looked as though they weren't confident that they would be able to endure this final week. Lin Zhongqing saluted them and then walked in front of Ling Lan. He handed the folder to Ling Lan and said, "Regiment Commander, please take a look at this." Ling Lan opened it and scanned through it. She saw the numbers of the food and water supply and immediately understood the situation they were in. She handed the folder back to Lin Zhongqing and coldly said, "It seems that our prediction is right. Helia indeed wants to use those refugees to come to us to deplete our food and water supply. To be honest, in the second week when they crazily attacked our logistics supply convoy that was retreating, blocking off us from bringing supplies into Base 013, I had already thought it would become like this." The commanding officer of Base 012 smiled bitterly. Plus, it is even clearer what they are planning when they would stop their chase when those refugees enter Base 013's territory. The commanding officer from Base 015 took a huge whiff of his cigarette and said. However, even though they knew about the enemy's plans, they couldn't just not accept the refugee soldiers. They were still not cold-blooded enough to abandon their own comrades. This Major Lin has probably sent over the data regarding the supplies in the logistics department. The situation is really bad, right? How many days can we hold out for? The commanding officer of Base 014 looked towards Lin Zhongqing. Lin Zhongqing often reported to Ling Lan regarding the internal workings in the logistics department. Thus, these commanding officers had already remembered him by name. Optimistically, 2 days, Ling Lan said plainly. I had also predicted that there was only a few days left. 3 days ago, when the food that was handed out began to decrease, I knew that the base couldn't hold out for much longer, said the commanding officer of Base 014. In the past few days, the soldiers of the Federation who retreated into Base 013 have begun to increase in numbers. Thus, the pressure on the logistics department is becoming heavier and heavier. We have reached the predicament where we must go out to find food, and as luck would have it, the enemy is all around us. Now, if a group was to go out, they would probably get jumped on by multiple groups. The enemy plans on letting us rot in Base 013. No wonder in the past few days, there were only small assaults. Their intentions were to test us, not to attack us. If the enemy had used the same amount of military force that was used against Base 014, Base 013 may not be able to hold on for more than 2 or 3 days. Ling Lan said calmly, not only that, Helia still wants to use Base 013 to catch more fish. The 3 commanding officers looked towards Ling Lan with confused expressions. They couldn't understand what Ling Lan was saying. If these soldiers from the Federation were to do guerrilla warfare around their area continuously, they would constantly be harassed and disturbed. Thus, it would be better for them to let them go and retreat into Base 013 for 2 reasons. 1, it would deplete our resources and supplies much quicker. 2, they would be able to destroy all of us at once. Ling Lan knew very well that if these refugee soldiers from the Federation were to actually hide in the corners around planet Haijiao, it would be impossible for Helia to completely annihilate them without a few years of battle. Ling Lan had another bolder thought. What if Helia is even more ambitious? Maybe they are trying to use Base 013 as a bait to lure the reinforcements of the Federation. Do they want to destroy the reinforcements too? No matter what, their decision allowed Base 013 to have some time to breathe. As for the problem of food and water, a cold light flashed past Ling Lan's eyes. She must solve this problem. If not, her base would just internal collapse, turning them into helpless lambs for the wolves stalking them outside of the base to gobble up. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The commanding officer of Base 012 gave a bitter smile. The other party knew all their actions and schemed against them. However, there was nothing they could do. They could only accept it. If we want to continue resisting, we need to have ample food and water. These are 2 big problems that we must solve. Ling Lan's expression turned serious. But the enemy is all around us. Where are we supposed to find more food and water? The commanding officer of Base 014 sighed. The commanding officer of Base 015 suddenly thought of something. He narrowed his eyes as he asked, Regiment Commander Ling, are you planning to snatch resources from our enemy's bases? This was an impossible task as their enemy's bases were constantly heavily guarded. They wouldn't be able to sneak in. Why not? Ling Lan replied calmly. Where else would they able to get food and water? Ling Lan knew that this plan was absurd, but she must do this, even if she had to suffer heavy consequences, she must do it. She was not someone who would wait for death. In order to gain the slimmest chance to survive, she would attempt the impossible even if she had to risk her life. If I had to choose between waiting for death and attempting one last stand, I'll always choose to fight one last time. Ling Lan spoke her thoughts out firmly. The 3 other commanding officers just stared at the ceiling while they smoked silently. Smoke filled up the room. Ling Lan's cold face appeared hazy among all the smoke. However, the determination in her eyes was like a gleaming light in the haze. Just like what Regiment Commander Ling has said, if we don't do it, we can only wait for death. I'll take the risk. The commanding officer of Base 014 extinguished his cigarette on the ashtray as though he was extinguishing his hesitation. I also agree. Me too. The commanding officers of the other 2 bases finally made their decisions too. They knew that this decision might cause the death of thousands of soldiers, but this was the only way more soldiers were able to survive and last till the reinforcements came. They must do this. Ling Lan smiled slightly when she heard the other commanding officers agreeing with her. With the strength of her own base, she was unable to snatch enough supplies to feed 500,000 soldiers, so she had to collaborate with the other 3 bases. Since this was supplies for all the 4 bases, Ling Lan hoped that the people in the 4 bases would all participate and not let her base take all the risk. In this aspect, she was selfish. After an intense discussion, every base decided to bring 2 mecha clans to participate in this mission. 250 Ace Mecha Clan sent 3 teams, Team 02, Team 03, and Team 08 to participate in this attack. The person in charge of this mission was the team leader of Team 02, Lu Furong. The team leader of Team 08, Han Jijian, would be the advisor of this mission, while the team leader of Team 03, Qi Long, was in charge of guarding and being alert of their surroundings. At first, Ling Lan wanted to ask Li Lanfeng and his team to go for this mission. However, Han Jijian volunteered instead, and his attitude to go was resolute, so Ling Lan decided to let him go. These people break into different teams and quietly left the base through different paths. Base 013 had been sending numerous mecha operators out to patrol the surroundings, so such actions didn't catch the attention of Helia. After one day, all the mecha operators that participated in this mission left their bases. At the command center, Zhao Jun looked at the cold-looking Li Lanfeng and said with regret, "Unfortunately, we can't go." Li Lanfeng glanced at him and replied indifferently, "If you want to go, why didn't you volunteer like Han Jijian? Why are you regretting now? You deserve it." Zhao Jun pouted. "Look, you are feeling angry because Han Jijian snatched your mission, right? Why are you being so blunt? You look calm, but in your heart, you must be fuming." "I want to, but I don't dare to speak when I saw boss's cold face." Zhao Jun felt wronged. Their situation was getting worse. The force of presence from their boss grew stronger. He wanted to ask, but after speaking with her for a while, he swallowed his words back. He really didn't dare to do it. Zhao Jun respected Han Jijian. At least, he had the courage to voice out his opinion. Li Lanfeng scoffed, "Look at you. You are muscular and bulky, but deep inside, you are a coward. Useless. I'm useless. What about you? Why didn't you talk to boss?" Zhao Jun was angry. Since Li Lanfeng's mission got taken away, why didn't he reject Han Jijian when he had the chance to? Li Lanfeng pursed his lips. Would he admit that he got stunned by Han Jijian's intimidating gaze? If he knew that this was going to happen, he wouldn't have pressured Han Jijian when they were discussing at that time. Isn't he just creating trouble for himself? After being suppressed by him for a long time, Han Jijian finally exploded in anger and snatched his mission. It didn't matter that Han Jijian snatched his mission, but he missed a chance to fight alongside Ling Lan because of this. That's right, their regiment commander, Ling Lan, sneaked out of the base too. No one knew that Ling Lan had left the base to participate in this mission. Base Alan of Helia was not the closest base to base 013. It used to be on the second line of defense on Helia's side. Of course, now, it was no longer a second line of defense base. Most of the mecha clans had moved to the bases in front of them. Hence, this base became a half-defense and half-logistician base. It was understandable that this base became like this. There were only a few bases resisting against them now, and these few bases were still able to survive because Helia let them. Many frontline soldiers didn't understand why their superiors made this decision, but they still followed the order. After looking at the map of the bases of Helia, she chose to attack this base. Ling Lan knew that the bases around base 013 would be heavily armed to ensure that they would be able to attack them anytime. To support these bases, they must get supplies from the bases behind them. That was why she laid her eyes on the bases on the second line of defense. She also asked Little Four about the conditions of the bases before the satellites were destroyed. Little Four told her that there was a natural ice cave below base Alan. This was a perfect location to keep all the food and water supplies. This prediction was risky. If she was wrong, they would return empty-handed. Then, Helia would be on their guard after this, so they wouldn't give her another chance to snatch food supplies. The survival of their bases depended on this mission. Regiment Commander, there is movement. Hide. The instant the order was given, the bunch of mechas flying quickly in the air instantly disappeared from the air. They seemed to have practiced this many times. A group of patrolling mechas from the Halian army could be seen flying towards their direction from afar, but since the mechas from the Federation hid well, nothing suspicious was discovered by the patrolling mechas. The patrolling mechas just did a routine search around the area and left. When the patrolling mechas disappeared, a relieved voice sounded on the team channel. Mecha operators in 250 Ace Mecha Clan have amazing battle skills and their equipment is impressive too. Their radar's range is wider than any special radar system made by the Federation. Furthermore, due to the signal interference on the radar, we were able to discover our enemy but they couldn't detect us. Song Yicheng felt complicated. He didn't know how he should feel towards 250 Ace Mecha Clan and their regiment commander. He should hate them but... Song Yicheng remembered what had happened yesterday night. Just like any normal day on planet Haijiao for the past few weeks, he was calculating the number of casualties in his clan for the day. As the battle got harder, even young masters like him were also sent to the battlefield by Ling Lan to help distract their opponents. Song Yicheng finally understood what his grandfather meant when he said that he would truly grow up after experiencing the battlefield. He thought that during the past year of him being on the battlefield, he had already experienced everything he could on the battlefield. Now, he knew that what he experienced in the past didn't amount to anything at all. It was all because Du Mingyi was not as bold as Ling Lan. Ling Lan was willing to send Song Yicheng to the most dangerous place while Du Mingyi only let them out to clean the stage after they won a battle. They were essentially there to be the janitors of the battlefield, there to just kill some half-dead bugs to claim some merits. After days and days of the war, Song Yicheng's thoughts of fighting for power diminished slowly. He finally comprehended the responsibility of being a regiment commander. It was not to win nor to gain honor. It was to ensure that his team members had the highest chance of staying alive. Song Yicheng looked at the number of casualties today, his heart felt bitter. Although the people in his mecha clan were all people with special backgrounds who were timid, liked to hide, and always ran away after firing one shot, he had been living with them for many years. He didn't feel too good when he saw the people he was familiar with leaving him one by one. Suddenly, he felt the air turning cold in the office. He looked up immediately and saw a person with a cold aura sitting on the sofa in his office. The person was crossing his arms and was looking at Song Yicheng coldly. Regiment Commander Ling. Song Yicheng gritted his teeth. He is a domain realm master, so he always likes to appear so suddenly to scare him. This is infuriating. Regiment Commander Song, are you done with your work for the day? Ling Lan put her feet down and stood up calmly. Song Yicheng threw the pen in his hand on the table and leaned back in his chair. He said angrily, Regiment Commander Ling, why did you come to visit my 224 Mecha clan? He had a grudge against Ling Lan, so they usually wouldn't interact with each other unless they had something to discuss. Hence, Ling Lan must have something important to tell him when she visited him in the middle of the night. There is no food and water left in the base. Ling Lan went straight to the point. I know. Everyone's water supply is reduced recently and the amount of food distributed is also halved. Something must have happened. Song Yicheng was not stupid. When the amount of food and water supply changed, he knew that the situation in the base was getting worse. So, we must snatch food and water from our enemy's base, Ling Lan told him her decision. Are you crazy? Song Yicheng was dumbstruck. He sprung up. Damn it, does this person thinks that the enemy's bases belong to him? Does he think that he can just walk in and take whatever he wants? If I don't become crazy, we will all die. Ling Lan replied indifferently, and I don't want to die. Thus, I decided to be crazy. Song Yicheng's expression changed. He couldn't help but ask, have the commanding officers from the other 3 bases agreed? They don't want to die too. Ling Lan's gaze turned sharp, seemingly able to slice through the air in front of her. Song Yicheng got enlightened. If the other 3 commanding officers didn't agree, Ling Lan would have used some vicious method to force them to agree. He dabbed his face uncontrollably with a small napkin and helplessly said, "Since you want to become crazy, do it then." "Why bother telling me?" Song Yicheng suddenly realized something. His face turned pale. He pointed at Ling Lan, then pointed at himself while he stammered, You want me. That's right. I want you to go crazy with me." Ling Lan calmly announced Song Yicheng's death sentence. "I'm not going." "That's the same as seeking for death." Song Yicheng shouted angrily. "Not going." Ling Lan glanced at Song Yicheng. This fellow always liked to avert from risk. The growing malicious intent in Ling Lan's eyes made Song Yicheng's heart drop. Will this god of death kill him if he didn't agree? "Ling Lan, the second marshal is my grandfather," Song Yicheng shouted, trying to remind Ling Lan that his grandfather would not let him off if he killed him. "Stop shouting. No one can hear you. Have you forgotten that you are in my domain?" Ling Lan was speechless as she looked at Song Yicheng. She isn't planning to do anything to him. Does he have to look like a lady that was being bullied by a hooligan? Why is he so frightened? If I want you to die, I won't leave any traces behind. You'll die quietly. That was what Song Yicheng thought Ling Lan meant by her words. Song Yicheng suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Ever since he met this bastard, Ling Lan, his image of this world had collapsed around him. "What do you want me to do?" Song Yicheng finally knew that he had no choice but to do Ling Lan orders him to do. He slapped his face and forced himself to regain his composure. "Help transport food and water." These people were bad at fighting, but they were very good at running away and hiding. If that wasn't the case, Ling Lan wouldn't have chosen them. Ling Lan didn't like to use a single criterion to determine whether a soldier was good or not. She always felt that as long as a person performed to his advantage well, he would be an outstanding soldier even if he didn't have many merits. She used this mindset when assigning work to her logisticians. Now, she was doing the same to 224 Mecha Clan. 224 Mecha Clan were not good at fighting. But, snatching supplies required good hiding skills and the instinct to know when one should run away. This Mecha Clan was the most suitable Mecha Clan for this mission. "You are taking us away from the battlefield?" Song Yicheng stood up straight. Ling Lan just scoffed at his outburst. Song Yicheng's face turned red. "Fine, my Mecha Clan was not good at fighting. They would be a burden to other people. After we attack the base, you'll be in charge of moving the supplies. After that, don't care about anything behind you and rush back to the base. The other Mecha Clans will stop the enemies for you." Since she planned to let Song Yicheng bring his Mecha Clan out, she must tell him about her plans to clear him of his worries. "Just stopping the enemies?" Song Yicheng noticed what Ling Lan said. "Do you still want us to protect you all the way back to the base?" Ling Lan raised one of her eyebrows. "Merits are not so easy to get. However, this is your only chance to use your own effort to gain some merits." After she finished speaking, Ling Lan moved instantly to Song Yicheng's side. She patted his shoulder and said softly, "Opportunities don't come often. You don't want to go back with shame, right?" Before Song Yicheng could reply, Ling Lan started to disappear slowly in front of him. Then, she was gone. It was as though her arrival was just Song Yicheng's illusion. Song Yicheng almost fainted from anger. This bastard just threw me a sentence that perked up my interest and then left without waiting for my response. I had never seen such an irresponsible commanding officer before. However, he was right. He didn't want to go home in shame. He wanted to stand proudly in front of his grandfather, his father, and those siblings who looked down on him. Song Yicheng clicked his tongue. Just like this, he was lured into this crazy mission. Fortunately, that bastard still had some conscience. Ling Lan gave each of his team members a radar system so that they were able to hide from all of Helia's patrols. The journey was frightening, but they managed to reach the first line of defense safely. "Regiment Commander, what should we do now?" They had arrived at their destination, but the person in front didn't know what he should do now. What should we do now? Settle down here and have a rest. We'll wait for Commander Ling's orders, Song Yiqing replied to the person angrily. They finally managed to sneak into their enemy's territory. Now, they had to wait for the news from Ling Lan's side. Are they able to take down one of their enemy's bases? As one of the regiment commanders participating in this mission, Song Yiqing didn't know which base Ling Lan was planning to attack. Actually, it should be said that all the regiment commanders didn't know which base they were attacking, only Ling Lan knew. At this moment, Ling Lan, Team 03 and Team 08 of 250 Ace Mecha Clan were hiding on a leveled plain on a mountain not far away from base Alan. They had been here for almost 2 hours. Alan is heavily guarded. The protective shield is also very stable. These are the observations we have noticed during these 2 hours. Patrol teams appear every half an hour. Each patrol team patrolled for 1 hour each. There are 24 mechas in one patrol team. The numbers never change and they were never late too. Han Jijian had recorded all their observations during these 2 hours in the hopes of finding a chance to attack them. If any patrol team is late, the base might reprimand and punish them. We are unable to make use of the patrol team to sneak in. Han Jijian frowned. He knew that the bases of Helia were heavily guarded, but he didn't expect the security to be so tight. There was no loophole for them to make use of. We can forget about sneaking in. Ling Lan replied calmly. Regiment Commander. Everyone looked at Ling Lan in shock. I'll be in charge of sneaking in. Ling Lan pointed at a patrol team that just flew out of the base. What you all have to consider is whether you all could finish these mechas off within 3 minutes after they moved out of the radar range of the base. They had around the same amount of people as the patrol team. It wouldn't be easy killing all of them within such a short time. Qi Long narrowed his eyes as he started calculating the possibility of completing this mission. Lu Furong brought his Team 02 to meet the other 8 mecha clans at the designated gathering spot. Only Qi Long and Han Jijian's team moved with Ling Lan. Leave them to me. Qi Long clenched his fist firmly. This was a hard task, but he couldn't disappoint his boss. He must complete this mission. That's good. 1 hour later, your 24 mechas will disguise themselves, and I'll let this base's mainframe accept your entry request. Remember, there is only one chance. Ling Lan looked intently at Qi Long and Han Jijian's team. Alan had become a logistician base, but there were still many patrols here. There should be at least 20 mecha clans guarding this base. Once these mecha clans noticed any signs of an invasion, they wouldn't be able to get out of the base with the supplies. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't kill their way out of the base. Thus, Qi Long must succeed. After entering the base, kill all the enemies that see you. Do not let anyone have the chance to reveal your identity, Ling Lan said coldly. To ensure everyone's safety, they must learn to be cruel. I understand. The team members of the two teams felt their hearts tightening. Their regiment commander's vicious words let them understand that they would face a brutal battle once they entered the base. Ling Lan scanned them intently. She noticed that all of them were serious, including Qi Long and Han Jijian. Compared to their team members, Ling Lan was more worried about Qi Long and Han Jijian. She was afraid that they wouldn't be able to get used to this malicious style. However, they proved her wrong. She underestimated them. Ling Lan finally felt at ease. She waved her hands and asked the two teams to carry out their mission. As they were leaving, her body disappeared slowly. Qi Long looked at his boss, who was going to sneak into their enemy's base alone. He took a deep breath and ordered, "Let's get started." More than 20 shadows flew towards the back of the mountain. After some time, a group of mechas secretly moved out of the mountain and followed the patrol team from afar. Half an hour later, the entrance of the base opened, allowing the mechas to get ejected out. There seemed to be mist today. One of the mecha operators felt that his windshield seems blurry today, so he complained about it. Isn't this normal? It's near the evening now. The light is not strong, so it's normal to have some mist. Don't forget what we have below our base. Another mecha operator wasn't concerned about the mist. There was a natural ice cave under their base, so it was common for them to see mist around their base in the morning and evening. It has been really hot recently. I haven't seen mist in a long time though, the mecha operator said. Stop talking. Hurry up and complete our patrol mission so that we can go back and rest. Their team leader stopped his team members from jabbering any longer. They could get some rest between their patrolling mission, but the high intensity of the mission made them tired mentally. The team leader just wanted to complete his mission perfectly. He didn't care about the useless weather conditions. Yes, team leader. The team members didn't dare to talk anymore. They ended their conversation and focused on operating their mechas. Domains can turn invisible, but traces can still be found. I'm still unable to turn completely invisible in my gaseous state. Ling Lan had realized that her gaseous state was not perfected yet. Or rather, she only managed to master her liquid state. Luckily, Helia didn't expect the domain realm masters to invade them. If they had installed energy level detectors, I'll be unable to sneak into the base so easily. Ling Lan felt relieved. Weird. One of the logisticians in the mecha hold touched his head curiously. What happened? Another logistician asked in puzzlement. Nothing. I might have seen wrong. The logistician couldn't explain his feelings too. He shook his head. He just felt that the air in the mecha hold seemed fresher today. However, when he noticed that his comrade didn't sense anything, he thought that it was his illusion. Ling Lan moved around the mecha hold and came to the JMC office. Her body appeared slowly. The female soldiers in the JMC office were all conversing happily. They didn't know that something bad was going to happen soon. One of the female soldiers sensed something and turned around instantly. She saw a soldier who was not wearing the Helia military uniform looking at them. When the female soldier looked over, the person smiled at her. The smile was enchanting. She thought that she saw an angel from heaven. Sleep. A soft and gentle voice sounded beside her and she happily fell into a deep sleep. Ling Lan retracted her smile and the warmth emitting from body disappeared, leaving only frigid coldness. Little 4, control the base. Yes, boss. Little 4 immediately took the order and controlled the entire JMC system. Then, he controlled the mainframe of the base too. Ling Lan looked at all the female soldiers in the room. They had smiles on their faces, but in actual fact, they were killed as blood flowed out of their eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. In the past, the Federation experienced the JMC bloodbath. Now, she was recreating another JMC bloodbath. She had no choice. For the sake of the soldiers of the Federation, she had to do this. Let me send you all down. You come with nothing and will leave with nothing. Leave this dirty world purely. Ling Lan lifted her right hand and said softly, ice blockade. All the female soldiers turned into ice statues. Then, Ling Lan snapped her fingers. The ice statues suddenly exploded, turning into countless crystal shards that dissipated slowly as they fall to the ground. Ling Lan looked at the clean JMC office. She turned her head firmly and left. She needed to kill more enemies within this 1 hour. The massacre of Alan was secretly in progress, but the mecha clans positioned there didn't know it. The commanding officer of the base was having a gathering with the various regiment commanders of the mecha clans. They were chatting and eating happily. To them, success was already in their hands, so it was reasonable for them to have a celebration. On the east side, only a few bases are still resisting fiercely against us. Unfortunately, the Central Command Center doesn't want us to finish them off yet. If not, Planet Haijiao will already be ours. The commanding officer grabbed his wine glass and started conversing with the regiment commanders beside him. The commander-in-chief must have some plans that we don't know about, one of the regiment commanders said. He took a sip of his red wine and sighed. I won't truly feel safe until planet Haijiao became part of our country. Yes, we all know how tough the soldiers of the Huaxia Federation are. If we let them off like this, what if, another regiment commander remembered how they battled with the Huaxia Federation for so many years and felt worried. Stop talking nonsense. The commanding officer glared at them. They were going to achieve victory soon. If someone heard what he said, they would be in trouble. I'm sorry. I'm too drunk for my own good. Let's cheers for Helia's victory. Cheers. The regiment commander knew his mistake, so he quickly raised his cup and offered a toast to their country. For victory. Cheers. Everyone raised their cups and toasted one another. The atmosphere turned lively again. At this moment, a cold voice sounded behind them. For my victory. Everyone turned around in astonishment. A young soldier wearing the Federation's military uniform stood behind them. He had a smile on his face and a glass of red wine in his hand. He was raising his cup as though he wanted to offer them a toast. Who are you? The commanding officer shouted in surprise. He regained his senses and shouted, Guards, guards. The guards, who realized that something was amiss, rushed over. The moment they tried to reach for their beam guns, Ling Lan flicked her fingers. Then, the guards exploded and turned into a pile of blood and meat. The gruesome scene caused all the officers to turn pale in the face. Ling Lan scoffed at the commanding officer. She said indifferently, Stop shouting. It's useless. They can't save you. By now, the commanding officer had realized that there were multiple thin strings around the room. There were even thin strings twirled around their bodies. He finally understood what had happened. The guards must have been turned into meat paste because of these thin strings. The commanding officer was an experienced soldier, so he knew what all this entails. His face turned green as he said, Domain Realm Master. Why did a Domain Realm Master appear on such a minor battlefield? The existence of Domain Realm Masters was like Imperial operators. They were not allowed to enter a battlefield. However, this rule was just not written down in black and white, unlike the Imperial operators and God-class operators who were forbidden to enter a battlefield based on the Human United Agreement. It was just a verbal agreement between the various countries. Of course, to prevent the invasion of Domain Realm Masters, some more important bases had energy detectors installed. However, Base Alan was a second-grade defense base. It was a normal base with logisticians and with supplies kept in it. Therefore, it didn't have such detectors installed. Hence, Ling Lan was able to sneak in secretly. Actually, Ling Lan chose this base because bypassing its security was not too hard. She had to thank Little Four for this. Before the satellites were destroyed, Little Four had been looking through all the bases, so Ling Lan knew the security level of each base accurately. Who are you? Why are you at our base? As expected of a commanding officer. He was able to calm down quickly. Stop acting. Don't you know who I am? Ling Lan sneered. She waved her left hand. The loose thin string became tighter. The officers got restricted by the string so they couldn't move anymore. They wanted to contact their mecha clans, but now, they couldn't because they couldn't even touch their communicators. You are really careful. The commanding officer smiled bitterly when he saw the dejected looks of the regiment commanders. He thought that the other party was young and unreliable, so he attempted to keep him distracted with his words. That way, his subordinates would have the time to call for reinforcements. However, this young soldier saw through his plan. A cold flash of light shone past Ling Lan's face. She raised her hand again and the strings around the officers became tighter. The expressions on their faces showed they were visibly in panic. They could already feel the string slicing through skin and feel drops of blood dripping down their bounded body to the floor. We can talk. Let's be civil for a bit and talk, all right? Don't be rash. What do you want? I'm willing to cooperate. The commanding officer could feel death looming over his head, so he became very agitated as he spurted out words to calm Ling Lan down. Yes, yes. We are willing to cooperate. Under the threat of death, the regiment commanders were all willing to take a step back. Little Four, have you gathered all the information? Ling Lan asked Little Four in her mindscape. Yes, boss. I've settled everything, Little Four replied in a proud tone. Ling Lan smiled and the cold aura around her disappeared. However, the commanding officer was surprisingly not shocked by her smile at all. Thinking that Ling Lan was distracted by something, he released all his force of presence to break free from the thin strings. But, as someone at the peak of Qi Jin, he was unable to resist against a domain realm master. Bang! Blood appeared everywhere as splattered all over. The officers that were still celebrating a moment ago had turned into piles of blood and meat. Quite surprising for a commanding officer of a base like this. He is not weak. What a good disguise. Luckily, I'm always careful. Ling Lan looked at the gory scene and mocked the commanding officer. When these officers were pleading her to think about her actions, they collaborated with one another, trying to send the news that they were invaded out of the base. If Little Four hadn't taken control of the mainframe, this piece of news would have been sent out of the base. Little Four, make a fake order by the commanding officer stating that the entire base is allowed to celebrate Helia's victory. Ling Lan talked so much with these people because she wanted to get samples of the images and sounds of the commanding officer. She needed those images and sounds to stop the mecha clans in the base to move around, as this would decrease the chance of finding out their supplies were being transported out. Yes, boss. Little Four imitated the voice and attitude of the commanding officer and sent an order down to the base. He told everyone that Helia had successfully gained control of planet Haijiao. Hence, the commanding officer specially allowed the various departments to celebrate together, even the logisticians should celebrate too. This news was sudden, but Helia had already taken over most of planet Haijiao. Thus, the news was kinda expected. All the soldiers in the base cheered excitedly. None of them suspected that the order was fake. The destruction of the satellites disrupted the contact of the Federation's bases, but they also caused Helia's bases to lose contact with each other. They were only able to send and receive news within their own base like a bubble. This stopped Ling Lan's lie from being exposed. When the logisticians heard this piece of good news, they followed their commanding officer's order and went back to their camps to celebrate. Their commanding officer specially allowed them to drink for this occasion, and the soldiers had not had any alcohol for a long time, so they took the alcohol sent by the logisticians and started drinking without any worry. The entire base turned into heaven. They are so lucky. Why do we have to be on duty? Ah. One of the logisticians on duty stared at the empty mecha hold and complained in frustration. Bear with it. Once the last 2 patrols come back, we can leave, the other logistician consoled him. If they didn't service those mecha operators, the mecha operators would definitely kick up a fuss. This was why they still remained here. Hey, they seem to be back. Someone heard the sound of mechas entering the ports and immediately reminded his coworker to start working. Hurry up. They quickly returned to their positions and prepared to welcome their mecha operators back. The mechas entered one by one. The logisticians wanted to send the mechas back into their designated positions, but one of the logisticians suddenly said, "Strange. This mecha looks weird." The color was the same as their mechas, but the design was different. The logistician pondered for a while. Suddenly, he realized that these mechas, besides their color, looked more like the mechas from the Federation. No. That is, the logistician finally understood what was happening. He shouted in fright. However, he suddenly realized that he wasn't able to make any sounds, as a strong hand holding his throat firmly. Boss is right. The crucial moment is after we enter the base. Qilong brutally snapped the logistician's neck and fresh blood stained his hand. It became red. He frowned slightly. Then, he slowly put the person down. The next second, he appeared in another position and killed all the logisticians on duty. Soon, all the team members in Team 03 and Team 08 entered the mecha hold and they saw Qilong giving them a V signal. Then, they knew that the people in the mecha hold had all been killed. Did you destroy their bodies? Han Jijian asked. I don't have an ability like our bosses. So, I just threw the corpses into a small room. Qilong was frustrated. He admired his boss's domain, as it had an amazing technique that could destroy bodies and remove all traces of the murder. We need to find a safe transport route. Han Jijian reminded everyone of their next task. I wonder where boss is. Is he in danger? Han Jijian knew that his boss could handle everything, but he still couldn't help but worry. Since we are able to enter successfully, it means that boss has controlled the mainframe of the base. Qilong had ultimate confidence in his boss. But, boss is alone, Han Jijian muttered. The people in the base are all celebrating now. As long as you don't make a huge commotion, you won't alert them. At this moment, Ling Lan's cold voice appeared on their team channel. Boss! Qilong and Han Jijian shouted in surprise. You all broke the military rule. After this mission, go and get your punishment from Zhongqing. Ling Lan reminded them that they broke the military rule again indifferently. Yes. Qilong and Han Jijian willingly accepted their punishment. This was nothing to them. As long as their boss was here, they felt at ease. This is the transport route. You all are in charge of guarding the area. Once you notice someone is nearby, kill him. Ling Lan passed them a map with the transport route marked on it. At the same time, she gave them an order to kill. Yes. Qilong and Han Jijian led their team and positioned themselves on this route. They guarded the route carefully. Once someone got near them, they would kill him secretly. Lu Furong received an order to enter the base. He led the 8 mecha clans that had already gathered together and surreptitiously entered base Alan. Thus, under Helia's nose, the soldiers from the Federation sneaked the supplies out of base Alan. Their mechas that were supposed to be fighting in wars became transport mechas. They placed heavy bags of supplies on their shoulders and between the arms of 2 mechas. Then, these mechas quickly left the base. Lu Furong and Han Jijian's team left with these mecha clans too. They were supposed to escort the 8 mecha clans to ensure their safety. As for Ling Lan, she was still in the base as she had other plans for base Alan. Han Jijian was weaker compared to the other people in the base, so letting him stay behind would just be putting him in unnecessary danger. Hence, she only allowed Qilong's team to stay back. Ling Lan didn't want to return base Alan unscathed to Helia. Helia destroyed numerous of their bases, so it was time to collect some interest. Ling Lan sat in the command center. The massive screen in front of her showed her 8 mecha clans leaving base Alan. If she didn't take control of the mainframe of the base and gave that fake order, the mechas from the Federation wouldn't be able to sneak into the base so easily and steal the supplies without anyone noticing. Helia didn't choose to attack base 013 because they knew that they didn't have many supplies left, right? Unfortunately for them, they would never expect her to have a bugged character like Little 4. Without Little 4, she wouldn't be able to do this. Boss, I've put TNT in all the locations you gave me. 1 hour later, Qilong and his team finally completed the mission Ling Lan gave them. Wait. Ling Lan didn't move. She must wait till the transport team was at the first line of defense of Helia before letting the bombs explode, as this would attract the attention of the bases at the first line of defense, thus giving more time for the transport team to retreat. Of course, she and Qilong's team would be surrounded if that happened. They might not even be able to go back. Time passed slowly. Ling Lan sat in the quiet command center like a rock statue. She seemed to be asleep and resting. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and stood up. Qilong, go back to the mecha hold. Prepare to leave. It was time to act. Qilong was already feeling a little frustrated from waiting. He instantly turned attentive and quickly ordered his team to leave their positions. Regiment Commander. Everyone shouted excitedly when they saw Ling Lan. Let's go. This time, we need to fight our way back. Leave your final words here. Ling Lan threw a recorder into Qi Long's hand. Qi Long was stunned. He immediately understood what Ling Lan meant. He held on the recorder and laughed. Father, I'm glad to be able to be your son. I'm glad to be able to come to planet Haijiao with my boss and work together with him to let our comrades retreat safely. I'll remember the teachings of the Qi family and not embarrass you all. Goodbye. After he finished speaking, he passed the recorder to his deputy. The mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha Clan were all experienced mecha operators who had been through many battles, so they all understood what this meant. They left their final words and then passed the recorder back to Ling Lan. Ling Lan on the recorder and looked into the camera. She remained silent for a few seconds before saying, I'm happy to be able to come to this world and become your child. Father, Mother, I love you. After she finished speaking, she kept the recorder safely. She turned serious and said, enter your mechas. Everyone entered their mechas. Ling Lan stomped her left leg and flew into the auxiliary seat of Qi Long's mecha, as her mecha was still in the mountains. Thus, she must use Qi Long's mecha to leave the base. Ling Lan ordered Little Four to explode the bombs after 10 minutes of them leaving. Little Four asked Little Blossom to give him one of his replicas and he stuck it into the mainframe of base Alan. Little Four gave a burst of evil laughter. I hope they don't try to recover the data in the mainframe. If they do, they are dead. Little Four immediately started the countdown for the bombs. Then, he returned back to Ling Lan's mindscape. There were no satellites so Little Four could only rely on radio waves to move. Hence, he couldn't stay too far away from Ling Lan. If not, he wouldn't be able to come back. 10 minutes later, a huge explosion occurred in base Alan, destroying the entire base. Most of the drunk soldiers in the base died in the explosion with only a few lucky ones managed to survive. At the central command center of Helia, the commander-in-chief was looking at the details of the reinforcements by the Federation. Their current position was written in the documents too. He was thinking about the best time to conquer planet Haijiao. Ling Lan was right. Helia had a huge appetite. They wanted to gobble up planet Haijiao as well as reinforcements sent by the Federation. This was why they surrounded base 013 but didn't seize it. The moment the reinforcements entered planet Haijiao's atmosphere, they would destroy the bases left and make planet Haijiao theirs. That way, the reinforcements would become invaders of Helia. Then, they would be able to send their 2 God-class operators as well as their Imperial operators to instantly destroy the 100 fleets sent by the Federation. This would prove that Helia was not a small country that could be easily messed with. Beep beep beep. His mainframe suddenly sounded. It was the signal for an emergency. The commander-in-chief quickly answered the call. What happened? Commander-in-chief, we just received news that a base at our second line of defense, base Alan, suddenly exploded. An agitated voice sounded in the mainframe. Huh? The commander-in-chief sprung up. Have you sent someone over? The bases around it had sent a patrol team over. They mentioned that the entire base was destroyed, and it was not an ordinary explosion. I know. Immediately report if there are new updates. The commander-in-chief hung up and walked out of his office. Commander-in-chief. Commander-in-chief. The staff officer department was in a frenzy. Lieutenant General, you know what happened to Alan, right? A major general saw the commander-in-chief walking over and immediately spoke to him. Yes. Let's take a look at the map. The commander-in-chief asked the person to come with him. They walked over to the 3D map in the center of the room. They looked at the burning base and frowned. Did you notice anything? The commander-in-chief looked at base 013 which was more than 10 miles away. He was clear about what had happened. There are 2 possibilities. 1. The surviving soldiers from the fallen bases gathered together and attacked the base. Second, Base 013 attacked Alan with a motive. The Major General spoke his mind. I'm more inclined to believe the second possibility. Major General Luo Qi, you are indeed the leader of the God-Killers. You saw the truth at a glance. The Commander-in-Chief nodded. He touched his chin and asked the advisor beside him. How long has Base 013 been surrounded? 16 days, the advisor replied instantly. How many soldiers do they have left? The Commander-in-Chief asked again. There are around 1 million soldiers. The advisor had always been keeping watch of the data in Base 013, so he was able to answer the question immediately. A base usually only has a month's worth of supplies for 300,000 soldiers. Now, there are 3 times more soldiers. After 16 days, they must have reached their limit. The Commander-in-Chief sneered. Alan is a base where we store our supplies, right? Yes. From the information we received, Alan had become a logistics base, the advisor replied as he looked at his Commander-in-Chief with respect. The supplies should be still on the way back to their base. The Commander-in-Chief was certain. We must stop them. They must not let Base 013 get the supplies. What he wanted was a harmless base that could be easily broken when it needed to be. He didn't want a base filled with well-rested and energetic soldiers who were able to fight with them fiercely. When was the last time Base Alan contacted the other bases? The Commander-in-Chief looked intently at the huge 3D map. 10 minutes ago, the advisor hurriedly replied. They should be here now. The Commander-in-Chief pointed at the area between Base Alan and their first line of defense. His eyes turned cold as he gave his new order. Order all the bases on the first line of defense to send an army to move towards Base Alan. We must destroy this bunch of bastards. How dare these people to provoke them? They must pay the price for it. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. The advisor took the order and left. The Commander-in-Chief looked at Major General Luo Qi and his cold aura suddenly disappeared. He smiled and said, Major General Luo Qi, I forgot to ask you if you have anything else to add on. I'm wondering if it's possible that they have already reached this area. Luo Qi pointed at the area between Base 013 and the first line of defense. That's impossible. The mainframe of Base Alan lost contact with us 10 minutes ago. Even if we give them the full 10 minutes to retreat without dodging our patrols, they won't be able to reach here. The Commander-in-Chief smiled as he shook his head. The God-Killers were used to fighting small battles, so they didn't understand how the mainframe worked. Unless the commanding officer of Base Alan betrayed Helia, they wouldn't let their enemy transport the supplies out without informing the Central Command Center. Anyone that was able to become the commanding officer of a base was loyal soldiers. They would never betray Helia. I see. It seems like I'm thinking too much. Major General Luo Qi only expressed his thoughts. Since the Commander-in-Chief said that it was impossible, he didn't probe further. The two people continued discussing the situation for a while. After that, they made some arrangements. Major General Luo Qi left the Central Command Center and returned to the camp of the God-Killers. He brought some people and flew towards the area around Base Alan. They were here to cooperate with the other bases there and search for the thieves who stole their supplies. The Commander-in-Chief felt that their opponent must have at least sent out 15 to 20 mecha teams. If not, they wouldn't succeed. It wasn't hard to find such a huge number of people. Soon, Luo Qi sent the various teams and God-Killers to different bases. He also led another team to Base Jimmy, which was closest to Base 013. He waited there for the other teams to report their results from the search. When a few teams reported that they didn't find any signs of any transport mechas, Luo Qi felt that something was amiss. The mainframe of the base contacted the other bases 10 minutes before the explosion. However, who could prove that during that time, the base still belonged to Helia at that time? Why couldn't it be already controlled by the Federation? They could have used fake news to fool them. The commanding officers of the bases went through many tests before they took on this position, but after so many years on the battlefield, no one could be certain that he still remained loyal to Helia. If the commanding officer betrayed Helia and opened the doors of his base to their opponents, the mainframe couldn't do anything too. It was not human. It didn't have the ability to think, so it wouldn't know who was their enemy without the commanding officer's orders. There is a loophole. If their opponent purposely delayed the time for an hour, the transport mechas would have reached the area between their bases and base 013. Their action of patrolling the area near base Alan gave their opponents the chance to sneak away. If this was true, the person who thought of this scheme was very smart. Unfortunately, malicious intent flashed past Luo Qi's eyes. They couldn't fool him. Luo Qi didn't inform anyone else with his revelation. He just led his team out of base Jimmy and flew towards base 013. Luo Qi felt that the transport mechas were in this area, but he couldn't be 100% certain. Hence, he wanted to search this area first and confirm his suspicions. Of course, he was confident that if his team found the transport mechas, they would be able to slow them down, as his team was full of Imperial operators. They just had to block their opponents and wait for reinforcements to arrive. There was also another reason why Luo Qi acted secretly. Since the commander-in-chief said that their opponent was in the area between base Alan and their first line of defense, if he insisted on searching in another area, he would be humiliating the commander-in-chief. It was alright if his prediction was correct, but if it was wrong, he would embarrass himself. Luo Qi was an arrogant person, so he couldn't accept this. Hide. The newest model of radar system Chang Xinyuan created allowed the transport team to evade another Helia's patrol. Leader Lu, after we cross this line of defense, we'll enter base 013's territory. Han Jijian looked at the small battle map on the screen as he whispered to Lu Furong. Yes. Once we enter base 013's territory, we'll be safer. But, we are able to have such a smooth journey because our regiment commander attracted the attention of our enemies. They should be in danger now. Lu Furong frowned as he looked back at the direction where base Alan was at. The patrols they met during this period of time were all heading towards base Alan. They just searched through this area haphazardly. Lu Furong had many battle experiences, so he knew that Ling Lan must have done something to base Alan to cover them up. Han Jijian's expression darkened when they heard this. He said indifferently, "Our mission is to escort the supplies to the base safely. As for our boss, I believe that he will be able to solve their crisis. Why aren't I stronger? If I were stronger, I would have been able to stay at the base along with Qi Long." For the first time, Han Jijian hated himself for being too weak. If he could, he wanted to become a mecha expert like Qi Long and stand beside their boss in a battle. "You're frustrated and annoyed," Lu Furong suddenly said. This was exactly what he felt many years ago. He hated himself for being too weak. He couldn't do anything but watch as his comrades indirectly or directly killed themselves for him. He was unable to forget that sense of helplessness until today. Han Jijian didn't reply to him. He just looked startled at the patrolling mecha flying past him quietly. This was how I felt many years ago. However, I woke up from that nightmare too late. You still have a lot of time compared to me. Lu Furong sighed. Since you know that you are weak, just work hard to catch up with them. Don't get abandoned by them again and wallow in sadness alone. Thank you, Leader Lu, Han Jijian sincerely thanked him. Let's go. Just like what you said, our mission is to escort the supplies to our base safely. There are 1,000,000 soldiers still waiting for us. Lu Furong looked at base 013. The people inside were waiting for these supplies so that they could stay alive and continue fighting for their lives. Because of this, their regiment commander exposed himself even though he knew that he would be surrounded. He attracted their enemies' attention just to increase the chance of them running away with the supplies. This was all for one goal, to ensure the survival of more soldiers from the Federation. This was the only way they could maintain their last hope. We mustn't disappoint our regiment commander, Lu Furong said seriously. If they weren't able to complete this mission, they wouldn't be able to face their regiment commander who cleared the path for them by risking his life. Yes, I will complete this mission. Han Jijian clenched his fist firmly and gritted his teeth. He saw that there were no mechas around them, so he immediately gave an order to move. Regiment Commander, you brought Leader Han out because you wanted him to recognize his flaws, right? Han Jijian was not so decisive in the past. Even if he knew that his judgment the correct one, he would still discuss it with the other leaders first before making the final decision. Now, Han Jijian was much more resolute. Han Jijian is extremely lucky to have such a caring and thoughtful regiment commander. Lu Furong looked at Han Jijian's mecha with envy, while also feeling pity and dejected. If his previous regiment commander was like Ling Lan, his life might have been very different. Han Jijian and Lu Furong didn't know that someone had seen through Ling Lan's scheme and were moving towards them quickly. Regiment Commander, we didn't find any transport mechas. Luo Qi's team searched their surroundings as they moved. But, they didn't find anyone. Luo Qi started to suspect himself. Am I wrong? Regiment Commander, we will be entering Base 013's territory if we continue moving forward, the team member reminded him. Continue. Luo Qi didn't give up. The instant they entered the territory of Base 013, the long-range cannons in Base 013 were fired in their direction. Luo Qi operated his mecha and dodged the attack easily. He scoffed, why is this base still so fierce? The commander-in-chief might have a hard time trying to defeat them if he was planning to surround them and make them lose without a fight. Regiment Commander, Healy reported that there is an Imperial-level operator in Base 013 who is stronger than him. He is dead set about taking revenge, so he even used the high-efficiency restorative agents. He didn't have to use it, but to ensure that he can participate in the last battle, he used it fearlessly. One of the team members appeared schadenfreude. The high-efficiency restorative agent was good, but there were some side effects. Thus, they would only use it if they were in dire circumstances. The God Killers were banned from using this agent. However, Healy got impacted heavily by the loss, so he ignored all consequences and used this agent in the hopes of getting revenge. So they have a pillar of support. Luo Qi smiled with disdain. This person would only give them support for this period of time. When the time comes, he would personally kill their hope and destroy their faith. Victory will always belong to Helia. Luo Qi was filled with confidence, as the Flying Dragon Special Forces was nothing to him. They would be defeated by the God Killers easily. In the human world, the Flying Dragon Special Forces was ranked second in the list of elite mecha forces of every country, while the God Killers were ranked fifth. Luo Qi didn't really accept this ranking, as he felt that they were no weaker than the Flying Dragon Special Forces. He believed that they were given such low ranking in comparison to the Flying Dragon Special Forces because the Federation was stronger than their country, Helia. This time, after they took over planet Haijiao and defeated the Federation, the God Killers would overtake the Flying Dragon Special Forces and become the ultimate second rank. As for the first place, he didn't think about it at all. The Devil Beast from Caesar was able to remain in the first position because they had produced many God-class operators. This was why they were above the Flying Dragon Special Forces, as the Flying Dragon Special Forces never produced any God-class operators. This had caused many controversies about the Flying Dragon Special Forces ranking. It was what made the other elite mecha forces unwilling to accept their position too. Regiment Commander, we still didn't find anything. We'll be entering Base Yaki's territory soon. After flying for some time, one of the team members reminded him again. Shall we go back to Base Jimmy? Fine, let's go back, Luo Qi said dejectedly. Suddenly, he thought of something and said hurriedly, wait. Suo Luo, open the map, Luo Qi ordered his mainframe. Suo Luo understands. Soon, a miniature map of the battlefield appeared on his mecha screen. Luo Qi looked at it and realized something. Air, inform Base Yaki that we'll be entering their territory to carry out a search mission. Luo Qi ordered excitedly, finally, I'll be able to catch you all. I didn't expect you all to make a roundabout. Unfortunately, you all are still going to be caught by me. As expected, after entering the territory of base Yaki, they found some traces of the transport team. Luo Qi and his team quickly controlled their mechas and flew over. After flying for some time, they saw a huge army in front of them moving silently across the territory of base Yaki. They were about to enter the territory of base 013. Regiment Commander, we really found the transport team. We really found them. The team members shouted happily. This would be a great merit. This is bad. Our enemy has found us. Lu Furong saw their opponents' mechas flying towards them and knew that they were in a lot of danger. Han Jijian quickly moved closer to Lu Furong's position and saw the familiar mechas. Blood seemed to be drained out from his face when he said, "It's those Imperial operators. Damn it, why did we meet these fellows? Without their boss, they couldn't resist them." Lu Furong's gaze turned cold. Since they couldn't evade them, they had to take them on forcefully. Their regiment commander exposed himself so that they would be able to leave safely. Now, the transport team was about to enter the territory of base 013. How could they let these bastards stop them from going home? Team 02, follow me. Leader Han, I'll pass the transport team to you. Lu Furong threw this sentence down and led his team to block the attack of their opponent. Han Jijian saw this and immediately commanded, Team 08, attack together. He knew that Team 02 would be unable to block these mecha operators who were all Imperial operators. Hence, he commanded his team to fight along with Lu Furong. He knew that his power was too weak to participate in this battle, so he operated his mecha and came to the front of the transport team. He urged the various mechas to move quickly. Since they were found out, there was no need to hide anymore. The mechas all rushed towards their base. A team member from Luo Qi's team noticed that the transport team stopped hiding and were moving quickly towards base 013, so he hurriedly reminded his regiment commander. Regiment commander, they are trying to escape. Bastards! Have you contacted base Yaki and base Jimi yet? Luo Qi cursed. These people didn't panic when they saw him. Instead, they rushed forward decisively. Do they even know we are Imperial operators? Regiment commander, we are unable to contact base Yaki and Jimi. The signals around us are in a mess. One of the team members noticed this situation and quickly reported it to Luo Qi. After Lu Furong found that their enemy had seen them, he turned on his signal interference device decisively. Imperial operators were frightening, but they could still force themselves to fight with a 12-man team. If the Imperial operators called for reinforcements, they would really have no chance of escaping. From the start, Lu Furong had decided to fight with the Imperial operators until either side got completely annihilated. The mecha operators and the God Killers were not stupid, so they immediately knew what the other party wanted to do. One of the team members laughed uncontrollably. Regiment commander, they still dare to fight with us. What imbeciles! They won't give up until they die. Jia Na, bring your team and mess up the transport team. Don't let them escape. Luo Qi sneered. Even if there were no reinforcements, they were able to finish off these people. Yes. Senior Colonel Jia Na brought his small team of 3 mechas and left the main team. They quickly rushed towards the transport team. Deputy Yao, bring your team and stop those 3 mechas. Lu Furong was observing his surroundings carefully, so he didn't miss that sneaky team of mechas. He quickly gave an order to his deputy. Yes. The deputy leader of Team 02, Yao Jian, was an elite ace too. He brought his small team and left the main group without any hesitation. The mechas from the two sides collided with one another. A starting of a brutal battle. At base 013, Li Lanfeng frowned when he saw the mechas from Godkillers circling their base. Is this a form of provocation? He saw the mechas evading their attacks easily. They even flew low and almost touched their base. Zhao Jun, who was beside Li Lanfeng, slammed the table in front of him in anger. What is the use of doing this? Li Lanfeng closed the file in his hand and stood up with a cold expression. He walked to the full-length window and looked at the Imperial mechas which were moving further and further away. That is all because you won't allow us to go out and fight. Zhao Jun glared at Li Lanfeng's back. If it wasn't for Li Lanfeng, he wouldn't be sitting here and stomping his feet in frustration. Besides our regiment commander, who is their match? Li Lanfeng looked at the mechas as he crossed his arms in front of his chest. Am I supposed to send them to death? Rabbit will come back and reprimand me for acting rashly if I did something like that. I won't make such a mistake that would risk the relationship between Rabbit and me. No one expected Helia to be so bold to break the United Nations agreement by sending so many Imperial operators disguised as ace mecha masters. Unfortunately, they didn't have any evidence. They only knew their level because they exchanged blows with them, but this couldn't be used as evidence against them. Are we supposed to just let them off like this? Zhao Jun was unable to stand this provocation. He stomped his feet angrily. They never did this before, Li Lanfeng muttered to himself. Why did they change their style of attacking and became so arrogant? They used to be very cautious. He quietly pondered about this question for a while. Suddenly, he thought of something. He hurriedly walked to the 3D map and looked at base Alan's position. Then, he looked at base 013 and he started calculating in his heart. They came from base Jimmy. Now, they are moving towards base Yaki. If everything was smooth, the transport team should be on their way back now. Helia must have realized that their supplies were snatched but were unable to find the transport team. They must have found nothing at the territory of base Jimmy. If they weren't at Jimmy, they must be in Yaki's territory. Li Lanfeng understood why the Imperial operators appeared on top of base 013. They were searching for the transport team that went to snatch their supplies. He charged to the mainframe and called Yang Mingji and Gu Dongyang. He said agitatedly, Leader Yang Mingji, Leader Gu Dongyang, leave the base with your teams immediately. I'll send you your mission and destination in a while. Time is tight. Please do not delay. Yang Mingji and Gu Dongyang had been waiting at the mecha hold all these while. When they heard the order, they were shocked. Is Li Lanfeng asking them to fight against those arrogant Imperial operators? However, they remembered Li Lanfeng's personality. He was calm and never acted rashly. Something bad must have happened for him to have no choice but to send them out. Yes. Yang Mingji and Gu Dongyang didn't know what had happened, but they didn't dare to waste any time. They arranged their team members to be ejected out of the base in the quickest time possible. Soon, sounds of mechas getting continuously shot out of the base were heard. The mechas flew around and arranged themselves in two teams. Then, they rushed towards the direction where the Imperial mechas went. Li Lanfeng sent his prediction and the calculated position of the transport team to Yang Mingji and Gu Dongyang as soon as possible. Zhao Jun stared at Li Lanfeng as he carried out his actions. When he saw the content of Li Lanfeng's message, he said hurriedly, Lanfeng, brother, I want to go too. Li Lanfeng turned around and looked at Zhao Jun. His expression was stern. Zhao Jun, our opponents are Imperial operators. What he meant was that Zhao Jun was still lacking in terms of ability. That was why he didn't order Zhao Jun, Luo Lang, and Xie Yi to lead their teams out. In terms of mecha piloting, these two experienced mecha operators were only one level below Ling Lan, so those two team leaders were the best candidates to reinforce the transport team. Lanfeng, if I'm afraid of danger, I won't be able to improve. Zhao Jun was resolute. I already missed my chance to advance on planet Azure. I don't want to miss this chance again. Even if you might die. Li Lanfeng told Zhao Jun every possible outcome. Yes, Zhao Jun replied firmly. I'm just a commoner. If I didn't befriend you and follow boss Ling Lan, I might be satisfied with my current status. However, if I stop moving forward now, I won't be able to find my position in Lingtian anymore. Zhao Jun seemed a little lost. There is no weakling in boss Ling Lan's team. Lanfeng, you are afraid of being abandoned by Ling Lan, right? Me too. I don't want to be left behind alone. I don't want to see your backs anymore. I don't want to get further and further away from all of you. I want to fight with you all and walk till the end with everyone. Zhao Jun revealed his true thoughts. Li Lanfeng had been lost before, and so did he. Li Lanfeng accompanied Ling Lan for a period of time when he was young, but he didn't. The distance between him and Ling Lan's team was the greatest. Although his boss tried his best to be fair, he could still feel the difference between him and the other people. Xie was in the same awkward position as him. However, Xie was in a slightly better situation than him, as he had been with Ling Lan for a longer period of time. The person who couldn't find his position in Ling Lan's team was him. He kept this uneasiness deep inside his heart, but this feeling of uneasiness it gave him a strong desire to become more powerful. Li Lanfeng was shocked after hearing what Zhao Jun had said. He didn't expect the confident and aggressive Zhao Jun to feel unconfident too. This feeling of uneasiness ballooned even further when Zhao Jun couldn't advance to the domain stage when seemingly everyone around him was already in the domain stage. Hence, he wanted to challenge the impossible this time. Fine. Li Lanfeng finally replied after keeping quiet for some time. I'll give you a chance. However, you must promise me that you'll come back safely. Li Lanfeng stared at Zhao Jun intently with eyes filled with sincerity and seriousness. Zhao Jun managed to convince him, and as Zhao Jun's close friend, he must support his decision. Lanfeng, thank you for trusting me. I'll definitely come back. Zhao Jun nodded and quickly left the command center. Li Lanfeng looked at Zhao Jun's back and felt complicated. He was touched and consoled at the same time. However, most of his heart was filled with a strong fighting desire. He whispered to himself, it seems like I'm not the only one who doesn't want to be abandoned by you. But, I'll not lose to anyone. Rabbit, the person beside you has to be me. It can only be me. At this moment, Ling Lan and Qi Long made use of their radar system, which was more advanced than Helia's radar system, evading many of the patrolling mechas around them. As time went by, more search parties were sent out by the various bases. The search area got bigger and bigger. It was harder for Ling Lan to evade their enemy. Yet, they were only halfway between the first line of defense and the second line of defense. Boss, there is a patrol team 13 degrees to our right and another one at 30 degrees. Qi Long looked at the two teams on his radar and instantly reported to Ling Lan. Calculate their widest searching range. We'll go around it. Ling Lan was decisive. 70 degrees to the left. We can evade them if we move at our fastest speed, the deputy leader of Team 03, Jean Lin, answered Ling Lan immediately. Without waiting for Ling Lan's command, the mecha operators from Team 03 accelerated their mechas to its fastest speed and flew at low heights in the 70-degree direction. They managed to escape the radar of their enemies just in time. After escaping many dangers, everyone's back was soaked full of sweat. They were at a state of high alert every second. If they were found, they would really be surrounded and have almost zero chance of escaping. Before they could heave a sigh of relief, their radar sounded again. Red dots that represented their enemy blinked furiously. This time, there were as many as 5 teams. They came towards them like a fan. Unless Ling Lan retreated, they wouldn't be able to evade them. Boss? Qi Long asked nervously. Land immediately and activate the chameleon system, Ling Lan ordered in her cold voice. They mustn't be discovered now. The mechas quickly flew down and activated their chameleon system. They concealed themselves perfectly. The chameleon system was hard to get, but it was nothing to Ling Lan, as nothing was too hard for her to get. To ensure the safety of the mecha operators in her mecha clan, she personally went to look for He Shuyang and got these rare chameleon systems. Because of this, He Shuyang ordered his subordinates to reject all of Ling Lan's calls and visits in the future. This showed how frightened He Shuyang was. This was the reason why Ling Lan dared to bring Qi Long along. Although having the chameleon system didn't mean that they were 100% safe, it could still fool the normal mecha operators from Helia, but in the face of the Imperial operators, Ling Lan wasn't sure if they would be fooled too. She suspected that these people had systems that could decode the chameleon system. 5 patrol teams flew past them. They didn't seem to have noticed them. Ling Lan felt relieved. She waited for them to leave the range of her radar before letting Team 03 move again. They rose 50 meters into the air and flew low. "Boss, they came again." After some time, another patrol team appeared on the radar. "Hide." Everyone activated the chameleon system again. "Damn it. We couldn't find those thieving rats after searching for so long. Where did those bastards go?" This was a small team from the Godkillers. They had been searching for a few hours but found nothing. This made these elites of the elites furious and impatient. Liang, our regiment commander, said that they might have split up. That's why he asked us to search carefully. Everyone, be cautious. We'll definitely find them. As the team leader of this team, Jiana calmly reminded his team members that their regiment commander had predicted this situation. "Do you think that they are hiding?" One of the team members voiced out his thoughts. "Even if they're hiding, we'll find them. We have the most advanced searching system. It is able to detect even the slightest anomaly," another team member said proudly. Their country had been preparing for this battle for a long time. The mechas they were operating now were specially built for this war too. It looked like a normal ace mecha, but the equipment inside had reached the basic requirements of an imperial mecha. When they operated normal ace mecha, they would only be able to unleash half their abilities. Now, if they operate their current mechas as per normal, they could unleash 70% of their ability. If they were good enough, they might even be able to reach 80%. In simpler words, they were invincible among ace mecha masters. The other mecha operators from the Godkillers all agreed with what their team member had said. Another mecha operator replied, "If they want to escape from us, all of their mechas must install the chameleon system in them." "But, how's that possible? Acquiring the chameleon system comes at a very high cost. Only the top echelon of ace mecha masters have the right and financial capabilities to get this system. Since they have destroyed base Alan, they must have more than 10,000 mecha operators participating in this mission. If there is really a mecha clan that had chameleon systems installed in all their mechas, we wouldn't be able to control planet Haijiao so easily." The mecha operator denied this possibility. The team leader suddenly had another thought. "Do you think that a small team within that 10,000 mecha operators have the chameleon system installed in their mechas, so that they could scout the area ahead of them to evade us? Could it be that the scouts found out our patrol route so they guided the main army and evaded us?" "Team leader, what you said is very likely. Damn it, if that's the case, we might have missed them just now." The members of Godkillers started cursing out loud. "Team leader, can the vibration detection system in your mecha see through the chameleon system?" This was the newest invention of the Halian R&D department, created specifically to counter the chameleon system. However, this was the first time they used it, so no one knew how good its effect was. "I've already activated it." The team leader looked at his screen and prayed that they would find some traces. "There is nothing, there are probably no enemies here." The team leader observed his screen carefully and confirmed that there were no anomalies. "Looks like we were too paranoid," one of the team members mocked himself. "What's wrong with being paranoid? If the regiment commander knew we let them escape because of our negligence, you all will be punished. Since there's no one here, let's go look at other places." The team leader laughed as he scolded them. "Yes, team leader." The members of the Godkillers flew towards the direction where Ling Lan and her team were at. Just as they were about to fly out of the range where Ling Lan was, the team leader vibration detection system started beeping. What happened? The team leader got a shock. "We didn't see anything just now, right? Why was my alarm sounding now?" He searched in front of him but there was nothing. He was confused. Suddenly, he thought of something and quickly searched behind him. Around 3 kilometers behind him, many red dots started appearing on the screen. Enemy mechas appeared in the area they just flew by. The team leader reacted quickly. He knew that these mechas must have the chameleon system on them. The vibration detection system took some time to process the feedback it got, so he almost missed Ling Lan and her team. Prepare for battle. These thieving rats finally appeared. The team leader licked his lips in excitement. After he killed them, he would be able to gain some merits to enjoy back home. Yes, team leader. His team members shouted in excitement. They turned their mechas and moved towards the position where Ling Lan and her team were hiding. Ling Lan thought that she escaped this time too, but when their opponents started flying back towards their direction quickly, Ling Lan knew they were probably exposed. She ordered calmly, "Everyone, prepare for long-range attack." Yes. The mecha operators from Team 03 silently took their beam guns and aimed it at their opponents. They waited for their opponents to enter their guns' range. Ling Lan watched them as they got nearer and nearer. She suddenly hesitated. If their opponents didn't discover them and just wanted to lure them out, they would be exposing themselves if they start firing. However, if their opponents discovered them and they didn't do anything, they would lose their advantage of using long-range attacks. Ling Lan really didn't want her team to fight against Imperial operators using close-range attacks. Within a few seconds, their opponents entered their guns' range. She never left her fate to luck. Ling Lan made a decision in an instant. Her gaze turned cold and she shouted, "Shoot!" The mecha operators were already well prepared, so they all pulled the trigger of their guns. More than 20 beams shot towards the members of the God Killers. In the face of this sudden attack, the members of the God Killers moved elegantly in the air and successfully evaded the first round of attack. The mecha operators of Team 03 had expected this, so they weren't flustered at all. If they were so easy to deal with, they wouldn't be Imperial operators anymore. The mecha operators of 250 Ace Mecha Clan, besides the people from Ling Lan's battle team, were all experienced soldiers who had been through countless battles. Thus, each of them had their own specialized shooting skills. They knew that if they didn't kill their opponents, they wouldn't be able to go back alive. Hence, they had no choice but to use their most powerful shooting skills. Bang! One of the mechas of the God Killers was shot. Thereafter, other mechas got continuously shot too, but the mechas seemed to be not affected by any of the shots. The reason for that was because these mechas were special mechas with strong defensive systems. The normal Ace mechas couldn't be compared with these mechas. Hence, even though they were shot, it didn't affect their combat abilities. On the other hand, these proud members of the God Killers felt humiliated when they got shot. It ignited the viciousness in their hearts. They wanted to kill everyone in Team 03 to vent their anger. Why are these mechas as hard as a tortoise shell? One of the members of Team 03 started complaining. Normally, after a few rounds of shooting, they should be able to destroy 1 or 2 mechas. Yet, none of the mechas were destroyed. Their mechas had been modified. Ling Lan replied calmly, "Prepare for close combat. Remember to attack their weak spots." At Ling Lan's order, all the mecha operators took their cold weapons. Then, a vicious fight with the mechas of the God Killers had started. Ling Lan's target was the team leader of this group. It was obvious who the team leader was, as Ling Lan managed to find him with just one look. The team leader was one of the strongest among his team, so only Ling Lan had the ability to fight with him. The mecha operators from Team 03 knew this, so they evaded the team leader to find a suitable opponent for themselves. When the team leader saw a normal Ace mecha attacking him, he sneered in derision. He planned to use his ability to tell his opponent that his sacrifice was not enough to stop this massacre. Bang! 2 giant swords collided. The team leader, who was confident that this attack was enough to knock his opponent back, was the one moving back. What is happening? The team leader was flabbergasted. He moved his fingers quickly as he tried to stabilize his mecha. The moment his mecha managed to stand up straight, he saw his opponent raising his sword and slashing it at him. This is bad. The team leader exclaimed in his heart. He raised his sword hurriedly to block the attack. Bang! 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 Ling Lan slashed her sword 3 times. With each slash, the force behind the sword was greater than the last, and with the final slash, the team leader of this small team lost his balance and fell down from the sky. Damn it! The team leader felt frustrated. Under the ferocious and fast attacks of Ling Lan, he was unable to unleash his full strength. Hence, he could only passively defend himself. Is he really just a normal ace operator? When the team members saw their team leader falling to the ground, they exclaimed in shock. Team leader. They wanted to help their team leader, but the mecha operators from Team 03 held them back with their unrelenting attacks. Team 03 had more mecha operators than them, so each Imperial operator had to deal with 2 mecha operators from Team 03 fighting with him. However, as Imperial operators, they were still able to even out the situation. They couldn't retreat, but they were not at a disadvantage too. This proved that the ability of an Imperial operator and an ace mecha master were vastly different. The team leader couldn't allow himself to be on the losing end in front of his team members. The pent-up frustration of him not being able to proactive attack came bursting out, which allowed him to release his full strength. Around 100 meters from the ground, he managed to stabilize his mecha. Ling Lan followed closely behind him. She raised her sword and prepared to kill this team leader once and for all. HCZG. Ling Lan felt her sword cutting through the air. Her opponent actually dodged her attack. Everyone spectating the fight saw the team leader suddenly twisting his mecha to the left in a seemingly impossible way. This unexpected movement allowed him to evade the fatal blow. Qi Long narrowed his eyes when he saw this. This movement was similar to the technique his boss had taught him. Did Helia manage to learn boss's ultimate technique? Did someone from their team betray their boss and the Federation? The team leader looked at the data on his screen and cursed silently. That single movement destroyed 2 of his secondary engines. This kind of unexpected movement which go against inertia relied heavily on the mecha's engine. But, to dodge the fatal blow, he had no choice but to make this sacrifice. However, he still managed to turn the tides around. Even with 1 engine, he could fight with this mecha and show Ling Lan who was the actual boss. The team leader raised his sword and spun it around. Then, he slashed it at Ling Lan, who had lost her balance. Ah, Regiment Commander. This time, the members of Team 03 were the ones feeling agitated. But, their worry was for nothing. Ling Lan lost her balance, but she twisted her mecha's leg and kicked her opponent's giant sword away. Bang! Ling Lan made use of the force from this kick to distance herself from her opponent. Then, she stabilized herself. Bang bang bang. When the team leader saw that Ling Lan was trying to distance himself from him, he started to go on the offensive. He propelled himself forward and attacked Ling Lan furiously. Ling Lan blocked all the attacks without any error. These 2 instances show that Ling Lan was able to switch between attacking and defending seamlessly. Only the team leader of this Godkiller's team was able to be on par with Ling Lan in this aspect. When they saw their regiment commander blocking the attacks perfectly, the members of Team 03 heaved a sigh of relief. However, this was just the beginning of their end. The members of the Godkillers got stunned by the abilities of Team 03, but as Imperial operators, they adapted to the situation quickly. When they saw their team leader taking control of the fight, they started to concentrate to take control of their fights too. Clang! A mecha from Team 03 didn't dodge in time and got hit. It managed to escape the fatal blow, but one of its arms was still chopped off. If his teammate didn't cover him up in time, he would already be killed. Ling Lan, who was in an intense fight with the team leader, was burning with anxiety. They needed to kill this team quickly. If they could not kill all of them before their reinforcements arrive, they would all be dead. Ling Lan gritted her teeth. Her gaze turned cold as she decided to use the forbidden skill that Mu Shuiqing banned her from using. Ling Lan, this technique you thought of is very powerful, even I have to be careful when using it. However, you must know that the stronger your technique is, the greater the backlash will be. Once the backlash exceeds your tolerable range, your spiritual power will be permanently damaged, which might affect your future advancements. Please be aware of this. Ling Lan remembered the warning Mu Shuiqing gave her. Master, I know what can be done and what can't be done. My future is important, but it's nothing compared to the lives of my comrades. Ling Lan's gaze turned resolute as she activated the forbidden skill. The portion of her spiritual power that had been sealed got released in full force. The sudden rush of spiritual power frightened Little Four greatly. He shouted in agitation, "Boss, you're crazy." Although Ling Lan's body was especially strong now, Ling Lan's spiritual power was even stronger. After learning the skills of the Divine Command sect from Mu Shuiqing, her spiritual power became so strong that even Little Four was in awe. But to ensure Ling Lan's safety, Little Four sealed a portion of Ling Lan's spiritual power. He didn't expect Ling Lan to unseal this portion of spiritual power personally. Little Four, if anything happens to me, you'll take control of the mecha temporarily. Ling Lan dared to use this method because she knew that Little Four was here to help her if anything was to go wrong. If she suffered from a backlash and was unable to control her mecha, Little Four would be able to take over the mainframe of her mecha and help her escape. Little Four wanted to say something, but when he saw Ling Lan's resolute gaze, he bit his lips and nodded. Spiritual power could be seen visible seeping through the cockpit of her mecha. Waves of spiritual power came crashing down on everyone. But in Ling Lan's eyes, the time had stopped moving. No, time didn't stop, it just got slower. It moved so slowly that Ling Lan was not able to feel it. This was her spiritual world. In this world, her vision pierced through the cockpit of all the members of the Godkillers team and the members of Team 03. She could see the dread, the nervousness and the excitement on their faces. This is my world. If I want it to exist, it'll exist. If I want to destroy it, it'll be gone. Ling Lan's eyes turned cold. Yin Yang world, devour and devote. Activate. The peaceful spiritual world started to swirl clockwise, warping everything in the scene into two different colored Tai Chi fishes. Half of the spiritual world turned into a black fish with serene white eyes as its eyes started devouring and twisting all the energy present, draining all of the spiritual power of half the spiritual world. The other half of the spiritual world turned into a white fish with calm ink-black eyes. Energy was continuously gushing out from the ink-black eyes of the white fish continuously, filling up half of the spiritual world with spiritual power. This was a frightening and powerful technique that Ling Lan had comprehended when her spiritual power exploded not long after she graduated from the military academy. It was a domain, but it also wasn't domain. The peculiar energy cycle this technique created had a peculiar way of functioning. As the Tai Chi ring got bigger, the energy cycle between the two sides would get faster and faster. As the speed of the energy cycle increases, the backlash Ling Lan would suffer would also increase. At some point, Ling Lan couldn't handle it anymore and she vomited out mouthfuls of blood. Blood spattered on the controls of the mecha, staining it red. At the same time, the small team of Godkillers members suddenly felt their heads were hit by something hard and dull. Their hands moving around in their cockpit instantly stopped and the large sword that were moving towards their opponents' mechas stopped as well. It was as though someone had hit the pause button on the world. On the other hand, mecha operators in Team 03 felt their minds were being cleared thoroughly as if they had meditated for a few hours. The exhaustion from their body and mind disappeared in an instant. How could they let a chance where their spiritual power was replenished go to waste? In unplanned unison, they activated their strongest techniques and ruthlessly attacked their opponents. Ling Lan fought through the dizziness and pain that were brought from the backlash of the technique, and decisively landed her strongest attack on the team leader. Bang, 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 A continuous sound of swords slashing against their cockpit rang through the cockpits of the god killers, one mecha after another. All of the mecha operators in Team 03 executed techniques that went straight towards a vital point. Boom! 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 A continuous sound of explosion rang through the air, causing the entire sky to erupt with loud noise. The broken pieces of mechas fell from the sky with smoke and fire coming out of them, smashing onto the ground with a giant thud. Those ruthless attacks made by mecha operators in Team 03 completely wiped out this small team of god killers. This included the leader who Ling Lan was fighting against. Qi Long looked at the burning debris below them with a stunned expression. He felt that he shouldn't have lived past this battle. He originally thought that they would be the ones to become pieces of debris in the middle of nowhere, not their opponents. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Ling Lan's hoarse and strained voice rang through all of the comlink channels of the team members. This voice was different compared to the cold tone of voice they were used to. Boss, are you alright? Qi Long still couldn't help but ask worriedly. His boss sounded like he sustained a severe injury. It's fine. Let's retreat first. Ling Lan stopped Qi Long from questioning her any further and made Qi Long lead Team 03 to quickly retreat. Hearing Ling Lan's orders, Team 03's members didn't dare to stay there any longer, so they all piloted their mechas away quickly. Although they didn't say anything, they knew fully well what had happened just now. They could imagine that the feeling they felt was definitely because their regiment commander used a secret or forbidden technique to hold the 12 mecha operators from the god killers in place, which allowed them to successfully defeat their opponents. There were many secret and forbidden techniques among the elite families in the Federation. Even if they had never seen one, they would still have been able to see the top secret military documents before they left their military positions. It was just that after using a secret or forbidden technique, there would be an extreme backlash towards the user. This made the team members become worried about their regiment commander's injuries. The battles after this must be fought by all you now. When they were flying away quickly, Ling Lan told Team 03 the bad news. Qi Long and the others immediately understood. Their regiment commander's injuries were so severe that he could no longer fight. Understood, boss. Just leave the fighting to us now, said Qi Long earnestly. He had once said that if someone wanted to hurt his boss, they must get past his cold dead body. However, he had never reached that point yet. Every time, he could only watch as his boss fought by himself. This time, he must take his boss back to the base safely. He made this promise with his life. Then, I'll leave it to you, Qi Long. Ling Lan chose to believe in Qi Long. After saying those words, she could no longer hold on and passed out. Seeing this, Little Four immediately controlled Ling Lan's mecha to fly it forward properly. Little Four could control the optical supercomputer to fly the mecha perfectly. However, battling was something that required ample amounts of experience, something Little Four lacked. When faced with attacks, he wouldn't be able to accurately go against them accordingly. This was why Ling Lan handed over the fighting to Qi Long and not to Little Four. Although Little Four was a god in the virtual world, he was still a newbie when it comes to mecha battling. He was definitely unable to fight in a high-level mecha battle. Therefore, Little Four just concentrated on controlling Ling Lan's mecha while being frustrated with himself. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't break through the optical supercomputers of those mechas, his boss wouldn't have used her forbidden technique. In the end, he was still too weak. He remembered in the database that those who were of his species and stronger were able to take control of the enemy's optical supercomputer's mainframe in an instant. Little Four decided that he must be as strong as them to not let his boss feel this pain ever again. While Little Four was frustrated, Ling Lan was unconscious in the cockpit. Her original mind space that was full of life was no longer a vast and limitless spiritual ocean. Now, it was only an endless desolate desert. Using a vast amount of spiritual power instantly and using a forbidden technique drained all of her spiritual power in an instant. This was why Ling Lan became unconscious. There wasn't enough spiritual power for Ling Lan to stay awake. Right at that moment, inside the center of her spiritual power sea, the white and sparkling egg shape created from the time they were going to planet Juhao, which was Ling Lan's spiritual power core, suddenly began to tremble. The spiritual power core was originally devouring the extra spiritual power Ling Lan had continuously. Now, because Ling Lan's spiritual power had been completely depleted by using a forbidden technique, it suddenly turned from devouring to releasing. Soon, the dried-up spiritual power sea was filled up once again. This time, it was even more pure than before. If Ling Lan's previous spiritual power had some sort of violent nature causing her spiritual power sea to be in a state of unrest before, it was now as peaceful as a mirror surface. If no one went to touch it, they would think it was an actual sea and not a spiritual power sea. Ling Lan regained consciousness. She looked at her own spiritual power space and couldn't believe what she was seeing. Is this my mindscape? From the violent and raging mindscape, Ling Lan entered a seemingly solidified world. Ling Lan was dumbfounded. She closed her eyes and raised her hand. Suddenly, a portion of her spiritual power flew out from the silent and solidified mindscape and moved along with her fingers' movements. This is the real telekinesis. Ling Lan was overjoyed as she watched the spiritual power happily dance around her finger. Normally, she must concentrate on controlling her spiritual power to use spiritual power techniques. It wasn't like now where she only had to think it and her spiritual power would follow her whims. Could it be that the spiritual power core had the effect of taking in pure spiritual power? Ling Lan finally understood the secrets of the white spiritual power core. However, if it wasn't for her luck that made her use a forbidden technique which depleted the spiritual power inside her mindscape, perhaps she would have never known what the spiritual power core could do in her lifetime, as the spiritual power core was fickle. It would definitely not spit out the spiritual power it had devoured when she still had spiritual power in her mindscape. Ling Lan also felt the damage the training her spiritual power had done to the mind space in the past few years was slowly being repaired because of the spiritual power core's regurgitation. Ling Lan didn't think something that was originally a huge crisis actually was a blessing in the end. Instead of being a danger, it resolved some of the underlying issues with her mind space. However, Ling Lan also knew that she shouldn't use the forbidden techniques too often. After all, the spiritual power within the core wasn't limitless. This time, it replenished Ling Lan's depleted spiritual power just once, and it had already caused the original sparkling white color core to become faint. Ling Lan felt that the energy within it was almost all used up. If she used the forbidden technique again, her mind space would actually break apart. After thinking about the consequences, Ling Lan became very afraid. If her mind space was to break apart, even if she regained her consciousness back, she would no longer be able to live as a normal person in this lifetime and would have to live like how she lived in her past life. This was why Mu Shuiqing warned her that unless she was in a moment of life or death, she shouldn't use this forbidden technique. Ling Lan felt that her spiritual power didn't have any more problems now, so she wanted to continue to pilot her mecha. However, she discovered that she couldn't leave her mindscape and was stuck there. Little 4, Little 4. Ling Lan called for her omnipotent underling, Little 4. Boss, you're awake. That's great. Little 4 instantly appeared in Ling Lan's mindscape. He shouted with joy when he saw that Ling Lan had regained consciousness. Little 4, why am I stuck in my mindscape and unable to return to my physical body? Ling Lan asked with a frowning expression. Hearing this, Little 4 immediately examined Ling Lan's spiritual power sea and her physical body. He felt the pure and limitless spiritual power within Ling Lan's mindscape. There were some terrifying forces in there that even terrified Little 4. Little 4 ignored them and quickly searched through his database to find the cause of Ling Lan's predicament. In the end, he found a note in the corner of his database that was related to Ling Lan's current situation. Boss, it might be because the spiritual power in your mindscape is too pure. Although it's still the same space, the power it is holding now is hundreds or thousands of times stronger than what it was before. Your body may not be able to withstand the spiritual power and handle it. Thus, your body instinctively rejected the original consciousness from the body. Little Four told Ling Lan the reason for her current situation. I can never return to my physical body anymore. Ling Lan was stunned after hearing his explanation. No, as long as your body adapted to your spiritual power, your consciousness would automatically return to your physical body and take control of it once again. Then, how much time does my body needs to adapt to it? Ling Lan was anxious, as she didn't forget the situation her physical body was in. There were dangers at every single corner on the outside world and her comrades were probably fighting fiercely to protect her. If she could wake up then she would be able to calm the volatile situation. Then, everyone would have a higher chance of returning home alive. Boss, please be patient. We have to wait now. Trying to do something would be useless anyways. Little Four hurriedly left those words and left. On the outside world, there was still a huge battle going on, so he still had to focus all of his attention to control the mecha to carefully and perfectly dodge the attacks that rained down upon them like raindrops. Ling Lan, who was not in the real world, didn't know that Team 03 was in a very precarious situation. Although they managed to destroy the small team of god killers because of Ling Lan's secret technique and avoid being discovered by larger teams because of Little Four's scouting skills, they were still on a very active battlefield, and thus they could not avoid Halian military's blanketing search of the area, causing them to unluckily encounter some patrolling mecha operators. Qi Long looked at the enemy mechas that had already gotten around to their flanks and decisive shouted, "Break through!" Now the situation had reached the point where the strongest individuals were occupied with each other, so they could no longer hold back anymore. Everyone took out their sharp weapons and dove straight in. The instant Qi Long rushed towards his opponent, he glanced at Ling Lan's mecha to check on her. He was relieved when he saw Ling Lan perfectly dodging every attack coming her way. It seems that although boss is injured, he can still perform basic piloting, he thought. However, Qi Long also knew that his boss's severely injured body would not be able to take on the recoil of fighting a mecha battle. It is probably because of this reason that boss is not taking out his sword to attack and is just focusing on evading the incoming attacks. Qi Long didn't even consider that Ling Lan wasn't the one piloting the mecha. Instead, it was Little Four, an intelligent entity that had never appeared before them. Bang, bang, bang. Finally, the two groups of mechas met up with each other. On one side was Qi Long and his team, on the other side was filled with mechas from Helia. Deafening sounds of weapons clashing sounded in the air. Qi Long and the others needed to create a way for them to return home. Helia on the other hand needed to take down these enemies who had destroyed base Alan. There wasn't any so-called right or wrong on a battlefield. It was just the beliefs of the soldiers and the honor of their countries that made these two groups of people who would stop at nothing to strangle each other's throat. Although Helia's numbers were almost twice as much Team 03, Team 03's capabilities were much stronger than these normal Halian mecha operators. Soon, many Halian mechas were shot down by Team 03. As the situation became more advantageous for Team 03, one member, who was constantly focused on the radar suddenly shouted, "Not good. Leader. Two large patrol teams have appeared. One 3 clicks east and the other 7 clicks to the west of us." More Halian mechas began to appear in the sky. Everyone in Team 03 knew that this was only the beginning. As time passes by, the sky would be filled with more and more Halian patrol teams, and eventually surround them completely. *T, they definitely have announced that we're here. Although Qi Long already knew that this was going to be a very possible outcome, he was still distraught when what he dreaded to happen the most, happened. "Leader, you and your protectors leave first to escort our regiment commander to the base. We'll stay behind." Team 03's deputy leader Sun Yaofei decisively shouted towards Qi Long. Instead of all of them dying here, they might as well let their regiment commander and leader, who had a much brighter future ahead of them, to leave first. No. How can we do that? Qi Long didn't even think about it and just immediately rejected the idea. Stop being naive about the situation. Do you want our regiment commander to die here? Sun Yaofei shouted angrily. His anger and frustrated mood made the speed of his fingers increase once again. Before he had realized, he had broken through the limit he was stuck at for decades. He then instantly and cleanly defeated his opponent. Faced with a small team of Imperial operators who could easily destroy all of them, their regiment commander decisively used a forbidden technique to save them. Now, they must do everything they could to save their severely injured regiment commander. He must let their regiment commander and leader escape from here. Faced with Sun Yaofei's hardened resolve and attitude, Qi Long only started into his eyes. Finally, he bit his lip and shouted, "Protectors, follow me to escort our regiment commander to the base." "Yes, leader." After receiving their orders, two mechas suddenly moved away from the rest of the team. These two, along with Qi Long, flew behind Ling Lan's mecha in the shape of a fan. Little Four was moved by this act. No wonder Boss didn't care about her life to save them. He wanted to leave something for the brave soldier fighting for his boss. Thus he imitated Ling Lan's voice and spoke to the members of Team 03 who were staying behind. "Remember, I'm going to wait for you all back home." Afterwards, Little Four piloted the mecha and quickly flew towards the direction where there was no patrol team. Although he was moved by the act, Little Four still felt that Ling Lan's safety was the most important. Even if he had to abandon a few of them, it would still be worth it. Qi Long and the other two mechas followed closely as they saw Ling Lan began to retreat. Seeing this, Sun Yaofei felt happy. If Ling Lan had wanted to stay behind and fight, he would have been disappointed and angry. A proper regiment commander must be decisive in these types of situations, even if their actions seemed extremely cold-blooded. Plus, making this decision was the best for all of them because in reality, Ling Lan would be a useless burden to them if she had stayed behind. She should leave to lessen the burden of the people watching over her. Without carrying the burden of watching over her, the mecha operators would be able to calmly their enemies even at the face of their deaths. Plus, who knows if they could perhaps find a way out of the situation. A man should die in battle. Now is the time for us to serve our country. We will be staying behind. Do you regret this? Sun Yaofei teared up but he still asked with a smile on his face. We don't regret it. The members all shouted. If they were trash and died a peaceful death, they might regret it. However now, they were reborn from the ashes of their trash self and became qualified soldiers again. They could finally earn the honor of dying in battle. To them, this was already the greatest outcome they could possibly imagine. They would not have any regrets in this life. Remember, our regiment commander is still waiting for us on the other side. Sun Yaofei shouted loudly as he rushed forward to meet with his new opponent. The most gruesome fight of this mission finally began in the skies around this area. In order to make sure the Halian mecha operators did not get past them and chase after Ling Lan's group of 4, everyone in Team 03 put all of their efforts into holding back their opponents. After being unable to break through Team 03's human barricade, Halia's forces knew that if they didn't completely defeat Team 03 who blocked their way, they wouldn't be able to chase after those Federation mechas that had escaped. Thus, they set up their positions and began surrounding Team 03. Qi Long and the others who were flying quickly towards the base, suddenly heard loud explosions coming from behind them not long after they had left. They felt their hearts tremble in that instant. However, instead of slowing down they decisively put their engine into full throttle, causing their mechas to instantly break through the lightspeed barrier as it moved like lightning towards Halia's first line of defense. While doing so, they didn't dare and couldn't look back. Their comrades were willing to sacrifice themselves to delay the enemy from chasing them just to increase the chance of them surviving. They definitely couldn't waste their sacrifice on reminiscing the past. Sun Yaofei saw his team members self-destruct one by one and his eyes began to redden. However, he couldn't order them to retreat because the time they gave Ling Lan and Qi Long to escape was not long enough. Hold them back for 3 more minutes, Sun Yaofei encouraged his team members again, even though he knew that after 3 minutes, none of them might even survive. However, he still told everyone to stand their ground. That was because the more time they could hold on, the higher the chances of Ling Lan and Qi Long escaping. They were originally trash and useless. Even though they were reborn, they still missed out on the peak times of being a successful mecha operator, but they had no regrets. However, their regiment commander and team leader were still growing day by day with immeasurable futures ahead of them. Even if all of Team 03 members' lives were used to exchange for their futures, it was worth it. Sun Yaofei thought this way, and those from Team 03 thought this way too. This was why they were willing to die and self-destruct to not let Helia's forces get past them even by one step. In a battle where death was imminent, some of the mecha operators managed to break through their limits in this life-or-death situation. Their mecha piloting skills suddenly climbed to new heights, which allowed them to hold the fort for 3 more minutes. Seeing the radar indicating that there were more and more enemy mechas coming their way, Sun Yaofei knew that this was their limit. If they continued to stay here, no matter how many people they had, they still wouldn't be able to hold off the overwhelming number of enemy forces. Retreat! Sun Yaofei gave an order as he slashed away the 2 mechas who were surrounding him with his large sword. He then put the mecha's engine on full throttle and began to retreat quickly. There were only 3 others who successfully got away from the enemy forces with Sun Yaofei. These 3 mecha operators' situation were like Sun Yaofei's, where they had all advanced to become Imperial operators after breaking past their limit in the life-or-death moment. In this battle, only Imperial operators could manage to create a way for themselves to get away. Deputy Leader, we'll leave our regiment commander and leader to you. Seeing that they had no hope of escaping, 3 other members who were left behind screamed out their last wishes before they decisively held on to their opponent and self-destructed. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 continuous sounds of explosions were oddly piercing loud, as they made Sun Yaofei's heart tremble. He tried to look forward with his reddened eyes, but tears just kept blocking his vision. Out of the 21 members who had stayed behind, the only ones who were able to escape was 4 people, including himself. The other 17 members all perished in battle. This was the most terrible loss 250 Ace Mecha Clan had ever sustained since entering planet Haijiao's battlefield. Team 03 was completely crippled. Let's go. Sun Yaofei held himself back from wanting to just curl up in a fetal position and cry as he shouted. The reason they were not staying behind and fighting to their deaths was not because they were afraid to die, it was because their mission wasn't completely yet. Protecting their regiment commander and leader until they reached Base 013 was the most important thing they had to do. Even if they were to die, they needed to die while serving that purpose. At that moment, Team 02 and 08, who were escorting the transport team, was fighting fiercely with the strongest team under the Godkiller's regiment commander, Team Luo Qi. Team 02 and 08 also had sustained a lot of injuries and deaths during this battle. Right when the 2 sides encountered each other, the 2 teams were clearly at a disadvantage when going against a battle team filled with Imperial operators who were more capable than them. If it wasn't for Lu Furong and others who had already reached the peak level of Ace and halfway towards becoming Imperial operators, along with their fearlessness, and causing the opponents a great deal of trouble by fighting recklessly, they would have been completely annihilated. In the skies above the transport team, the officers led by Yao Jian had encountered Team Jia Na. Deputy Leader Yao Jian's capabilities were similar to Leader Lu Furong. The 2 mecha operators in his team of mecha operators were also 2 of the few ace mecha operators from Team 02. This was also why Lu Furong gave the most difficult task of stopping the enemy to Deputy Leader Yao Jian. In Team 02, other than the leader's officers, only Yao Jian's officers had hopes of holding back a team full of Imperial operators. Yao Jian knew clearly of the difference between them and their opponents, so he just gave the order to try their best to hold the enemy back and make them unable to attack the transport team down below them. It should be known that Yao Jian and his officers perfectly held back the enemy. As the 3 mecha operator from Team Jia Na began fighting with them, those 3 began to feel very frustrated. They were clearly more capable than their opposition, but they couldn't get their enemies to fight them head-on. Instead, their enemies were like bees, buzzing around them constantly. If those 3 from Jia Na were to get close to them, they would just run away as fast as they could. If they wanted to make a move against the transport team below them, Yao Jian's team would attack them from behind. If they changed their targets to them, Yao Jian's team would evade again. It was clear that Yao Jian's team of 3 were obeying the rules Ling Lan had set. If the enemy was to attack, you would retreat. If the enemy was to focus on a different target, you would interfere. If the enemy was to become exhausted, you would attack. If the enemy was to retreat, you would give chase. Yao Jian's team of 3 instilled these words into their real battle and made the 3 people from Team Jia Na almost spat out blood in frustration. However, even the best way of holding back your opponents would slowly lose its effectiveness if there was a great difference in capabilities. Soon after, the 3 from Jia Na became used to Yao Jian's team way of fighting before they finally caught a chance where Yao Jian's team were slower at retreating. Yao Jian's team now had no choice but to fight a tough battle because they couldn't evade in time. Seeing Yao Jian's team became gradually disadvantaged and was nearing a crisis, Song Yiqing, who was pushing the transport team to quickly move forward, bit his lip in frustration before he immediately ordered the leaders to put down the supplies in their hands and aim their beam guns towards the 3 people from Team Jia Na to attack them furiously. Han Jijian was also among Song Yiqing's group and he also couldn't just watch his comrades lose their lives in front of his eyes. Even with Han Jijian, Song Yiqing, and the others' help, Yao Jian's 3-man group were still under a lot of pressure from the attacks coming their way. Suddenly, one person in their team got hit in his mecha arm, causing that arm to be cut off instantly. Seeing this, Han Jijian, Song Yiqing and the other mecha operators attacked more ruthlessly, making the 3 operators from Team Jia Na feel even more frustrated. Having enough of this fiesta, Jia Na ordered one of his mecha operators to give up on his opponent to go get rid of the troublesome people below them. Seeing one of the Imperial operators splitting off from his team and ruthlessly pouncing towards his direction, Song Yiqing's expression changed instantly as the attack coming towards him was at a level which could kill him instantly. Song Yiqing tried his best to evade the attack from the enemy, but how could his mecha's speed be compared to the speed of an Imperial mecha? Song Yiqing's ace mecha was just the standard ace mecha used by the Federation. It wasn't like the ones from 250 Ace Mecha Clan which were modified by both Lin Zhongqing and Chang Xinyuan. They modified the Ace Mechas to have more power than those standard Ace Mechas, creating Ace Mechas that were much closer in specs to Imperial Mechas. This was why Lu Furong and the others could hold on against Team Luo Qi until now. The similar specs of their mechas made up for the vast difference in mecha piloting skills, and the difference between the 2 teams should only show up after fighting for some time. Seeing death coming its way towards him at lightning speed, Song Yiqing's mind instantly went blank. A random thought suddenly popped up in his head: I regret the decision of helping 250 Ace Mecha Clan by shooting at those Imperial operators. Bang! A loud crashing sound was heard, which woke Song Yiqing in shock. Bang! It was the sound of a mecha falling to the ground. After looking at the scene, Song Yiqing knew that in the most dangerous moment, Han Jijian, who was next to him, instantly used his mecha to crash onto the Imperial mecha that was attacking him. Of course, because of the difference in strength, Han Jijian was instantly sent crashing down into the ground. However, his valiant action still successfully pushed the opponent away and saved Song Yiqing. Bastard! The member from Team Jia Na was furious when his sure-kill attack was stopped by a standard ace mecha. The crash also made him feel a bit nauseous and furious. In anger, he held up his beam gun towards Han Jijian, who was on the ground with no more energy to stand, and pulled down on the trigger. Ah! Everyone began to shout in horror. Song Yiqing felt his body freeze up and his fingers cramping on the control panel. He clearly had the chance to protect Han Jijian, but in that moment, he hesitated. Although he lost an arm and was pushed away by his opponent, he still saw his leader being shot at by the Imperial operator. The deputy in Yao Jian's team who was crippled with one arm went forth to block the beam without a care for his own life. He wasn't able to save Song Yiqing the first time, but this time, he managed to arrive on time. The beam instantly shot through the already depleted beam shield of his mecha. Bang! The mecha now had a large hole in the center of it, a mixture of oil and blood was seeping through hole. Then, there was a creaking sound, which was followed by another and another before it all burst up in flames. The debris created from it fell around Han Jijian's mecha in circle, surrounding his mecha within a dome of smoke and fire. This scene stunned Han Jijian. He didn't think that those veterans, who gossiped about them and looked down on the young team leaders, would actually not care about their own lives and sacrifice himself to block the sure kill beam. Huh. You're Team 08's team captain. Out of all the captains, it seems you are the weakest. Are you related to Regiment Commander Ling or something and used your connections to get here? Members from the other teams would say that to him during their resting period when they saw him. Han Jijian externally seemed to be experienced and steady, and was very good at strategizing, but in reality, he was more emotional than others. These words that hurt his feelings were just buried deep in his heart and were not shown externally. If these words were said to Qi Long would just show a modest smile on his face, making everyone not want to continue to talk about it. If these words were said to Zhao Jun, he would just laugh it off and not think much of it. If told to Luo Lang would think of those words as praise and would feel overjoyed. He would even say that he was in great relations with boss and let them be envious of him. If it was told to Li Yingjie would definitely not let it go because he was stubborn. He would make a scene and fight with whoever told him that and take his revenge. If it was told to Xie would admit that those words were correct and go work out with the rest of the members. He would use his actions to prove that he had worked hard. As for Li Lanfeng, no matter what the veteran mecha operator said, he would be able to accept it with a smile. However, he would find all types of methods to make them lose layer of their skin in secret and never back down. Thus after spending much a long time in 250's veteran mecha operators all had determined what type of people these young team leaders were like. Big leader Li should be left alone if possible, in case they get caught up in something because of it. Little leader Li was someone they should go to when their moods were down. Leader Qi Long. It didn't feel good no matter if it was bullying an honest individual or be bullied by one. Zhao Jun was clearly someone who took nothing into his mind and was boring. Xie was a masochist. He would only lead his team and increase training, making the members cry out in agony. Thus, these members who could no longer take the additional training, warned the members from other teams to stop teasing their leaders. Given the circumstances, people started to slowly stop teasing Xie. They didn't want to anger an entire team just because they wanted to tease him. They didn't want to get into a fight. After looking around, only Han Jijian, who was not brazen and could only swallow his emotions, was an easy target. This was the reason Han Jijian was continuously teased by 250 Ace Mecha Clan's veterans. However, because of this, Han Jijian believed that he was the worst and was a leader who the veterans from 250 Ace Mecha Clan didn't trust. He was also constantly worried that he would be abandoned by his comrades in his times of need. Over time, it became the source of his anxiety. This was also the reason why he reacted so strongly when he was pressured by Li Lanfeng and felt he was incomparable to Li Lanfeng. His determination to follow Ling Lan stealing supplies was Han Jijian's trying to save himself. He wanted to use his capabilities to prove that he could also do what Li Lanfeng could do and that he was not weaker than Li Lanfeng. Ling Lan, who just watched coldly as a bystander, knew what Han Jijian was worried about. This was why Ling Lan agreed to it and didn't give Li Lanfeng any chance to say no. If Han Jijian wanted to become stronger, then Ling Lan would give him that chance. Even if this chance could lead to Han Jijian giving up his life as the price, Ling Lan still wouldn't stop him. However, the scene right now completely destroyed what Han Jijian had believed in for so long. Isn't he a leader one the veterans looked down on? Didn't they just bear with him because of boss Ling Lan's orders? Didn't they hate him? Why would they use their lives to save an incompetent leader? Han Jijian, what are you staring at? Stand up. Han Jijian suddenly heard Lu Furong shouting in his ears. Lu Furong, who was usually calm and collected, and would never shout and insult someone. However, at this moment, his voice was filled with anger. Why would he sacrifice himself to save me? Han Jijian bit his lip and made his mecha stand up with a still burning desire for an answer. It's because you are our hope. Our future. We would rather die here than to let our hopes and future die here, shouted Lu Furong angrily while the large sword in his hand blocked the attack from Luo Qi. Luo Qi looked at his opponent, who was originally at a disadvantage, with a dumbstruck expression on his face. He thought he would have been able to take care of him if it wasn't for the fact that there were two mechas protecting him, interfering with his attacks. However, from the counterattack made by the operator halfway into the Imperial level made him feel that his opponent was now no longer weaker than him. Instead, he was now fighting against a similar level opponent. There was no doubt that his opponent was no longer a peak ace operator who was halfway into the Imperial level. Instead, he was now a real Imperial operator. It seemed that right as his team member blocked the beam shot with his mecha to save Han Jijian and dying in the process, Lu Furong suddenly erupted all of his potential and broke through the barrier holding him back for so long, making him instantly enter the Imperial level. The accumulation of his experience for the past 20 years made him instantly reach the mid-stages of Imperial level right after he broke through. Even though he was still somewhat weaker than his terrifying opponent, the difference between the two of them was not that huge anymore. It's because you are our hope. Our future. We would rather die here than to let our hopes and future die here. Lu Furong's words echoed in Han Jijian's mind. It turns out, he was wrong from the beginning. He was never hated and looked down on by anyone. Those hurtful words were actually just clumsy ways the veterans used to communicate with them. If they had looked down on him and hated him, they would have just stopped caring about him. Inside Han Jijian's mind, flashbacks of the scenes of veterans speaking to him appeared. Their eyes were filled with happiness. The smiles on their faces were warm, but there were also hints of worry and suspicion in their eyes. There wasn't any bad intent in their eyes at all. Why couldn't he see these signs clearly before? Was it because his mind was filled with those negative thoughts so he was blinded by that? Han Jijian regretted everything and couldn't help but hate himself. He couldn't even control his eyes as it teared up uncontrollably. Song Yiqing, still stiff from before, just stared blankly as a mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha clan didn't hesitate to sacrifice his own life to save his comrades. A feeling of regret and embarrassment towards himself suddenly bloomed in his mind. Bam! Song Yiqing slapped himself on the face and the pain from it woke him up from his stupor. He moved his mecha and instantly flew towards Han Jijian. He then dragged Han Jijian, who was still mulling over himself, into his team. Leader Han, our mission is to retreat. Retreat. Focus, god damn it. Song Yiqing shouted angrily at Han Jijian. Even though he was saying those words to Han Jijian, those words were also for himself as well. I know. Han Jijian's hoarse voice was heard in the comlink channel of the mecha. Han Jijian raised his head and looked at the Imperial mecha who had just killed the mecha operator of Team 02. At that moment, his mind was filled with thoughts of taking revenge, but he was held back by an officer from Lu Furong's team so he had no way of making a move on them. Han Jijian will remember this. He will remember how his life had been saved at the cost of someone else's life. Han Jijian made a promise to himself that he would no longer let his comrade sacrifice his lives to protect him. Han Jijian closed his eyes. When he opened them again, it was calm as a body of water. He coldly said to Song Yiqing, Regiment Commander Song, take your clan and immediately retreat back to Base 013 as fast as possible. Don't linger here and waste any more time. Song Yiqing was somewhat stunned by the sudden change in Han Jijian. Then, what about the situation here? Team 02 and 08 were not enough to hold back this battle team full of Imperial operators. Regiment Commander Song, I don't want to say it a third time. Your mission is to take the supplies to Base 013 as fast as possible. It isn't your role to provide cover fire here, said Han Jijian coldly. Understood. Song Yiqing looked at Han Jijian with surprise, and then immediately ordered his battle clan's team leaders to take the supplies and quickly retreat. Han Jijian, who was just irresolute, hesitant and warm-hearted, now actually became so heartless. There was no doubt that Han Jijian was ready to abandon Team 02 and 08 for the supplies. Not long after, Song Yiqing's clan went forward with the order and quickly retreated out of this battlefield. Seeing the supplies going further and further away, Team Luo Qi became frustrated. Regiment Commander, we still can't get past the interference in this area, so we still can't contact the base. What should we do now? A team member from Team Luo Qi asked Luo Qi in a frustrated tone. Although Luo Qi was fighting with Lu Furong, he could still see the supplies being carried away from them. He decisively ordered, "My Jia, take formation and block the transport team from leaving. Everyone else cover them. Don't let my Jia and his team be held back by those bastards." "Yes, Regiment Commander." Ma Jia's team wanted to split off to attack the transport team, but Lu Furong wouldn't let them leave that easily. He ordered 3 mecha operators from his team to attack the mecha operators who were trying to chase after the transport team. The order they received was that even if they were to die, they must intercept them. If the transport team was to have something happen to them, it would mean the end of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the base. Lu Furong and the members from Team 02 and 08 knew what was more important. This was also why their regiment commander stayed back at Base Alan to lure Helia's first-line forces, even if it meant a very high possibility of dying there. Self-destruct. All the mecha operators from 250 knew this was the only way for them to hold these Imperial operators back. If they wanted to take down Imperial operators that outnumbered them, they must use this method. Damn, small fries. Seeing ace operators coming towards them without any care for their lives, Mai Jia, who was annoyed from being held back, shouted angrily, "Use your strongest technique and destroy these small fries." Understood. The 2 mechas beside him immediately pounced towards their opponents. Their engines began to roar and the large sword in their hands began to rotate quickly. "Watch out!" Lu Furong heard the odd noise from their opponents' engines. He then glanced at the way their large swords were rotating and instantly shouted. Back then, when he fought with Helia's forces on the battlefield, he had once seen mecha operators using this terrifying technique. Anything that got sucked in by the rotation of the large sword or just slightly touched it, would be sliced into small bits even if it was met with the toughest material. He had once heard from his previous regiment commander that this was one of Helia's top-level techniques, Helix Whirl. Countless mecha operators from the Federation had perished just from this technique alone. However, even though Lu Furong told his team members to be careful, the 3 members who were ready to die in order to intercept the enemy, didn't retreat even though they knew of the dangers. They all pounced towards their opponents without a hint of regret. Long live the Huaxia Federation. Long live 250 Ace Mecha Clan. I love 250. In the Comlink channel, they all screamed out their last words. Bang! 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 Immediately after, 3 loud explosions were heard in the sky. As everyone turned their head towards the explosion, they saw 3 mushroom clouds which had odd hints of red in them. Mai Jia. Bo Qi. Luoya. Luo Qi's team saw this and was stunned. They all called out to their comrades and hoped they would answer them. After some time, one mecha flew out from one of the mushroom clouds. The mecha's limbs were broken off and countless wires were protruding out, even the body of the mecha was severely burnt. It's Mai Jia. The members from Luo Qi's team shouted in surprise. It was indeed Mai Jia. When he noticed that the ace mechas were charging at him with seemingly no regard for their life, he knew something was amiss, so he stopped his technique halfway through and moved his mecha half a second earlier. This half a second allowed him to edge away from the brink of death. Ever since the start of this war, the members of the God Killers had been having a smooth time. They were never really in any serious danger. They were also the most powerful mecha clan in Helia, so they never really tasted defeat before. Yet, today, 2 of their mechas were destroyed and 1 mecha was half paralyzed. Bastards, kill those trash. Also, don't give them a chance to self-destruct. Luo Qi was furious. Ever since he became a regiment commander, he had never been humiliated like this before. Those trash that he looked down on destroyed 3 of his mechas. Additionally, he didn't know if the mecha operators of the destroyed mechas were still alive. He was indignant about his situation. To wash away this embarrassment, he must kill all these mecha operators in the most brutal way possible. That was why Luo Qi gave the order. That's right, up until now, the mecha operators from God Killers were just playing with their opponents. They were just fighting with the goal of having fun, but, from this moment onwards, they would fight with all their might. To the members of Team 02 and Team 08, it was like the god of death finally taking out its scythe and was inching it towards their necks. Leader Yang, did you see anything? Gu Dongyang frowned as he looked at his radar. They were only 3 minutes late, but they had lost all signs of the Imperial operators. No. However, based on the map Leader Li gave us, they should be in this direction. Yang Mingji compared the map Li Lanfeng gave them and felt that they were heading in the right direction. Let's go further in front and take a look. Gu Dongyang shoved his concerns to the back of his mind and operated his mecha forward. If Leader Li is right, our regiment commander should be coming towards them from this direction. Is there enough time for us to reinforce our regiment commander? Do they have too few people? Are you thinking that we have too few people? Yang Mingji read Gu Dongyang's mind. Yes. If we are discovered, regiment commander will be in danger, Gu Dongyang replied. Normally, even 30 mecha clans might not be able to conquer a base that has a good defense system and manpower. However, our regiment commander only brought 8 mecha clans with him, 6 of them are not from our base, and Song Yiqing has a grudge against our regiment commander. No matter how you look at it, the mission of snatching supplies from our enemy's base is equal to a suicide mission. If so, why would the scaredy cat Song Yiqing agree to follow our regiment commander for this mission? Yang Mingji asked calmly. Our regiment commander must have persuaded him, Gu Dongyang replied after some thought. Persuaded? I think threatened is a better word. Yang Mingji smiled. He continued, that could possibly be the reason. Another possibility could be because Song Yiqing knew that he won't die. Yang Mingji had only followed Ling Lan for 1 year, but he knew that Ling Lan wasn't someone who liked to take risks. If she made a decision, it meant that there was a high chance it would succeed. Gu Dongyang went into deep thought after hearing what Yang Mingji had said. He seemed to have understood something. Leader Yang, are you saying that our regiment commander is confident that they won't be found by our enemy? Or only a small portion of the enemy will find them? If not, they won't be able to come out of Helia's territory and we won't be reinforcing them. Yang Mingji took a deep breath. There was a small number of enemies, but they were dangerous. He was worried that these enemies were those Imperial operators that appeared secretly on the battlefield of planet Haijiao. These Imperial operators were the reason why the Federation lost so many bases in such a short time frame. Of course, there were other reasons why they lost so many bases, such as the commanding officers of the bases panicking after losing contact with the Federation and didn't contact with their surrounding bases in time. The enemy made use of this window of time to attack them. But, it was undeniable that without these Imperial operators, the bases wouldn't have fallen so quickly. They would be able to withstand for a longer period of time and base 013 wouldn't have to have such a hard time. No matter what, let's hurry over. Gu Dongyang was still worried about Ling Lan, so he pulled his throttle and increased his speed once again. Yang Mingji followed him and increased his speed too. Their team members also increased their speed and caught up with their team leaders. After fighting with Jia Na for so long, Yao Jian finally reached his limit. Under his opponent's continuous attack, he was finally hit and his mecha flew backwards. The huge impact injured him internally. He spat a mouthful of blood on the screen. Have I reached my limit already? Yao Jian smiled in despair, as he wasn't able to break through his limit. He looked at his opponent as he chased after him with a giant sword that was coming towards him. Even if I go to hell, I'll bring someone with me. Yao Jian went berserk. His fingers suddenly increased in speed so much that there seemed to be afterimages of fingers moving across the control panel. Yao Jian's mecha twisted its body and the giant sword just barely scraped his mecha's chest, managing to evade the lethal blow. Jia Na was dumbfounded, but before he could attack again, Yao Jian's mecha suddenly hugged him tightly. Yao Jian pressed the self-destruct button without any hesitation. At the same time, he pressed the ejection button. Leader, old Yao will be leaving first. Before his mecha exploded, Yao Jian shouted into the channel. Boom! A huge explosion occurred as Yao Jian's mecha burst into flames. Jia Na was unable to break free as Yao Jian had hugged his joints. Hence, his mecha exploded too and became a pile of ruins. It hit the ground, forming a huge hole around 50 meters in diameter. Yao Jian. Lu Furong's eyes turned red. There were tears in them. He was prepared for sacrifices, but the death of Yao Jian caused him great agony and pain. Deputy Leader Yao. All the members of Team 02 screamed in grief and anger. Deputy Leader Yao. The members of Team 08 were sad too. The two teams all turned crazy. Soon, more explosions could be heard. The members of Team 02 and 08 chose to self-destruct out of spite to drag down more people with them. Leader Yang, did you hear sounds of explosion just now? Gu Dongyang, who was flying in front, asked curiously. Yang Mingji heard the sounds too. He signaled for all his members to stop flying. When the sound of the engines disappeared, the sounds could be heard more clearly. This is bad. Everyone, hasten your speed. Yang Mingji's expression changed. If he was right, those were the sounds of mecha self-destructing. He had been through many battles, so he was extremely familiar with this sound. As expected, after flying for some time, he saw the transport team moving towards their base furiously. He scanned through them but didn't see any familiar mechas. Where did the people from 250 go? Yang Mingji saw the ace mechas that were at the back of the transport team and hurried over. He stopped them and asked, where are the people from 250? These ace mechas belong to the leaders from Song Yiqing's 224 mecha clan. When they saw the reinforcements from 250 ace mecha clan, they literally could feel pressure being lifted off their bodies. They replied hurriedly, they are holding a group of Imperial operators back for us. Please hurry up and help them. Yang Mingji's expression changed. He quickly called Gu Dongyang and they rushed to the direction the transport team directed them to. Han Jijian hid in the dense forest not far away. He turned off the engine of his mecha and watched as his team members self-destruct one by one. His expression got colder with each death. Besides that, he had no other expressions, like an ice statue in the frigid cold. People might have thought that he was a heartless person if they had missed the pain in his eyes and the drips of blood that were flowing down his hands. He had clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug deep into the palm of his hand. Suddenly, Han Jijian heard a roaring sound behind him. He moved his mecha and saw a bunch of familiar mechas. Tears suddenly started to fall from his eyes, creating two lines of water streaks that flowed down his cheeks. The reinforcements were finally here. He didn't have to force himself to watch his comrades self-destructing anymore. He really hated himself for being too weak. If he was stronger, he wouldn't be a burden to everyone. He wouldn't have to hide in the dark and feel helpless. He wouldn't have to watch his comrades sacrificing themselves right in front of his eyes. If he was just as strong as Qi Long, he would at least be able to fight with them side by side. Why am I so weak? As Han Jijian questioned himself, Yang Mingji and Gu Dongyang saw the brutal scene in front of them. Fires and clouds of smoke could be seen everywhere. Broken mecha's parts were scattered on the ground with most of them belonging to 250 Ace Mecha clan. This brutal scene stabbed the hearts of the two veterans. In the air, Lu Furong was fighting with Luo Qi in a 1 versus 1 battle. The 10 remaining mechas from 250 Mecha Clan formed into a small team of their own and were battling with the last 5 Imperial operators from Hylia. Every single attack they made was all self-destructive. It was obvious that these mecha operators were prepared to die with the intention of dragging their opponent with them before they die. Their viciousness and fearless attitude towards death caused their opponents to hold back against them. They were afraid that the mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha Clan would hug them and self-destruct. Hence, members of 250 Ace Mecha Clan were able to survive till now. This was also the reason why the members of the 250 Ace Mecha Clan managed to destroy 6 Imperial mechas. They used the lives of over 30 Ace Mecha Masters to exchange for the lives of 6 Imperial operators. This was an amazing feat that no one had managed to achieve in the entire Federation's history, even their descendants might not be able to achieve it. However, to Yang Mingji and Gu Dongyang, the lives of the 6 Imperial operators were not worth the lives of their 30 mecha operators, as these people were their brothers in arms. They were comrades who fought with them, trained with them, ate with them, slept with them. Even though they were only Ace Mecha Masters, even a single mecha operator from that group of 30 mecha operators was more precious than the 6 Imperial operators combined. Kill them. Leave no one alive. A strong killing intent appeared on Yang Mingji's normally gentle face as he gave his order to kill. They couldn't just let their comrades sacrificed like this. They must let the Hylian mecha operators pay the price. The mecha operators of the two teams rushed towards the 6 Imperial operators. The Imperial operators used to be confident that they could destroy the remaining mechas, but now, more than double the number of remaining mechas suddenly appeared. They now started to worry. From the movements of the two leading mechas, they could feel a sense of Imperial operators in them. Luo Qi knew that these two mecha operators might be more than half step into the Imperial stage. They should be at pseudo-Imperial stage now. It would be a tough fight. Half-step Imperial and pseudo-Imperial were both Imperial stages, but the difference between the two was huge. Half-step Imperial stage had the word Imperial in it, but it was actually closer to Ace stage. This was just the highest level of Ace, and the person was just half a step away from Imperial stage. However, this half-step couldn't be taken easily. Some people might be unable to take that half-step in their entire life. No matter how hard a person worked, if they couldn't break through the Imperial barrier, his piloting skills would forever be stuck at the peak of Ace stage. As for pseudo-Imperial, it meant that the person had already entered the Imperial stage. Their mecha piloting ability hovered between half-step Imperial and Imperial stage. As long as they were given more time to get used to the operations, they would be able to stabilize their controls and become a real Imperial operator. During battles, a pseudo-Imperial operator had a real chance to become a real Imperial operator. After all, it's just a matter of time for them to become Imperial operators. This was the difference between half-step Imperial and pseudo-Imperial. Luo Qi wouldn't have minded if more Ace Mecha Masters came. However, now, there were two pseudo-Imperial operators who might be able to advance to the Imperial stage if he fought with them. Luo Qi didn't dare to take the risk, so he ordered his team members to retreat. I will wait for reinforcements to arrive and come back again. Luo Qi felt annoyed. He waved his giant sword and slammed Lu Furong away. Then, he controlled his mecha and retreated in the direction of base Yaki. The other 5 members of his team followed behind him closely. Running away? Not so easy. These people killed many of their comrades. How could they let them off so easily? The mecha operators quickly blocked their path of retreat fearlessly. Damn it! Luo Qi quickly fired a beam while signaling to his members to grab any chances to retreat. Lu Furong was unwilling to give up too. When he saw Luo Qi firing at his teammates, he howled in anger and fired furiously at Luo Qi with his beam gun. Luo Qi had no choice but to evade the beams, so he was no longer able to help his team members, causing only one of his team members to be able to escape. The other 4 were chased back into the battlefield and got surrounded by Yang Mingji and Gu Dongyang's teams. After Luo Qi evaded Lu Furong's beams, he wanted to use his beam gun to help his 4 team members. However, when he saw his beams were all blocked by Yang Mingji effortlessly, he knew that this was an expert at long-range attacks. Without his beam gun, he no longer had any chance to save his team members, so Luo Qi turned decisively and retreated with the one member who had escaped. As a regiment commander of God Killers, Luo Qi not only needed to have powerful mecha piloting ability, he also needed to be decisive and know when to give up certain things. Because of these traits, he was able to defeat many candidates who wanted his seat and sit in the position of the regiment commander for this long. Since he knew that saving his team members was impossible, he decided to leave. What a pity. He escaped, Lu Furong said angrily. The opponent he fought with was stronger than the teammates he had around him, so he must have had a particularly high status in the Halian army. If they were able to kill him, they could not only take revenge for their comrades but also injure the morale of their enemies. Lu Furong only felt it was a pity for a short while, but he quickly returned back to his calm state and joined the battle against the 4 abandoned Imperial operators. When Han Jijian saw 2 of the enemy mechas running away and the remaining 4 Imperial operators getting cornered by their mecha operators, he knew the danger was over, so he piloted his mecha out of the dense forest and came to the ruins. He needed to find survivors quickly to send them back to Base 013 so that they could receive treatment as soon as possible. This was why he hid just now. No matter what the end result of this battle was, he needed to send the injured soldiers back to their base, even if he had to risk his life to complete this mission. Han Jijian started searching carefully. Anyone that self-destructed their mecha had a very low chance of survival, but he still didn't give up. Finally, he found a cockpit that managed to be ejected out of the mecha's safety before the explosion of the mecha could catch up to it. It was buried in the ground at a corner of the battlefield. Han Jijian rushed over and carefully took the cockpit out. He also saw a green line around the cockpit, symbolizing that the person inside the cockpit was still alive. Han Jijian hurriedly linked his channel with the cockpit and said, "This is Han Jijian. What is your situation?" Cough, cough. Damn it. I almost died from the fall. Leader Han, has the battle outside ended? Yao Jian's weak voice came from the cockpit. Deputy Leader Yao. It's Deputy Leader Yao. That's good. Han Jijian shouted in excitement. Leader Yang and Leader Gu had come to reinforce us with their teams. We are clearing the last of the enemy now. Deputy Leader Yao, hang in there. I'll send you back to the base soon. I'm fine. I just suffered some internal injuries. I've already taken the recovery fluid, so go and look for other survivors. Yao Jian knew that even before he had self-destructed his mecha, many other people had already self-destructed their mechas. He just hoped that they were as lucky as him and managed to eject successfully. Okay. Han Jijian placed Yao Jian's cockpit at a safe place so that he wouldn't be implicated by the battle above them. Then, he started searching through the ruins again. Yao Jian's survival gave him some confidence that there would be other members who were still alive. After this, Han Jijian found 2 more members who were at the brink of death. If Han Jijian had found them just slightly later, they would have died. To save these 2 members who were struggling at the doors of hell, Han Jijian fed them the precious agent that Ling Lan gave him, managing to keep them alive for the moment. He had found 3 people that were still alive. But, no matter how much he continued searching, he couldn't find any more survivors. Han Jijian finally gave up. Out of more than 30 mecha operators who self-destructed their mechas, only 3 had survived. Team 02 sacrificed 13 members while Team 08 sacrificed 14 members in this battle. More than half of their team members were dead. Yang Mingji, Lu Furong, and Gu Dongyang led their teams and killed the remaining 4 Imperial operators before they finally vented their anger. Yang Mingji scanned through Lu Furong's team and frowned. Why isn't the regiment commander with you? Lu Furong gritted his teeth. The moment they left the second line of defense safely and entered the area of the first line of defense, he knew what their regiment commander did to clear the path for them. If they were walking on the edge of death, their regiment commander was on the path of death. Leader Lu. Where is the regiment commander? Yang Mingji felt that something was amiss when he saw Lu Furong hesitating to answer his question. His voice turned louder and sharper. Regiment commander stayed at Alan to clear the path for us. Lu Furong finally said the truth. Bastard! Yang Mingji kicked Lu Furong's mecha in anger. Lu Furong had suffered some internal injury before this, so when Yang Mingji kicked him, he vomited out mouthfuls of blood. He bore with the pain in his chest and didn't try to explain himself. Ever since he accepted Ling Lan's order and left with the transport team, he knew that he would be despised by everybody in 250. However, Ling Lan's cold gaze at that time prevented him from denying her orders. He had no choice but to leave. Which direction will he be coming from? Yang Mingji took a deep breath and controlled his worry and anger. I don't know. Lu Furong was really clueless. Ling Lan never told him about her plans. He wanted to ask him, but he had always got stopped by her piercing gaze. If you don't know anything, why did you follow him to the battlefield then? Yang Mingji scolded furiously. There is no need to blame Leader Lu. No one can stop our regiment commander when he makes a decision, not even you, Leader Yang. A cold voice sounded behind them. It was Han Jijian, who had finished searching for survivors. I just want to know which direction our regiment commander will be coming from so that we can go and reinforce him. Yang Mingji knew that Ling Lan was a resolute person. He blamed Lu Furong because he was angry at himself. Because before this mission, Ling Lan stopped him from going and allowed Lu Furong to go instead. Han Jijian looked at Yaqi's direction. He said with certainty, regiment commander will come from base Yaqi's direction. Why? They have found you. Base Yaqi will definitely be on alert. They'll search this area. Yang Mingji was confused. The transport team is on the way back to base 013 now. Who are they supposed to be looking for? Han Jijian replied indifferently. Yang Mingji's eyes lit up. Regiment commander wants to make use of this. Yaqi would definitely want to catch them. Hence, they would send all their soldiers out and chase after them. During this time, Ling Lan, who was behind base Yaqi, could sneak past them. Of course, Ling Lan had to enter the first line of defense first. I believe that our regiment commander will succeed. Han Jijian looked at the direction of base Yaqi firmly. His boss is not a weak person like him. He will definitely escape and come back to base 013 alive. Since that's the case, Leader Lu, Leader Han, bring your teams back and lead the transport team back to the base. We'll stay here and wait for our enemy. Yang Mingji thought for a moment before making this decision. Han Jijian didn't reject this suggestion. He looked at Yang Mingji and nodded. Then, he brought his team and Lu Furong's team back to the base. Their team members were all injured and had reached their limit. Of course, Han Jijian didn't forget the 3 survivors he found. After Han Jijian and his team disappeared from his sight, Yang Mingji sighed. Leader Han has finally learned to be vicious. Gu Dongyang looked at the ruins and said calmly, our regiment commander brought him out so that he can understand this point. In a battle, being soft-hearted is equivalent to harming yourself. Plus, being a soft-hearted advisor, would mean innocent soldiers would have to die needlessly. Killing prisoners of war is the first step to being someone brutal. He still has a long path ahead of him to be someone like that. Yang Mingji was someone who watched these new soldiers grow slowly. He felt that letting them become team leaders was not a good decision, but from the looks of it now, the person who understood them the most was their boss. Ling Lan understood her friends well. She knew how well they could handle stress. Han Jijian always felt that he was weak, but to Yang Mingji, he was already good enough. However, after knowing when to be vicious, Han Jijian became an even better soldier. He said this because when Han Jijian was searching for survivors, he found Imperial operators from Helia who were still alive. Based on his past actions, he would treat them fairly and bring them back to the base for treatment. But, after this battle, he understood the pain of losing his comrades and finally understood that some people just couldn't exist together. He hesitated when he found these people, but in the end, he still hardened his heart and killed these people. He tried to conceal his actions, but it couldn't escape Yang Mingji and Gu Dongyang's eyes, as they were very experienced soldiers. Many veteran mecha operators noticed this too, but they kept quiet and pretended they didn't see anything, as they wanted Han Jijian to get used to this brutal battlefield. They hoped that he would have a stronger heart and become a vicious person when needed. Every good soldier started from the bottom by killing prisoners of war. This was how other countries trained their soldiers too. Compared to the battles thousands of years ago, the probability of prisoners of war surviving became almost nil. After moving for some distance, Han Jijian met Zhao Jun's team. Zhao Jun saw the badly damaged mechas from Team 02 and Team 08 and frowned, as he knew he was too late. "Where's boss?" When he scanned the crowd but didn't see Ling Lan, he got agitated. Boss and Qi Long's Team 03 stayed back at base Alan to hold back the enemy. "They're coming back soon. You will be able to fetch him if you go now." Han Jijian calmly told Zhao Jun his thoughts. He stopped using words such as maybe, probably, should be. If an advisor didn't even believe in what he had said, how could his men believe in the advisor? "I understand." Zhao Jun quickly led his team and rushed forward. Fortunately, he wasn't too late. The moment Zhao Jun reached the boundary of base 013 and base Yaqi, he saw Gu Dongyang's team 09 waiting there, but Yang Mingji's team was nowhere in sight. Gu Dongyang saw Zhao Jun too. Before he could greet Zhao Jun, his radar's alarm rang. After some time, numerous mechas suddenly appeared in the air above base Yaqi. They filled up the entire sky like dark clouds and moved towards them. Gu Dongyang knew that their teams wouldn't be able to handle all these mechas, so he quickly shouted, "Retreat." Zhao Jun's team didn't even have the time to recover their breaths before they had to immediately leave. They immediately followed Gu Dongyang's team and retreated with them. Zhao Jun's goal of joining this war was to find a way to break through his mecha piloting stage. He was not here to look for death. In the face of so many enemies, staying behind would mean sure death. Hence, he didn't hesitate when he heard Gu Dongyang's command and retreated with his team. However, he was still frustrated. If he had a chance, he would definitely fight with his enemies. Zhao Jun and Gu Dongyang quickly reported this situation back to base 013 using radio waves. Base 013 reacted quickly and immediately sent out full-sized mecha teams. Just as the soldiers from Yaqi were about to catch up with the transport team, the reinforcements from base 013 had arrived. The soldiers from Yaqi collided with the mecha operators from base 013 and a fierce fight ensued. One side was protecting their chance of survival while the other was trying to destroy it. This was the moment Zhao Jun had been waiting for. When he saw the reinforcements, he instantly changed the direction of his mecha. He had already set his eyes on his target for a long time. It was the regiment commander of base Yaqi's ace mecha clan. Gu Dongyang wanted to attack the regiment commander too, but when he saw Zhao Jun rushing at the regiment commander like a dog rushing forward to its favorite treat, he smiled and turned his mecha to face another regiment commander. As a veteran, he was happy when new soldiers had the courage and determination to improve. This was the first huge battle base 013 would experience after all the bases got attacked by Halia. While they were fighting, Yang Mingji and his team concealed themselves along the border of base 013 using the chameleon system. They watched indifferently as Gu Dongyang and Zhao Jun's team retreated to the base. They also ignored the huge army from Halia when they flew above them. They wanted to fight too, but they knew that they had a much more important mission, fetching their regiment commander. Before Zhao Jun had reached the ruins, Yang Mingji and Gu Dongyang had already formed an agreement beforehand. Yang Mingji's team would conceal themselves and reinforce their regiment commander, while Gu Dongyang's team would help them to attract the attention of Yaqi's soldiers away from this place. Batches of mechas flew past them. Yang Mingji waited for a while, then confirmed that there were no more enemies coming their way. After that, he ordered his team members to turn off their chameleon system and wait patiently for Ling Lan's arrival. Beep beep beep, an alarm rang in all the 24 mechas. Leader, mechas appeared in base Yaki's direction again. One of the mecha operators looked at the red dots on his radar and got nervous. Just as Yang Mingji was about to ask his team members to activate their chameleon system again, he noticed that the red dots didn't move in a straight path. They moved to the right for a while before changing directions to the left. He tried to zoom in on the mechas that appeared in his screen. The distance was too far, so the image was quite blurry. However, he still managed to see the first 3 mechas moving in a zigzag, dodging the beams behind them. Those are our people. Yang Mingji shouted immediately, "Follow me." If he was right, these mechas belonged to his regiment commander and Qi Long's team. Yang Mingji and his team members operated their mechas and dashed forward. After a few seconds, they could finally see the 3 mechas clearly. It was the mecha of Team 03's leader, the mecha of Team 03's deputy, and the modified mecha of their regiment commander. Yang Mingji was elated and sad at the same time. He was happy that Ling Lan was fine. However, he could tell that only the team leader and one member of Team 03 managed to stay alive. This meant that almost the entire Team 03 got annihilated. Actually, he already predicted that Team 03 would be annihilated when he heard Han Jijian saying that their regiment commander kept Team 03 with him. This was why he got angry and kicked Lu Furong. This was a suicide mission with almost no hope of survival. Luckily, their regiment commander was a creator of miracles. He managed to come back alive. Ling Lan was starting to get annoyed after spending such a long time out of the body. She knew that she should remain calm, but she couldn't. Suddenly, Ling Lan felt an extremely familiar suction appearing in her mindscape. F***K. It's here again. Ling Lan felt helpless as she just allowed the suction to suck her into the learning space. Her instructors were always so domineering and unreasonable when they wanted to find her. Ling Lan used to be unhappy about this, but now, she had just given up about having any opinions about it. Ling Lan thought number 1 was looking for her, but instead, it was number 3 who rarely appeared. Ever since Ling Lan graduated with perfect mecha piloting foundations, number 3 never looked for her unless he invented new techniques from merging the techniques in this world with the skills from Mandora. Did number 3 create a new technique again? Number 3 had very high standards, so he would only create top-level techniques. Ling Lan was giddy just at the thought of having more top-level techniques. Just like what Ling Lan had expected, number 3 smiled when he saw her and said, "Ling Lan, I've mastered some of the techniques in your world and combined it with my skills to create a new technique. I'm currently rectifying the technique. Come and help me test the effects of this new technique." Number 3, "I'm afraid that I can't help you today. I must go back to my body. My comrades are still fighting for their lives outside. I need to fight with them." Ling Lan didn't want to stay here. If she was able to return to her body already, she wouldn't be wasting time by staying here. Number 3 retracted his smile and said sternly, "Do you think that I don't know what has happened to you? Your spiritual power is too high. That's why the body rejected you. The reason I asked you to come help me is to use some of your spiritual power. That way, your body will accept you quicker." This is the same as what Little Four had predicted. Her spiritual power was too high for her power, so her body rejected her conscious from entering the body in order to protect it. In that case, thank you for your thoughtfulness. Since number 3 gave her a solution, she would accept it. Very soon, Ling Lan and number 3 boarded their personal mechas in the learning space. The mecha Ling Lan was operating was not an ace mecha. It was rather a standard imperial mecha of the Federation. There was originally no data about the Federation in the learning space, but Little Four was the virtual god, so he found a way around it. He stole all the information regarding the mechas below the level of god-class mechas. Little Four wanted to find information about god-class mechas too, but after searching through all the mainframes in the Federation, nothing about those mechas could be found. But, Little Four wasn't too disappointed as he knew that God-class mechas were the ultimate weapon of the Federation, so, besides its owner, no one probably knew anything about it. The mechas in the learning space were more advanced than the mechas of the Federation. However, her instructors told her that since she was only operating mechas from the Federation, she shouldn't play with any controls that didn't exist in the real world. That way she could get used to the mechas in the real world and not make any mistakes while operating it. In the learning space, Ling Lan operated her mecha smoothly without holding herself back. She used all the Imperial techniques and skills she had learned. One of the reasons why she wanted to do this was so that her spiritual power could be used up faster. Number 3 saw how much effort Ling Lan was putting in, so he taught the new techniques that he had just invented for her. During this war, Number 3 was spectating the battlefield from Ling Lan perspective, which allowed him to collect data on the various top-level techniques used by the Halian mecha operators. After going through them, he picked up 2 ultimate techniques. The first technique was a modified version of the God Killer's top-level technique, Helix Whirl. It was a very lethal technique, but it had a major flaw. Once the opponent got sucked into the Helix Whirl, they would know that they would die soon, so they would self-destruct their mechas to drag someone with them to death. This was how the team members of Team 02 and Team 08 killed 2 Imperial operators when they couldn't evade the Helix Whirl. Thus, if used wrongly, the result of using this technique was mutual destruction. Number 3 experimented with the technique many times and finally invented the boomerang kill. When using the boomerang kill, the giant sword would fly out of the mecha's hand and move towards the opponent. After killing the opponent, the sword would fly back just like a boomerang. This was why Number 3 called this technique the boomerang kill. It was an exceptionally difficult technique to learn. Number 3 felt that it was a 3S technique and only one step behind from becoming an ultimate technique. However, if it was really an ultimate technique, Ling Lan wouldn't be able to learn it now. The other was a shooting art. One of the Imperial operators in Godkillers was an expert in long-range attacks. He used a foldable beam attack to destroy a clueless ace mecha, flabbergasting Ling Lan when she saw this. Beams were not bullets. They couldn't use hard objects or surfaces to change the direction of a beam, as beams had a high penetrating power. Besides the beam shield, nothing was able to stop the penetrating power of a beam, so this Imperial operator's technique greatly contradicts Ling Lan's perception of what beams could do. After much research by Number 3, he finally knew how this technique worked. It was very simple. The foundation of this technique was to have the following beam catch up with the first beam. The impact of the collision of the 2 beams would change the direction of the first beam. Because of her hand speed, Ling Lan was able to shoot in a way that caused multiple beams to move in unison. However, she had never tried to hit one beam with another beam before. Thus, she tried to spar with Number 3 using this method only, but she was unable to dodge Number 3's sword and was hit in the cockpit. Ling Lan, in your current condition, you'll only die if you go out now. Number 3 was furious. He had never seen Ling Lan so weak before. Even if she got hit, she would at least injure him and not let him kill her so easily. I'm sorry. Ling Lan's moved her mecha beside Number 3's mecha and apologized to him. Number 3, let's start again. I'll take note of it this time. There is no need for that. Number 3 kept his giant sword unexpectedly and replied calmly, I already know your problems now. Problems? Ling Lan was shocked. Isn't it just my spiritual power? There are other problems. I'm not talking about your conscious being unable to go back to your body. I'm saying that your operation during this period of time is problematic. Number 3 was talking about her mecha piloting, not her spiritual power. Operation? Isn't my operation normal? Ling Lan was puzzled, as she didn't detect any problems. On the battlefield, she put up good fights against opponents who were on paper stronger than her and even defeated most of them after finding their loopholes. Remember your battle team formation test? During that time, your opponents were all on par with you in terms of abilities, but you were able to suppress more than one person at a single time and even managed to defeat your opponents. However, ever since you entered this battlefield, you have never taken control of a fight. You only rushed to the front rashly and attacked your opponent furiously. Number 3 mercilessly told Ling Lan all the stupid things she did on the battlefield. An example of this would be, when you met the group of Imperial operators, you chose to harm yourself to kill your enemies. Actually, with your capabilities, you can easily control the fight and ask your comrades to cooperate with you to kill your enemies. Ling Lan's face turned pale after hearing what number 3 had said. Think about it. Why were you able to fight freely during the test but so overcautious now? Number 3 asked. I was in the virtual world at that time. I can make bold decisions because I know that even if I am wrong, my teammates will not die. Ling Lan finally said her weakness which she buried deep in her heart. You didn't dare to take the gamble. You are afraid that once you fail, your teammates will all die. Number 3 spoke out Ling Lan's true thoughts. Ling Lan pursed her lips. She didn't say anything, but the stubbornness on her face proved that number 3 was correct. Take a look at the consequences of being overcautious then. Number 3 waved his hands and everything that was happening outside was shown in front of Ling Lan. She saw Qi Long's team staying back to stop their enemies so that they could escape. After attracting all the mechas, they all self-destructed, leaving only 4 alive in the end. Those 4 were then chased by many enemy mechas for a long distance, and they almost died at multiple occasions under the multiple beams shot at them, but luckily, Qi Long and his 2 protectors found them by chance and helped them to escape. Only 3 people are left in Team 03. Ling Lan's eyes turned cold. She knew that there would be casualties, but she didn't expect there to be so many casualties. If you have not been so cautious and used your spiritual power, you wouldn't have fainted. With your controls, you will be able to survive with more people even if some died. Think about this carefully. Number 3 erased the image and continued, Ling Lan, you're not God. Always remember this. You can't be greedy and hope to bring everyone back. This is impossible. From now on, you must understand this. You must make the right decision so that more people can go back home. Ling Lan lowered her head in deep thought. After a few seconds, she lifted her head and started into number 3's eyes. Number 3, I understand. Number 3 smiled. What a promising child, as expected of our best student. However, soon, his smile froze. Ling Lan, what are you doing? Ling Lan was using her powerful spiritual power to tear apart the barrier of number 3's space. She turned and replied, I want to go back. Where are you going back to? Your spiritual power is still too high. You need to use more of it before your body can accept you, number 3 shouted furiously. Damn it, do you know how long it'll take me to repair my barrier after you tear it apart? Qi Long and the others are still fighting. I must go back and fight with them. Ling Lan made a decision. How are you going to go back? Your body isn't willing to accept your conscious. Are you planning to harm your body after hurting your spiritual power? Number 3 was speechless. What did he say just now? She is a promising child. When Ling Lan decides to be stubborn, no one can stop her. Doesn't she know that she needs to be careful? It'll have to accept me even if it doesn't want to. Ling Lan was firm. My path is the dominating path. I will get what I want. Hence, my body has to listen to me, it cannot reject me. I cannot watch my comrades sacrifice themselves anymore. I'll do it even if it's stupid. I'll do my best. The result may not be good, but at least I won't regret it. Ling Lan walked out of the crack she had just made. The next second, she disappeared from number 3's space. What a stubborn child. Number 3 shook his head as he smiled bitterly. Suddenly, a black line appeared behind him. The line turned into an opening and number 1 walked out of it. Number 1, you finally came out after watching the show for so long. Number 3 raised one of his eyebrows. Number 1 looked at the place where Ling Lan disappeared and coldly said, I asked you to waste her spiritual power but you start educating her instead. Number 3 shrugged. I can't let her continue making mistakes. We can't say that it's wrong. Number 1 slowly said, Ling Lan has finally walked on the path she decided on in the past. Are you saying that Ling Lan has awakened? Number 3's eyes lit up. Number 1 glanced at him. Number 3 instantly motioned his hands like he was zipping his mouth shut, making sure that he was not going to ask any more questions. Number 1 scoffed and disappeared from Number 3's space. Seriously, why are you so unfriendly even after you came barging into my space without my permission? After Number 1 left, Number 3 had the courage to complain. However, if she has really awakened, we might be able to groom a god. I'm excited. Number 3 instantly disappeared from his space, because he needed to find someone to share this good news with, as the learning space was too boring. He needed to find some gossips to pass his time with. Ling Lan returned to her calm mindscape. She tried to get back to her body but the body still resisted against her. I had once said that my path is to dominate. I want to live for freedom but at the same time, I want to live for myself. I'm the owner of my conscience. My body must bow down to me. Even if it gets hurt, it must listen to me without any complaints. Ling Lan's cold voice echoed through the entire mindscape. It reached every cell in her body, letting all of them understand that they must submit to her. I will take control of the body. Is anyone unwilling to listen to me? Ling Lan shouted fiercely before she finally broke through the barrier. When she opened her eyes the next time, she saw the mecha screen in front of her. Yang Mingji and his team had come to escort them. They were stopping the enemies behind Ling Lan. Little 4, give me back the control of the mecha, Ling Lan said seriously. Boss, you're finally awake. That's great, Little 4 shouted happily. He had been trembling in fear all these while. He was afraid that he would make a mistake in his calculation and caused his boss and the 2 people beside him to die. He would never do such a thing again. It was too frightening. Little 4 felt that after this, his lifespan had decreased by a few thousand years. Although he still had many thousands of years left to live, he couldn't stand this torment anymore. If he did this a few more times, all his lifespan would get burned off like wood in a coal furnace. One day, his chip would burn from working too furiously. Well, as the great Little 4, he would never admit that he was so nervous that his chip got too hot and burnt a little. Little 4 quickly passed the control of the mecha back to Ling Lan. Ling Lan reloaded her beam gun and carefully aimed it at the Halian mecha operators behind her. She fired multiple times. Boss! Qi Long shouted excitedly when he saw his boss attacking again. Sorry to make you worry. I'm fine now. It's time to take revenge for our comrades. Ling Lan's voice was calm but Qi Long and his team member could feel the killing intent through the comlink. They were already exhausted but after hearing her words, strength suddenly returned to their bodies. Yes, their comrades sacrificed themselves so that they could escape. How could they go back to their base without doing anything for them in return? Yes, Regiment Commander. Qi Long and his team members shouted. They raised their weapons and aimed it at their enemies. Gu Dongyang and the other people who had received this news rushed over to Ling Lan after killing their opponents. But, Zhao Jun remained behind. He wanted to help his boss too but the opponent he picked was a regiment commander of an ace mecha clan stationed in base Yaki who was at the peak of ace, while he was only an elite ace. He was a level lower than his opponent so he was not having an easy time against his opponent. Zhao Jun always wanted to enter the peak of ace but no matter how hard he worked, he just always lacked that one step. That one step had held him back for almost a year. This was why Zhao Jun was frustrated and so determined to achieve a breakthrough. In Ling Tian, besides their regiment commander who was basically an anomaly in the world, Li Lanfeng, Qi Long, Luo Lang, and Xie Yi all entered elite ace. The rest of the people were still fine, but Qilong was different. If he never met Ling Lan, he would think that Qilong was the person heaven was protecting. Qilong came close to the peak of ace half a year after his advancement to elite ace. When they were practicing, Zhao Jun felt this. What made Zhao Jun the most annoyed was, Qilong was always improving. His situation was completely different from his. Zhao Jun also could feel that Qilong hadn't reached his bottleneck yet. He just needed a bit more time before he enters the peak of ace. He would face no difficulty at all in this process. Zhao Jun was just a commoner from a 3-star planet. He managed to reach this position mostly because of his talent, but his stubborn personality played a part in his success too. He was unwilling to give up, and he almost never gave up. This personality trait allowed him to be on par with those heavenly gifted people. Hence, he was unwilling to lose to an oddball like Qilong. He didn't mind losing to the monstrous Ling Lan, but he couldn't accept it when he lost to Ling Lan's underlings who were younger than him. Zhao Jun must defeat his opponent before he could help his boss. This meant that he must advance to peak ace. Zhao Jun clutched the sword in his hand and attacked his opponent again. He completely stopped dodging and started attacking forcefully. Since he knew what he had to do to win, he would look a chance to break through even if he had to face death. Hence, he couldn't be scared of his opponent's attack. He must welcome it and be offensive too. That was the only way he would get what he wanted. To win or die trying. I won't die though. I still want to fight alongside boss. Li Lanfeng's obsession had become his too. Maybe it was because Li Lanfeng kept talking about Ling Lan after he entered the army, so he was influenced by him, but Zhao Jun felt that this was a good obsession. He was lucky to become a member of Ling Tian. He treasured everyone inside. Just like Li Lanfeng, he was a lonely person in the past. He couldn't bear to let go of these treasures he had worked so hard to acquire. To ensure that he wouldn't get left behind, he must become stronger. I can only continue to fight with Ling Lan if I become stronger. Boss Lan was just too talented. He didn't need people that couldn't catch up with him. Maybe this was why all the members of Ling Tian worked so hard. Zhao Jun realized he had found the reason why the people from Ling Tian improved so quickly. They were all afraid of the same thing. In that case, I can't lose to them. Let's use this battle to prove that I meant what I said. A strong fire of competitiveness burned within his eyes. He raised his giant sword and struck it at his opponent's sword. Bang! From the start of this fight, Zhao Jun was at a disadvantage, but this time, he managed to throw his opponent off his feet. He was elated. He was always pressured by his opponent's powerful strength throughout this fight, but during that attack just now, that pressure simply had disappeared. It felt as though he was at the same level as his opponent. Did I enter the peak of ace just now? This thought flashed past Zhao Jun's mind. He saw his opponent charging at him again, so he decided to confirm his suspicion. Bang! Another loud collision occurred. Zhao Jun managed to knock his opponent back easily again. It didn't even feel forced. Ha ha ha, Zhao Jun laughed heartily. He finally achieved his breakthrough and entered the peak of ace. He could be in talks about becoming an imperial operator now. He could now have some hope in himself to catch up with his boss. Go and die. Zhao Jun attacked his opponent ferociously, venting his frustrations when he was suppressed at the start. Zhao Jun's close combat skills were similar to Qilong. They both liked to attack like madmen. Under such ferocious attack, his opponent got confused by the afterimages of fist coming towards his face. Suddenly, two beams came from behind Zhao Jun. The beams came without a warning. The enemy mecha operator was too focused on fighting with Zhao Jun, so he didn't notice the beams that were coming towards him. The beams hit his cockpit and the mecha exploded. Burnt parts of the mecha were slammed heavily onto the ground before scattering randomly. Zhao Jun was prepared for this. He retracted his giant sword and looked at the burning mecha indifferently. Then, he shouted, "Come with me. Let's go help our regiment commander." Don't blame me for being despicable. We were taught to be despicable when we have to, thought Zhao Jun. Gang fights were always better than fighting alone. If they could sneak attack, they would never attack face to face. It couldn't be helped. Hence, Zhao Jun defeated his opponent and brought his team to the border of Base 013 and Base Yaki. At this moment, in the vast universe, a huge fleet was moving rapidly towards planet Haijiao. Qi Yaoyang was seated in the hull of the command ship. He looked calm, but his heart was in a mess. Similar to Ling Xiao, he wanted to save his son. On the surface, he seemed to have broken ties with his son because his son had entered the 23rd Division without his permission. In actual fact, both he and Ling Xiao knew that this was all an act, done to prevent the third marshal from suspecting the relationship between them. Among his 3 sons, he loved Qi Long the most. Ling Xiao, what on earth is the amulet you mentioned? Qi Yaoyang muttered to himself. He remembered the secret meeting he had with Ling Xiao 2 weeks ago after the conference ended. Ling Xiao, why did you announce to everyone that Ling Lan is your son? Aren't you worried that after Ling Lan's identity is exposed, he would be in more danger? Qi Yaoyang was puzzled about Ling Xiao's decision. Ling Xiao was helpless. I can't hide it anymore. If I don't say it, the people supporting the second and third marshal wouldn't let me go. They had already planned to force me to expose Ling Lan's identity in this conference. They wanted to use this conference to paint him in a way that he was abusing his power for personal gains. Even the first marshal might have agreed to this plan. Ling Xiao knew his position in the hearts of the citizens of the country. The 3 marshals probably didn't expect him to become so powerful that he could threaten their position after the God creation mission. Time is everything. I don't want to continue arguing with them. Since I can't hide it, I shall satisfy them. Ling Xiao sneered. If he couldn't overcome such small setbacks, how could he achieve his ambition? Ling Xiao, tell me the truth. Were you really confident when you said that they would last for more than 3 weeks, or were you just taking a gamble? Qi Yaoyang asked seriously. He wanted to know the truth so that he could make the correct arrangements. I'm confident. I gave Ling Lan an amulet. Ling Xiao's expression was complicated. He was worried at that time, so to prevent anything from happening to Ling Lan, he gave her an amulet. He also hoped that his amulet didn't have to be used, but his dear daughter was an unlucky person. Qi Yaoyang wanted to know what the amulet was, but Ling Xiao wouldn't give him any more information. He only urged him to hurry up. If they were too late, even with the amulet, it would be all for naught. They were able to enter planet Haijiao's atmosphere after 5 days of continuous traveling. It had been 10 days since the conference. You must hang in there. Don't disappoint us, Qi Yaoyang prayed in his heart. He took a deep breath and asked his adjutant. Have you found the position of the Flying Dragon Special Forces? The Flying Dragon Special Forces didn't send us any updates, and we are also unable to find their traces. The adjutant frowned. That old fellow always does this. However, this is good too. If we can't find them, everyone else won't be able to find them too. This will prevent their position from being exposed, and Helia will not bring forward the date for the final battle. Qi Yaoyang didn't want to know the position of the Flying Dragon Special Forces at all. Thus, he was satisfied when he heard what his adjutant had said. Before Qi Yaoyang left with the reinforcements, he had a discussion with Ling Xiao about the situation on planet Haijiao. Ling Xiao blatantly rejected the third marshal's decision, but actually in his heart, he agreed with what the third marshal had said. His judgment was the same too. Helia was using planet Haijiao as a bait to lure the reinforcements. The only way this scheme could fail was the surviving bases on planet Haijiao lasting until the reinforcements arrive. Once these bases fall, the Federation would be at a severe disadvantage. They wouldn't be able to help the people on planet Haijiao, and the entire fleet might even be destroyed. However, if Helia used all their soldiers and attacked the bases, the surviving bases wouldn't stand a chance. They could only rely on the Flying Dragon Special Forces and hope that they were able to sneak into planet Haijiao and change the tides. Qi Yaoyang suppressed his worry and placed his hopes on the missing flying dragon special forces and the amulet Ling Xiao mentioned. The only thing he could do now was to move towards planet Haijiao at the fastest speed possible. 3 days passed by. The supplies they got after sacrificing so many lives managed to solve their severe lack of food and water problem. However, the people from 250 Ace Mecha clan didn't have the time to grieve about the cost of getting those supplies, as they needed to resist against continuous attacks by Helia. Helia was extremely angry that Base 013 destroyed Base Alan. They would have ordered their main army to attack Base 013 and flattened it if they didn't have other plans for it. However, to vent their anger, Helia chose to attack it continuously all throughout the day. If they couldn't let them die from hunger, they would let them die from exhaustion. After 3 days of continuous attack, everyone in Base 013 was exhausted. They were on the verge of breaking down. Unfortunately, their situation was just getting worse. More and more enemy troops stationed themselves outside their base, forming an army 10 times the normal size. Everyone had a heavy heart when they saw this. They all felt a sense of despair. Are we going to die here today? At the command center of Base 013, all the regiment commanders and the commanding officers of the 3 bases were present. They looked at the screen which was showing the situation outside the base with serious expressions. Looks like they are starting the final attack soon. The commanding officer of Base 012 had a dejected look. He wasn't the only one. Everyone knew that Base 013 had reached its limit. They wouldn't be able to resist this attack. This means that our reinforcements had arrived, Ling Lan replied calmly, as she had already expected this to happen. Their hardest time was when their reinforcements would arrive. How are we supposed to last until the reinforcements arrive? One of the regiment commanders stood up furiously. My soldiers have reached their limit. They have only rested for a total of 4 hours within these past 3 days. They can't handle it anymore. I agree. The enemies stationed outside have increased 10 times. Anyone who goes out now will die. I won't let my soldiers die such meaningless deaths, another regiment commander sprung up and shouted too. The rest of the regiment commander remained silent. Just like these 2 regiment commanders, they didn't have the courage to continue fighting anymore. No one wanted to die. If they stayed at the base, they would still die after the base was destroyed, but they could at least survive for a longer period of time. They still had a chance to survive. Ling Lan scanned the crowd. Everyone looked down when her cold gaze went past them. They didn't dare to look straight at her. In that case, we'll stop fighting. Ling Lan stood up and left with the leaders of 250 Ace Mecha clan. Everyone looked at Ling Lan's back in shock. Did the domineering and arrogant regiment commander Ling Lan just decided to give up? A few seconds later, an uproar occurred in the command center. These people were afraid of death, so they gave up. However, they still didn't want Base 013 to give up without doing anything. Lin Zhongqing looked at the panicking regiment commanders and sneered. Then, he clapped his hands loudly, attracting everyone's attention. Our regiment commander was very clear with his words. From now on, the logistics department will not give any battle equipment or energy sources to the mecha clans. All the energy will be used to support the protective shield of the base. He wants to use just the protective shield to block the attack. Is it possible? The commanding officer of Base 014 was uncertain. Lin Zhongqing didn't reply to him. He got up slowly and took his military cap off his chair with his left hand. Then, he placed it on his head carefully and scanned the crowd. He smiled and said, "It can last for a while, but once the energy is depleted, the base would be destroyed by our enemies. We can only hope that our reinforcements will arrive before Helia conquers our base." Everyone turned silent. If they didn't dare to go out and fight, their only hope was to wait for reinforcements. If their reinforcements didn't arrive on time, they would have to die along with the base. Commanding officers and regiment commanders, I must go and prepare the energy sources for the protective shield now. Please allow me to leave. Lin Zhongqing nodded at everyone and left with Yuan Yuyun. On the way, Yuan Yuyun scolded the people in the room behind him furiously, "Damn it. We sacrificed so many seniors so that we would waste the food and water on these cowards. Why are you so angry when boss is not angry?" Lin Zhongqing replied helplessly. From the start, their boss never wanted to rely on them. However, he didn't expect their courage to disappear after being surrounded for more than 20 days. What is boss thinking? The mainframe of the base has evolved after boss took over it. It can plan the usage of energy better, but we don't have much reserve energy left. We can only last for 1 hour if our enemy attacks us with firearms from all directions, and that is just an optimistic estimation. Yuan Yuyun appeared frustrated. In the face of despair, even the members of Ling Tian started to waver. Lin Zhongqing looked at the agitated Yuan Yuyun and turned serious. "Yuan Yuyun, have you lost confidence in boss?" Yuan Yuyun was shocked. His expression changed slightly. "How's that possible? Boss has always been telling us to do our best, whether it was the Grand Mecha tournament last time or the Grand Armed Melee. That's not all. You didn't study at the first men's military academy, so you don't know that when we were in there, boss lead us to victory when we snatched the airship. When the military academy was invaded by mysterious people, he led us to fight against the enemies. He was the only one who formed his own team as a freshman. In the second year, his team became the most powerful team in the military academy. He became the king of the military academy. He not only tells us to do our best, but he also created miracles with us. This time, he would definitely lead us to create another miracle again. We will live." Yuan Yuyun lowered his head. Lin Zhongqing continued, "Yuan Yuyun, if you no longer trust boss, you can leave Ling Tian. We don't need a comrade who doesn't trust us. Think about it carefully." Lin Zhongqing turned and wanted to leave. Yuan Yuyun gritted his teeth and said after a moment of silence, "I'm sorry. You shouldn't apologize to me. You should apologize to our boss who has been thinking of ways to ensure that we survive this war," Lin Zhongqing replied calmly. "I know. I'll apologize to him." Yuan Yuyun's gaze was firm. In the face of death, many wandering thoughts would appear in people's minds. Yuan Yuyun's trust in Ling Lan wavered, but Lin Zhongqing's words brought him back. This boss never gave up, even in the face of impossible tasks, he would create miracles. The food and water supplies were an instance, right? He was an idiot. How could he miss his boss's true intentions? Boss would never give up without resistance. He would definitely think of a way to last until the reinforcements arrive. Lin Zhongqing was satisfied. He didn't care if the people in the base wavered. However, no one from Ling Tian should do this. If not, all the efforts and sacrifices his boss made were wasted on the wrong people. No one from 250 Ace Mecha clan was left at the command center. It looked as though Ling Lan was not playing cat and mouse with them. She was really planning to do she had said. Everyone kept quiet as they pondered. They didn't want to die, but they didn't want to wait for death like this too. Many regiment commanders were in a dilemma as they lit up their last cigarette. All the supplies were lacking, including luxurious consumables. They treated these consumables like treasure most of the time and only looked at it occasionally to satisfy their desires. However, now they were lost, so they needed a cigarette to numb themselves. Soon, smoke filled up the command center. Song Yiqing couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up suddenly and shouted, "I don't want to become an old turtle that can be killed by anyone. Even if I die, I must die spectacularly on the battlefield." He left without hesitation with his adjutant. Since his thoughts were different from the rest of the people, he wouldn't force himself to stay here. During the supply run mission, some of their comrades sacrificed. But, compared to 250 Ace Mecha clan who had helped them to clear their enemies, they were in a much better state. That day, the people of 250 Ace Mecha clan fired an empty blank to send their comrades off. He could still remember the solemn scene clearly. He finally understood the real reason why soldiers existed. He recalled all the things he did last time and blushed in embarrassment. He wasn't worthy enough to wear this military uniform. He was wrong in the past, but from now on, he wouldn't make any more mistakes. Yen 3 stood up too. He wore his military cap and coldly said, "I feel the same way as Regiment Commander Song. From the start, there are no cowards in Base 013. During the first battle, Evil Wind met a renowned ace mecha clan from Hylia. 40% of their mecha operators were killed. It was a huge blow to them." Yen 3 almost went berserk after hearing this result. However, before he could wallow in pity, 250 Ace Mecha Clan chased him and his team members into the training ground and forced them to undergo a brutal training program. Every day, he was exhausted. He didn't have the time to feel sad. By the time they finished the brutal training, Yen 3 realized that everyone in his team had become stronger. Sacrifices were painful, but this pain motivated them to move forward. They mustn't disappoint their comrades who had died for them. They only had the right to say that their comrades didn't sacrifice in vain if they climbed to a higher position. Yen 3 was able to recover quickly because of the 250 Ace Mecha Clan's brutal training program. The training program was done based on Ling Lan's order, so Yen 3 had complicated feelings towards Ling Lan. He was grateful towards her, but he hated her too. Yet, he willingly bowed down to her. Similarly, he didn't believe that Ling Lan would sit and wait for death. In the battlefield where there were millions of soldiers, their evil wind was like a speck of dust in comparison. However, he still wanted to contribute his efforts and his team's efforts to help Ling Lan. After Song Yiqing and Yen 3 left, everyone from the mecha clans in Base 013 left quietly too. They had followed Ling Lan from the time she took over the base until now. Since they had worked hard all these while, why couldn't they continue to persevere for the last part of the journey? Just like what Song Yiqing had said, even if they were to die, they must die spectacularly on the battlefield. It was better than being stuck at the base and feeling like a caged animal. Soon, everyone left the command center with differing thoughts. Time passed slowly. Outside Base 013, the Hylian army was still gathering. There were now more than 50 times the amount of soldiers than how much Base 013 had. Based on their speed on gathering, their numbers would soon become frightening. The regiment commanders that got motivated by Song Yiqing and Yen 3 felt hopeless again when they saw this. The vast difference in military strength wouldn't allow them to win even if they sent all their mecha operators out. Even Song Yiqing, Yen 3, soldiers from the 250 Ace Mecha clan, and Su Shiming Scouts team got dumbstruck by the size of Hylia's army. They didn't plan to give Base 013 any chances. Are we really unable to wait until the reinforcements arrive? When more than 80 times the military strength of Base 013 appeared on the Hylia's side, the final war started. Numerous mecha operators and powerful weapons struck the protective shield of Base 013. All the soldiers just stared blankly at the protective shield. They were in awe when they saw the beauty of the continuous explosions coming their way. Damn it! We really can't go out now. If I knew this would happen, I would have gone out long ago. It's better than waiting for death here. The people from 250 Ace Mecha Clan and Evil Wind sat in the mecha hold dejectedly. They wanted to go out long ago. No matter what happened to them, they would try to find someone to go to hell with them. Beep beep beep. The energy reserves of the protective shield has been depleted by 20%. The continuous attack on the protective shield had already depleted 20% of the energy reserves. If they couldn't replenish the energy reserves, the protective shield would only be able to last another 1 to 2 minutes. Lin Zhongqing was at the core of the protective shield. He quickly ordered the well-prepared logisticians, replenish the energy reserves. Yes. Multiple logisticians started replenishing energy storage units into the energy belt that was a few thousand meters in length. These were the high-efficiency energy storage units 250 Mecha Clan had transported over when they first came over to planet Haijiao. Lin Zhongqing never used them before this occasion because he was preparing for moments like this. Only these high-efficiency energy storage units were able to quickly replenish this enormous energy drainage. When he saw the energy reserve of the protective shield rising above 90%, Lin Zhongqing heaved a sigh of relief. They were fighting for time with their enemies. Were their enemies faster in depleting the energy reserves of the protective shield, or were they quicker in replenishing its energy reserves? Li Jinghong and the other leaders led a team of transport logisticians and transported all the energy storage units into the core. They placed the energy storage unit beside the logisticians that were putting the energy storage units into the energy belt. At the same time, they took away all the empty energy storage units. The work in the core of the protective shield carried on smoothly and orderly, as Lin Zhongqing had prepared a long time for this battle. All the logisticians who participated in this mission had 1 week to practice their roles. They performed drills every day. Now, it was time for the real deal. Ling Lan stood in the command center and looked at the continuous attacks on the protective shield. She walked to the full-length window and looked up. She could no longer see the blue sky anymore, as flames and smoke filled the sky above her. The sound of explosions could be heard from her office too. The impact of these explosions could be blocked by the protective shield, but the people in the base still felt the strong vibrations. This showed how heavily Helia was attacking them. It seemed like our reinforcements have entered planet Haijiao's atmosphere, Ling Lan said. This could only be the reason why Helia was attacking them crazily. They needed to destroy all the Federation's bases left on planet Haijiao and make planet Haijiao theirs before reinforcements could arrive. That way, Helia could send out their God-class operators blatantly and destroy the now invaders. The firepower is getting stronger. I wonder if Lin Zhongqing is able to handle it. Li Lanfeng was worried. He hoped that Lin Zhongqing was able to last for a longer period of time. He also hoped that their reinforcements could come faster. On the other side, Han Jijian's expression was calm and cold like the first winter breeze, but his heart was going through some inner turmoil. If the speed of replenishing slows down by 50%, Lin Zhongqing will report to me. Ling Lan appeared resolute, as she had decided that she would use the amulet her father gave her if that happened. Han Jijian and Li Lanfeng got even more worried when they heard this. They knew what this meant. However, they didn't want Ling Lan to use the amulet General Ling Xiao gave him. The continuous bombardment continued for 15 more minutes. Helia finally realized that the protective shield of base 013 didn't have a single dent after all that. Not only that, the glow of the protective shield was as bright as ever. The commander-in-chief of the East Zone of Helia frowned. From the information he had received, he knew that the remaining bases in the Central and West regions were all destroyed. Base 013 was the only base left. What are you all doing? Increase the intensity of the attack, we must destroy the protective shield of the base. The commanding officer of the East region got agitated. Up in the air, the fleet from Helia had already started fighting with the Federation army. If they couldn't flatten base 013, they wouldn't be able to use their God-class operators. At this moment, a small starship that was hiding among the stars sneaked through the messy battlefield and closed in on planet Haijiao. Release the miniature satellites. Brain 1 threw a few miniature satellites out. Then, he controlled the satellite and moved them towards the orbit of planet Haijiao. This starship belonged to the Flying Dragon Special Forces. They made use of the chance when Halian fleet was distracted by Qi Yaoyang's fleet to start their plan. If they wanted to save the surviving bases, they needed to know where they were. On the starship, everyone was nervous as they watched the satellites entering planet Haijiao's orbit. The gravitational pull of the planet Haijiao was very high, so it was hard for the miniature satellite to resist the pull as they didn't have strong engines in them. The reason why they didn't use a normal-sized satellite because they were afraid that the Helia army would notice the satellites if they were too large. Around 20 minutes later, the miniature satellite finally entered the orbit of planet Haijiao. The people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces finally heaved a sigh of relief. They were halfway to success. Brain 1 activated the miniature satellite. He looked nervously at the images that were jumping on the screen. For the first time, he felt that the activation speed of these miniature satellites was too slow. The Halian army had received the order from their commander. They attacked Base 013 together and used their most powerful weapons to strike the protective shield. Beep beep beep, the energy reserves of the protective shield had depleted by 30%. 40%. 50%. Alert, alert, the mainframe sounded the alarm. Lin Zhongqing shouted sternly, change shifts and increase the replenishing speed. The logisticians who were waiting for their shifts quickly took over their comrades' position and started putting the energy storage units into the energy belts furiously. Those logisticians who were off their shift still helped out by taking out the empty energy storage units. This efficient cooperation allowed the energy reserves of the protective shield to maintain at around 50%. The high intensity of the job tired people out easily. Hence, Lin Zhongqing remembered to prepare more people to take over the shifts. When the energy reserves of the protective shield reached 50%, the alarms sounded throughout the base. The people from Ling Tian who were busy with their work suddenly stopped working. Is that finally going to appear? Chang Xinyuan looked at the mecha hold and muttered to himself. What's going to appear? Chen Ian, who was maintaining a mecha, looked up and asked curiously. That's none of your business. Hurry up and do your work. Those mecha operators are still waiting to board their mechas to kill our enemies. Chang Xinyuan didn't reply to him. Instead, he asked the mecha engineers to hasten their pace. The mecha engineers didn't know why their leader said this. All the mecha operators were stuck at the mecha hold. They couldn't go out. However, the naive mecha engineers still worked faster. When no one was looking at him, Chang Xinyuan sneaked into the mecha hold and walked to the portion of the mecha hold for 250 Ace Mecha Clan. He walked to the front of a huge unopened container. A man in white gown was standing there. He looked at the container intently as though he was wondering what was inside. You are here. Chang Xinyuan wasn't surprised by his appearance. If boss wanted to use the thing inside the container, she needed Li Shiyu's agent. You're here. Li Shiyu seemed to be expecting him too. If Chang Xinyuan didn't come at this time, he wouldn't be Chang Xinyuan anymore. Does boss have to use this thing? Chang Xinyuan appeared serious. The energy reserves of the protective shield is maintained at 50% with Lin Zhongqing doing his best. Li Shiyu didn't seem to be answering his question. Helia have gathered more soldiers, so the next round of attack will be even worse. There is not much energy storage units left in the base, so we must help to lessen their burden. Can't we hold on a while longer? Chang Xinyuan knew what the price their boss had to pay if he used this thing. He really didn't wish their boss would use this thing. Have you ever seen boss betting our fates on luck? Li Shiyu smiled bitterly. If he had the choice, he would disagree with his boss's decision too. However, his disagreement wouldn't affect anything. Chang Xinyuan became silent. He felt touched and helpless. This was why they followed their boss so willingly. This was why they would hate themselves for being too weak. They were unable to help their boss in the moment when she needed them the most. At the command center, Ling Lan heard the alarm and turned serious. She stood up and looked at Li Lanfeng and Han Jijian. I'll hand this place over to you too. Have you decided? Li Lanfeng grabbed Ling Lan's hand. He lost control of his emotions. Ling Lan nodded. I won't place all my hopes on the reinforcements. Since my father dared to go against the world to give it to me to protect me, I mustn't disappoint him. I believe that I'll bring you all home. Boss, you must keep your promise. Han Jijian stood up with red eyes. Even if their boss used that thing, he would be in extreme danger if he went out to the battlefield now. He was operating a mecha which was at a higher level than her too. No one could predict the results. I will, Ling Lan replied sternly. She wasn't going to seek death. She was going to protect everyone. Don't worry. Ling Lan broke free from Li Lanfeng's grip and walked out of the command center without turning back even once. From this moment onwards, she wasn't a commanding officer. She was a soldier who wanted to protect her comrades. Li Lanfeng looked at Ling Lan as she disappeared. He looked up and swallowed his anger and bitterness. In the end, he could only watch his rabbit fighting alone. There was nothing he could do. How could someone as weak as he talks about changing his destiny? What a joke. Li Lanfeng scoffed as he jeered himself. Han Jijian was astounded when he noticed that the forever calm Li Lanfeng had lost control of his emotions. Li Lanfeng, calm down. Boss will definitely come back alive. He always does what he says. To Han Jijian, Ling Lan was an invincible person. This was the image Ling Lan had created in their minds. Hence, he couldn't understand why Li Lanfeng was emotional. This battle might be dangerous, but someone as powerful as their boss would definitely be able to overcome everything and hold on until reinforcements would arrive. I know. I just hate myself for being too weak. If I'm as powerful as him, I can take his place and not have to watch him fighting alone. Li Lanfeng spoke his true thoughts. Han Jijian's expression changed when he heard this. He had never thought of being on par with his boss. He just wondered how he could perform his role in the team more perfectly. Han Jijian looked at Li Lanfeng intently. Is this why I am not as good as Li Lanfeng? However, is it appropriate for Li Lanfeng to want to be as strong as boss? Han Jijian couldn't understand what Li Lanfeng was thinking. He felt that Li Lanfeng's thoughts were too hard to comprehend. Does Li Lanfeng just want to become a good comrade of their boss, or does he have other intentions? A shadow appeared in Han Jijian's heart. Han Jijian, show what's happening at the ejection port on all the screens in the base, Li Lanfeng ordered after he calmed down. Huh. Han Jijian was still immersed in his thoughts, so he was surprised when Li Lanfeng suddenly gave him an unexpected order. I want everyone who is still alive in this base to know who is risking his life to save them. I want them to know who is fighting for them. The things our regiment commander does cannot go unnoticed. Li Lanfeng's eyes were burning with ambition. He must let everyone know who their savior was. It wasn't the reinforcements, it was the commanding officer of Base 013, the regiment commander of 250 Ace Mecha Clan, the leader of the Lingtian battle team, Ling Lan. Han Jijian felt his heart trembling. Yes, I understand. Indeed, they couldn't let their boss efforts go unnoticed. Hence, all the screens in the base started showing the quiet ejection port instead of their enemies outside. Just as everyone thought that the mainframe was malfunctioning because too much energy had been depleted from the protective shield, the ejection port started turning on. Huh, what's happening? We are not allowed to go out, right? Why is the ejection port turning on? The mecha operators waiting in the mecha hold started creating a commotion. They made an application to go out, but the JMCs rejected them because the commanding officer didn't allow anyone to enter the battlefield. The mecha engineers also ignored their request to equip their mechas, so they could only wait in the mecha hold in frustration. After Ling Lan left the command center, she arrived at the mecha hold in an instant. She saw Chang Xinyuan and Li Shiyu in front of the huge container. I was expecting the two of you to be here. Li Shiyu took out 10 agents and passed them to Ling Lan. My brother asked me to pass you this. 3 days ago, Li Lanfeng came to find him to pass Li Shiyu back the agents he gave him. At the same time, he asked Li Shiyu to prepare the agents he left for himself. He told him that Ling Lan might have a need for it in the next few days. Just like what he said, Ling Lan needed it now. Ling Lan took the 10 agents. As expected, Li Lanfeng knew her well. Even if he didn't approve of her decision, he still prepared everything for her. Chang Xinyuan took out the control keys he carried with him and aimed the keys at the container. The container split up and revealed a huge mecha. It had been lying quietly in the container for all these months. No one knew that there was a frightening ultimate weapon hidden within the mecha hold of Base 013. Belief, sorry to keep you waiting, Ling Lan said quietly to the mecha. The mecha suddenly woke up from its sleep. Its eyes turned blue as it sat up instantly. It turned around and looked at Ling Lan. A robotic voice was heard, "Ling Lan, nice to meet you. I'll have to invite you to fight with me this time," Ling Lan said sincerely. Ling 4 said that the mainframe of a God-class mecha was different from every other mecha. They were not just numbers and data. They had the ability to think, so they could be considered as intelligent entities. "I understand. General Ling Xiao asked me to cooperate with you. Please don't worry." Belief opened its cockpit automatically. Ling Lan entered the cockpit. Li Xiu shouted quickly, "Boss, one agent can only last for 1 minute. With your 10 additional agents, you can last for a total of 20 minutes. Don't forget about this." The backlash from a God-class mecha was so strong that even one Yuhua agent couldn't help her to last longer than 1 minute. "I know." Ling Lan touched the 9 agents in her pockets. She had diluted one of the agents and made it into 10 agents to pass to her team leaders so that they could use it whenever they faced an emergency. However, Li Xiu didn't know about this. Actually, with her capabilities, she was able to operate, belief, for 5 minutes. This was the main reason why her father dared to pass, belief, to her. In order to hide the fact that, belief, was with her, she had no choice but to let her men run a marathon. She placed, belief, among the transport vehicles, and it was successfully transported to Base 013 along with the other ace mechas. This God-class mecha was the reason why Ling Xiao believed that Ling Lan was able to last until the reinforcements arrive. He announced that Ling Lan was his son too because once Ling Lan operated, belief, this fact would be exposed anyway. In that case, why not take the initiative to announce this fact and solve the problem beforehand? With 19 agents and her own capabilities, the maximum time Ling Lan could operate, belief, was 24 minutes. Ling Lan's gaze was resolute. No matter what, she must hold on for more than 25 minutes. This was the only way she could create an impact on the Halian army and gain more time for the reinforcements to arrive. The cockpit closed. The entire cockpit turned dark. Soon, images started appearing around her. She felt as though she was floating in the air with nothing around her. There was no control panel or control stick in the cockpit. The mecha could only be moved through the actions of its operator as well as the spiritual power control. This meant that all the actions of the operator would be reflected back on the mecha on the outside. If the body and spiritual power of the operator was not strong enough, a single action might cause irrecoverable damage to both the body and mind. The operator might even internally explode and die. This was why no one dared to jump level and operate a God-class mecha. Even if they didn't die, there would be serious implications. The future of the mecha operator might be destroyed. Most importantly, no God-class operator would be willing to place their ultimate weapon into the hands of other people. This weapon was something that could decide their life or death. Only Ling Xiao was willing to pass his life to his daughter. No one else would dare to do this. Ling Lan operated, belief, and stepped onto the platform. This simple action had already caused her to lose her breath, as she felt a huge pressure boring on her. She even felt her bones moaning and her muscles groaning. Soon, the movable platform transferred, belief, into the ejection port. The huge mecha body of, belief, appeared on all the screens in Base 013. The mecha operators and logisticians, even those injured and were lying on their beds, were flabbergasted when they saw this. Ling Xiao's fame rose not long ago. The military promoted him greatly so every single soldier knew him and his God-class mecha, belief. Thus, when they saw this mecha, they immediately knew what it was. This is, they rubbed their eyes uncontrollably. They wondered if they were under an illusion. In the end, they realized that it was not an illusion. It was the real, belief. Everyone shouted excitedly. Many mecha operators cried in joy. It's really, belief. It's General Ling Xiao's, belief. We're saved. We're saved. Hope came so suddenly. The strong soldiers who never shed a tear in the face of death all cried in happiness. No, this isn't right. General Ling Xiao is at the Federation. He can't be here. The mecha operators were elated, but they still managed to maintain their composure and noticed that something was amiss. If belief appeared from outside the base, they could still believe that General Ling Xiao had come personally. However, it appeared within the base. Unless General Ling Xiao had arrived much earlier, he couldn't be inside the base. However, if he did arrive earlier, their situation would not be like this. The Federation would have taken control over planet Haijiao a long time ago. At this moment, a cold and familiar voice echoed through the entire base. Belief, request to be ejected. It's really, belief. However, the voice belonged to the commanding officer of Base 013, the regiment commander of 250 Ace Mecha Clan, Ling Lan. Everyone was surprised and shocked. They were also puzzled as to why General Ling Xiao's belief was in Ling Lan's hands. Your request is approved. Commander Ling Lan will wait for you to come back. The gentle voice of a JMC sounded. It confirmed everyone's suspicion that the person piloting belief was Ling Lan. I'll come back. At the same time, I, Ling Lan, the son of Ling Xiao, swear that I'll bring everyone back home. Ling Lan's firm voice resounded through the entire base. She explained why this God-class mecha appeared in Base 013. This was the most powerful amulet that her beloved father gave her, God-class mecha, belief. Everyone now knew who was operating belief. They also knew that Ling Lan was definitely not a God-class mecha master. She was jumping in levels when she operating belief. The people at the scene were all mecha operators, so they knew the consequences of jumping levels. However, the consequences that Ling Lan would get was even harsher than normal, as she was operating a God-class mecha. Their commanding officer never gave up hope after all. He didn't want his soldiers to sacrifice needlessly, so he stopped everyone from going out. Yet, he sacrificed himself to create a miracle for everyone. Regiment Commander Ling. Commanding Officer Ling. Regiment Commander. Commanding Officer. All the people in the base looked at the cold and resolute face. They were touched as they exclaimed in their hearts. Some even started sobbing. Most of the ladies in the JMC office were crying furiously. They were fortunate to have a commanding officer who treasured his soldiers and were willing to do so much for them. The official countdown started. When the countdown ended, a small explosion was heard and, belief, was ejected out of the base. Outside, the mecha operators from Helia were frustrated after hitting the protective shield of Base 013 for so long. Hence, when the mecha operators in front saw a mecha being ejected out of the base, they shouted in excitement and immediately changed the direction of their beam guns. They felt that this mecha was sent out to be killed. Thus, they didn't mind destroying this mecha in an instant to break the hope and courage of the people in Base 013. Numerous beams shot towards belief. The soldiers in Base 013 knew that a God-class mecha was invincible on the battlefield, but when they saw this scene, they still felt worried. They were afraid that Ling Lan was unable to resist this round of attack. Activate Divine Shield. Ling Lan bore with the pain from deep within her soul and decisively ordered, belief, to activate its strongest defensive system, Divine Shield. After Ling Lan shouted, belief, got swallowed by all the beams coming towards it. Ah! The JMCs who were watching the battle outside covered their eyes in fright when they saw this scene. They didn't dare to see the result. Raise your head and open your eyes. Our commanding officer is fighting for us. We can't be afraid and shrink back in fear. If not, we are unworthy to be his soldiers. Han Shuya was already the leader of the JMCs in Base 013. There were tears all over her face, but she still opened her eyes wide and stared intently at the screen in front of her. She was afraid that she would miss a crucial moment in the fight. She shouted and ordered her JMCs to not be defeated by what's happening on the screen. That's right. Lady May stood up firmly. She cried too, but she continued looking at the screen. No matter what the result is, we cannot let our soldiers averse from the sight of our savior. We're JMCs who give assistance to our mecha operators. Han Shuya and Lady May's words touched the hearts of the JMCs. They all stood up straight and stared at the screen. Even though they were all crying, they were no longer as weak as before. They might have their own motives for entering the army, whether it was to use this place as a springboard to get a better life or some other intentions. However, now, these thoughts have disappeared. They had all become true soldiers. The light that blinded everyone finally disappeared. A mecha with colorful lights all around it appeared in everyone's vision instead. The azure sky seemed enchanting under this lighting. It's the Divine Shield. It's the Divine Shield system of God-class mechas. The soldiers in Base 013 started crying again. Today might be the day they cried the most after the day they were born. However, they felt that it was all worth their tears. Because the Hylian army couldn't break the protective shield of Base 013 after so long, Luo Qi led all the mecha operators from Godkillers and came to the battlefield from the back. When he saw the huge mecha with colorful lights all around it, his expression changed. What's happening? Why is there a God-class mecha on planet Haijiao? As someone who was highly likely going to become a God-class operator in the future, Luo Qi had a deep understanding of God-class mecha. He knew that the light came from the protective shield of a God-class mecha. Ling Lan evaded the danger successfully. However, she was in enormous amounts of pain. She was familiar with this pain. This was the kind of pain she had experienced in her past life for over 20 years, but she went through the hellish training number 5 gave her, so she managed to keep herself conscious. If it wasn't for her past experiences, she might have fainted by now. Ling Lan opened her eyes wide and shouted, "Activate Divine Punishment." Request accepted. Divine Punishment activated. Belief cooperated with Ling Lan's spiritual power and activated Divine Punishment. Unfortunately, Ling Lan was not Ling Xiao. The strength of her spiritual power and body were different. Hence, she was unable to activate Divine Punishment immediately. Behind Belief, a huge wing suddenly appeared under a flash of bright light. Another wind appeared after a while. Within a few seconds, 6 wings spread out behind Belief, like a fan. Ling Lan was unable to open all the 12 wings of Divine Punishment. The backlash from the 6 wings had already exceeded her endurance level. Her skin cracked and blood seeped out of her skin, staining her protective vest as it continues to slowly spread through the cockpit. The maintenance system of the cockpit got activated automatically. The blood that dripped onto the cockpit floor was cleared. To ensure that the mecha operator's operation wouldn't get affected, the cockpit would automatically clear all these unnecessary things. The 6 wings started congregating energy. The wings got brighter and brighter. Luo Qi saw this and turned agitatedly. He hurriedly shouted, "Move away. That is a God-class mecha." God-class mecha? All the mecha operators from Hylia heard what Luo Qi said. They looked at the mecha which had colorful lights all around it. The 6 wings behind the mecha made it look like a God-class mecha. Some mecha operators reacted quickly and immediately retreated when they heard Luo Qi's voice. Some confused mecha operators still remained in their position in a daze. They didn't believe that a God-class mecha would appear on a small planet such as Haijiao. If a God-class operator broke the human agreement and went out of their country, the other countries would have chased after him. This was an agreement that could never be broken. The energy in the 6 wings reached its maximum. Ling Lan controlled Belief, and aimed the 6 wings at 6 different directions. Dodge. Luo Qi noticed that he was within the range of the God-class mecha too. He quickly operated his mecha and moved back as quickly as possible. He wanted to retreat out of the mecha's range. Ling Lan gritted her teeth. She bore with the excruciating pain in her head and pressed the fire button. 6 powerful light beams shot towards the Helia army. The entire area got lit up by the 6 beams. Everyone felt that their vision was impaired for a moment, as the light was too bright. All they could see was white light. Before the wings shot out the beams, Luo Qi closed his eyes and guided his mecha backward based on his memory. The 6 beams shot in 6 different directions. Luo Qi's speed was very fast. He finally moved out of the range of the beams, but the residual force from the beams still hurt his mecha. The left arm and the left leg of his mecha exploded. Luo Qi's mecha lost its balance and slammed heavily onto the ground. As one of the best mecha operators in the God Killers, Luo Qi managed to stabilize his mecha before it smashed onto the ground. He flew up again. Luo Qi looked at the places where the beams went past. Those areas were utterly bare with mechas. No mechas were able to survive an attack by a God-class mecha. They didn't even have the time to cry out before disappearing from the world. What a frightening attack. Luo Qi looked at the God-class mecha that was congregating energy in its wings again. There was now fear in his eyes as he wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. The explosion just now severely injured him, but it wasn't a huge problem. The most important thing was, he managed to save himself from the beam attack. Luo Qi finally understood why God-class mechas were recognized by the country as the ultimate weapons. The power of a God-class mecha was on an entirely different level from an Imperial mecha. Imperial mechas were powerful, but if there were many ace mechas attacking it, it could still be defeated. However, in the face of a God-class mecha, no amount of ace mechas could destroy it. No, not only ace mechas. Even if Imperial mechas were to attack it, the result would still be the same. They would all be killed by the God-class mecha. The 6 beams disappeared and everyone regained their vision. The Halian army realized that a huge portion of the mechas beside them had disappeared, leaving only dust in place. The mecha operators from Helia looked at the mecha with colorful lights around it fearfully. The 6 wings continued spreading out behind the mecha. It shone beautifully as though it was an angel from heaven. No, it was a heartless god of death from hell who came to reap their lives. The tip of the wing started shining brightly from the energy congregated in it. It almost blinded all the Halian soldiers. At the same time, they felt a scary energy spreading from the tip of the wings. They didn't place much importance in the wings the first time, so they didn't sense the energy, but this time, they felt it. Run! Someone shouted hoarsely and the Halian mecha operators started escaping furiously. The entire army alignment collapsed. Everything was in a mess. Calm down, calm down. Although some commanding officers attempted to control the situation, the fear and stress given by the God-class mecha had overtaken the minds of the mecha operators. This time, the 6 wings of belief adjusted their position and aimed at the escaping mechas. Blood was flowing down Ling Lan's mouth like a waterfall. She didn't expect the backlash from the God-class mecha to be so powerful. She only operated it for 2 minutes, but she already felt that she was losing control over it. Father, since you said that I can handle it for 5 minutes, I can do it. A cold light flashed past Ling Lan's eyes as she pressed the trigger. 6 beams shot out again. The huge force swallowed all the mechas that were escaping frantically. 2 simple beam attack destroyed almost 1,000 mechas. This kind of power frightened all the mecha operators from Helia. Behind the Helia army, the commander-in-chief of the East Zone shouted angrily when he saw Base 013 releasing a God-class mecha and killing many of their mecha operators. How despicable of the Huaxia Federation. They broke the Human United Agreement and activated their God-class operator. I must report it to the military and ask them to send our God-class operators too. However, when he wanted to contact the military of Helia, he realized that he couldn't. They had not taken over planet Haijiao, so they couldn't activate their satellites yet. On the other hand, the Flying Dragon Special Forces finally activated their miniature satellites. That's great. Brain 1 and his men high-fived with each other. They had been waiting for this moment. Search planet Haijiao. Brain 1 gave the miniature satellites the most important order. The satellites started their search. The screen finally started showing the images on planet Haijiao. The planet that they lost contact with for 20 days finally appeared again in their eyes. Searching West Zone 1, no bases present. Searching West Zone 2, no bases present. Searching West Zone 3, no bases present. Searching West Zone 4. The debris of the bases, the pieces of mecha fragments, and the smoke in the air proved that the soldiers from the Federation were still fighting a moment ago. Damn it, we're too late. Jiao Wen punched the table in front of him in anger. There are no survivors in the West Zone. There are no survivors in the Central Zone too. Brain 1's voice got lower as he spoke. He moved the satellites to the weakest East Zone without much hope. Beep beep beep. Detected a signal from one base. Searching for the base, the mechanical voice captured all the attention of everyone in the starship. They got excited. Zoom in on the survivors. Brain 1 shouted happily. The image of the surviving base appeared on the huge screen on the wall of the starship. A base with a protective shield around it suddenly appeared in front of them. The protective shield was still shining with light, however, it was surrounded by the Halian army. The entire screen was filled with mechas. The people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces got agitated when they saw this. They immediately ordered the starship to move above the base. They only had a glance at the base, but the number 13 was on top of the base. Hence, they knew that this base was the sole surviving base of the Federation. No, they're not attacking. They seem to be escaping. Brain 1 thought that the Halian army was attacking base 013, but when he looked at the screen carefully, he noticed that the Halian army was in a mess. The mechas were flying around and banging into each other in a confused manner. Most of the mecha operators from the Flying Dragon Special Forces had boarded their mechas. Once the starship reached the spot above base 013, they would need to enter the atmosphere of planet Haijiao. To reinforce the base as fast as possible, they must overcome the gravitational pull when they enter the atmosphere. There were not many people left in the control room. These people looked at the screen carefully after hearing what Brain 1 said. What's that? Someone finally saw an anomaly and pointed at the spot. Zoom in. Zoom in until the maximum. Brain 1 gave a new order to the satellite. The area was zoomed in again and again. Very soon, a mecha with colorful lights all around it appeared. God-class mecha? Brain 1 widened in eyes in shock. The people in the control room looked at the screen in astonishment. That's General Ling Zhao's belief. Why is it here? Someone exclaimed. Seems like our General Ling Zhao has passed his God-class mecha to his son. Brain 1 suddenly understood why General Ling Zhao was certain that their bases could survive until their reinforcements arrive. Is this fine? Isn't this breaking the Human United Agreement? The member of the Brain team couldn't help but worry. Brain 1 smiled at his man. He asked, how are we breaking the agreement? The member didn't understand. His teammate beside him pulled him and whispered, the Human United Agreement only states that God-class operators are not allowed to leave their country. They didn't say anything about God-class mechas. What's the difference? The member was still confused. Isn't General Ling Zhao still in the Federation? The team member looked at his teammate helplessly. General Ling Zhao made use of the rules perfectly. Even if the countries wanted to reprimand him, they didn't have any reasons to. Finally, the person was enlightened as his eyes lit up. His teammate beside him nodded in satisfaction. Wow, our General Ling Zhao is so smart. This person respected General Ling Zhao even more now. Shall we inform the other teams about this? No. I want to see how Jiao Wen and Lin Wen will react when they see the God-class mecha. Keep the satellites on them. Brain 1 was playful. Yes, leader. Everyone in the Brain team was excited, but Brain 1 didn't tell them his other concern. He didn't want the people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces to relax just because there was a God-class mecha on the battlefield, as General Ling Zhao's son was just an Imperial operator, but jumping levels meant that he couldn't last long, so they still needed to reinforce Base 013 as soon as possible. The Central Command Center on planet Haijiao finally contacted Halian headquarters after 10 minutes of trying. However, after reporting the situation to them, the people in the headquarters of Halia military told them that they couldn't activate the God-class mecha masters. The one that appeared on planet Haijiao was just Ling Zhao's mecha, belief. They've already confirmed that Ling Zhao was still within the borders of the Federation, so he didn't break the Human United Agreement. At the same time, they also ascertained that all the 12 God-class operators in the Federation were all still within their borders. None of them was sent out. So, if Halia sent out their God-class operators now, the Federation would be able to send their 12 God-class operators too. At that point, Halia could forget about taking over planet Haijiao. They might even be unable to protect their own country, so they couldn't take this bet, as they couldn't afford the consequences. The only thing they could do was to let an Imperial operator, this was what they predicted, control the God-class mecha. However, no Imperial operator had the ability to move a God-class mecha out of Halia and towards planet Haijiao. The Imperial operator would explode and die from the backlash from just moving the God-class mecha. If they transported the God-class mecha over now, it'll be too late too. An Imperial operator would only be able to operate a God-class mecha for at most 3 minutes, so he would be unable to change the situation in the battlefield. The headquarters of the military of Halia could only hope that their army would be able to resist the attacks of the God-class mecha for 3 minutes and then destroy the last base of the Federation right after that. The commander-in-chief almost threw the communicator when he heard this reply. Damn it, what do you mean by 3 minutes? That Imperial operator has been operating the mecha for 15 minutes. He must be using some secret technique. He has probably reached his limit already. I can't be scared of him. Victory will belong to Halia. The commander-in-chief mobilized his army again and sent all the military forces in the west to the east. He also ordered the soldiers in the east, who had destroyed the base they were assigned to move to base 013. Let me see how long you can last. A malicious intent appeared in the commander-in-chief's eyes. For the sake of Halia's victory, he was willing to sacrifice more lives. Very soon, the commander-in-chief gave a vicious command. The soldiers at the back heartlessly shot the mecha operators who tried to run away from the God-class mecha. The situation finally became under control under such a ruthless move. The Halian army was forced to move forward again. If they retreated, they would be killed by their own comrades. They were also informed that the person controlling the God-class mecha was an Imperial operator, so by right, he wouldn't be able to last for too long. When comparing the two choices, moving forward was a much better option. At least they had a chance of surviving if they moved forward. The mecha operators from Halia got motivated and started rushing towards Ling Lan fearlessly. Ling Lan drank bottles and bottles of Manhwa agent. She bore with the excruciating pain and fought off batches and batches of enemies. This was a battle of perseverance. The person who gave up first would lose. Ling Lan took another bottle of agent and drank it. She felt her pocket instinctively. There was only one bottle left. This meant that she could only last for another 2 minutes. However, there was still no sign of reinforcements. Is the goddess of luck shining on Halia instead of the Huaxia Federation? Ling Lan opened her eyes that were tainted with blood and shouted, "Little White, hurry up and help me." At this crucial moment, the only thing that could help her was Little White in its true form. Due to the lack of food, Little White was kicked out of base 013 by Ling Lan more than 10 days ago. She let it survive on its own on the planet. Of course, Ling Lan didn't forget to remind Little White on its diet plan. She told it that it could eat anyone who didn't speak the Huaxia language. Hence, if you didn't want to be eaten by a monster on planet Haijiao, you must first learn the Huaxia language. You could also learn the beast language that Little White speaks, but, in the end, you would still be eaten. Little White wouldn't allow any animal who could snatch its love away from Ling Lan to stay alive. At this moment, the small Little White was hiding in Helia's food supply warehouse and eating the food furiously with its back hunched over. Its small body suddenly trembled. It raised its head and two fountains suddenly spurted out from its eyes. Sob, my master finally calls me. She finally remembers to call me. Little White's body disappeared in a blink of an eye. A few seconds later, it appeared on the battlefield. Boom! The ground started vibrating furiously. The entire base 013 felt the huge vibration. Everyone looked at the battlefield in shock. A scary circular creature had appeared there. It slapped the mechas that tried to attack Ling Lan with its multiple tentacles. That is, the people from 250 Ace Mecha clan looked at the familiar creature in surprise. That frightening creature was the one that gave them so many troubles during the land clearing mission. They remembered that their regiment commander had personally killed it. What is happening? Did our regiment commander show mercy on it and brought it back to the Federation? Then, he brought it along with him to planet Haijiao. What's that? It's so scary. However, the giant creature seems to be helping us. That's good. I wonder who called it. Is there such a creature on planet Haijiao? The other soldiers from the Federation didn't know what was happening, so they were very puzzled. The people from 250 Ace Mecha clan just kept their mouths shut, as they were afraid that they would say the wrong things in a moment of excitement. They mustn't tell this secret to anyone, because their regiment commander had sneaked this creature out illegally. They didn't want to bring their regiment commander to the military court. By right, everything found during the land clearing mission must be handed to the military. Then, the military would then give a portion of it back to the Mecha clan based on the agreement. The people from 250 Ace Mecha clan believed that once they gave this creature to the military wouldn't pass it back to them. Only their regiment commander would dare to do something like this, but he did the right thing, sneaking this fellow back to the Federation. Now, this fellow came to help them before their reinforcements could come. Li Lanfeng looked at the circular creature and relaxed a little. He had brought Little White out for a walk many times, so he saw Little White changing back to its true form to eat. He knew that the circular creature was Little White. From the looks of it, Little White was a loyal creature. It didn't hide at such a crucial moment and came out to help Ling Lan fearlessly. It was better than those reinforcements that were still not here. At first, Li Lanfeng had his qualms against Little White. After all, it was a powerful creature with not much intelligence and had a brutal nature. Who knew if it would eat its master one day? How long has our regiment commander been out? Li Lanfeng asked Han Jijian softly. He was afraid that he counted the time wrongly, so he wanted someone to confirm it for him. 22 minutes. Han Jijian was focused on this point too. The people in Ling Tian battle team knew that if a person jumped levels in mecha piloting, he wouldn't be able to last for too long. Han Jijian looked at the screen worriedly. The huge mecha with colorful lights all around it was displayed on the screen. Li Lanfeng stood up suddenly and said in a low voice, "I'll pass the base to you." Han Jijian's heart stopped for a moment. What are you planning to do? I can't wait for the reinforcements that are nowhere in sight. Our regiment commander needs our help now, Li Lanfeng replied calmly. But our boss doesn't want any of us to go out. Han Jijian appeared hesitant. He always listened to Ling Lan, so he didn't know what to do when Li Lanfeng wanted to disobey Ling Lan's order. Han Jijian, who's the acting commanding officer of Base 013? Li Lanfeng raised one of his eyebrows and asked. You. Han Jijian replied firmly. When their boss left, he passed the command of Base 013 to Li Lanfeng. He was only supporting Li Lanfeng. Then, I've got the right to release a new order. Li Lanfeng pressed the button in front of him and his voice echoed through the entire base. I, Li Lanfeng, acting commanding officer of the Base 013, will give a new order. Anyone who is willing to go out now can do so. After he finished speaking, Li Lanfeng left the command center. Han Jijian wanted to fight too, but base 013 needed someone in command. Han Jijian clenched his fist tightly and closed his eyes with a painful heart. When he opened them again, his gaze had turned calm. Everyone needs to make a choice. Li Lanfeng chose to fight alongside boss. As for me, I choose to guard boss's back and make sure that nothing happens to the base. Nothing must happen to the base. The confusion he had during this period of time disappeared. He regained his confidence and became the calm and confident Han Jijian again, as he had found his answer. Li Lanfeng's order sounded throughout the base. The mecha operators who stayed in the mecha hold had their fighting spirit ignited by Ling Lan's dominating fight. They shouted out loud. The mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha clan even cried in excitement. As Ling Lan's direct subordinates, the mecha operators of 250 Ace Mecha clan didn't want to see their regiment commander fighting their enemies alone. They wanted to fight with him side by side. Now, after waiting for more than 20 minutes, they finally got their wish. This kind of feeling was not something the mecha operators from other mecha clans could comprehend. The mecha operators from other mecha clans stood up too when they heard this command and rushed to the mecha hold. Even their commanding officer was fearlessly fighting for any chances of survival. What right do they have to be afraid and hide in the base? The soldiers of the Federation were the bravest and purest soldiers in the world. They would never shrink in the face of danger. The people that forced them to retreat were normally those high-ranking officers who lost their spirit to fight. Actually, those people couldn't be considered soldiers anymore. They were just politicians wearing the military uniform. Han Shuya, who was staring at her boss in the JMC office, turned serious immediately when she heard this command. She wiped the tears off her face and shouted, "Sisters, our battle is starting." "Yes, leader." All the JMCs stood at attention with their eyes shining brightly. They quickly got into position and guided the mecha operators out of the ejection ports as quickly as possible. This was their most efficient and perfect session ever, as not a single second was wasted on messing around. Li Shiyu heard this command and looked at the time on his communicator. He turned and said to Luo Chao, whose eyes were glued to the screen. "Luo Chao, we should start preparing." Luo Chao retracted her gaze unwillingly. When she looked at Li Shiyu, her gaze was calm and cold. She nodded and said, "Yes, I understand." Luo Chao lowered her head and started preparing all the medical equipment and emergency agents. She never looked at the screen again. After Li Lanfeng left the command center, he arrived at the mecha hold in a blink of an eye. To help Ling Lan as fast as possible, he used his domain. Li Lanfeng knew that Ling Lan only called for Little White because she couldn't hold on any longer. Little White's appearance was enough to prove that Ling Lan had reached his limit. Li Lanfeng had the same personality as Ling Lan. They never liked to pass their fate to things that were not certain, such as the reinforcements. Ling Lan believed in relying on herself. Li Lanfeng was not confident enough, but he wanted to defy his destiny, so he must take control of his own fate. Hence, Li Lanfeng decided to help Ling Lan personally. This was the equivalent of helping themselves. As for the damn reinforcements, let them come whenever they want. The moment Li Lanfeng appeared in the mecha hold, he saw his mecha operators in position. His deputy saw him and smiled. "Leader, I know that you'll come, so I came here to wait for you." Li Lanfeng boarded his mecha and started it instantly. He spoke on the team channel, "Team 06, let's go." Boom! A beam flew past all the tentacles and hit Little White's body. A hole was formed and black liquid started flowing out of it. Little White screeched in pain. Its huge size caused it to be less agile than its small form. Hence, it was an easy target for the beams. It already had many injuries, but this attack injured him seriously. Little White. Ling Lan quickly moved her mecha in front of Little White. Little White's appearance reduced some pressure for her, but she felt her heart hurt when it got injured. Little White, returned to the base. She couldn't let Little White die here, so Ling Lan decisively gave an order to Little White. Rawr, Little White is not going back. Little White will stay with Master. Little White wants to protect Master. Master brought me to eat good food and experience many interesting things. Master won't ground me from eating unnecessarily. I must protect this good Master. Little White was pure. It would repay anyone who treats it well. The pain ignited Little White's brutality. It started attacking the mechas furiously. Many mechas got hit on its vital spot and exploded. Little White could fight with normal ace operators, but it couldn't fight off the numerous imperial operators of the God Killers. Fortunately, Ling Lan was beside it, so she helped Little White to block all the imperial operators that tried to stop it. Regiment Commander, we're here. Commanding Officer, we're here. Commanding Officer Ling, let us fight with you. Suddenly, Ling Lan heard many people talking to her using the Huaxia language. Numerous mechas from the Federation started appearing on her screen. There were people from 250 Ace Mecha Clan, the Evil Wind Mecha Team, the Scouts Team, Song Yicheng's 224 Mecha Clan, and some other mecha clans that she was familiar with but forgotten the names of. Ling Lan suddenly felt energized. She bore with the pain and took the last bottle of agent. Then, she shouted, "Let's fight together. Attack!" As her voice sounded, the mechas of Base 013 rushed towards the Halian army. Ling Lan started firing her beams even more furiously. For a moment, the Halian army had to retreat under their fearless attack. Above Base 013, the starship finally reached its designated position. Multiple mechas shot out of the ejection ports and flew towards the atmosphere of planet Haijiao. Beep beep beep. Entering the atmosphere of planet Haijiao soon. Collecting data. Please be prepared. All the mainframes of the mecha operators gave a warning. The heat caused by the speed of the free fall and the air current was harmful to the mecha operators. It might even hurt the mecha operators internally. Hence, it was forbidden for mechas to enter a planet directly from the atmosphere. However, to save more time and to prevent the Halian fleets from finding them, the mecha operators had to take the risk.